Your body isn't just getting stronger, it's overflowing with vitality, Yin Yi said, pausing mid-air as if standing on solid ground. His sharp gaze fixed on him. So, you were hiding something all along. Im's aura surged, thick, radiant, searing like a miniature sun. The intensity of his life force climbed with each passing second, far surpassing anything Yin Yi had witnessed. Not even Kaido had this kind of monstrous vitality, Yin Yi muttered. This isn't natural. He narrowed his eyes, sensing something ancient and unnatural coursing through Im's being. A terrifying realization sparked in Yin Ye's mind. This wasn't merely strength born of training or bloodline. This feels like Uranus, the third of the ancient weapons. Among the legendary trio, Pluton was said to be mechanical, Poseidon a living entity, and Uranus? Its nature had always been a mystery. But now, Yin Yi was beginning to understand. The energy surging from didn't belong to any ordinary human. It was alien. It was divine. Perhaps wasn't just linked to Uranus. Perhaps he was merged with it. Still, Yin Yi refused to jump to conclusions. No, just a theory. I'll confirm it soon enough, he whispered, eyes gleaming. Especially once Vegapunk is in my custody. Remained silent, his expression cold and detached. But his killing intent was unmistakable. Then, with a single motion, raised his hand. Disasters, literal natural disasters, manifested at his command. Blizzards howled, flames erupted, and earthquakes cracked the air. Yin Yi chuckled under his breath. So this is the price of immortality. It's clear now. Only you underwent the eternal youth operation. The 5 elders didn't, did they? His smirk widened. They probably tried and failed. So the operation must have conditions. And you, Im, are the only one who meets them. Whatever those conditions were, Yin Yi couldn't tell. But it didn't matter. The truth would reveal itself in time. Im snarled and launched an assault. An apocalyptic wave of elemental fury. Yin Yi raised a hand. Fusion. With a command, his soul fruit manifested 2 homies, Thunder and Flame, and fused them into a humanoid embodiment of destruction. A radiant figure formed, its limbs crackling with electricity and fire. From its mouth, 5 thunder flame dragons exploded, roaring across the battlefield in all directions. Boom! The world trembled. Thunder and flame clashed with elemental chaos in a cyclone of light and death. The air shimmered. Reality bent. The continent groaned under the force. Yin Yi narrowed his eyes. No need to end it here, he said, laughing. This was just reconnaissance. He remembered Madame Shirley's prophecy. 2 paths lay before him. One showed him locked in battle with him, the world shattering beneath them, seas rising, skies collapsing. The other showed them, sitting, no fight, no death, only silence and decision. But that future was gone now. It would be war. It would never stop, and neither would Yin Yi. This is your final warning, Yin Yi said. Next time, I won't come alone. Next time, I'll bring my army. And when I do, his presence surged, shaking the skies. The world government will fall. Im floated silently, power emanating like a sun ready to erupt. Is this a declaration of war? Yin Yi grinned. Take it however you like. I won't let you leave, Im said coldly. Beneath them, the entire red earth continent quaked. Something was awakening. But Yin Yi wasn't impressed. Who do you think you're talking to? A dark energy gathered at his fingertip, coalescing into a spear of pure destruction. False flash of oblivion. The black javelin howled through the sky, aimed at Im's chest. Im responded with a roar. A beastly force erupted from within him, part armament hockey, part something other. Boom! The sky cracked open. The 2 forces collided, not just canceling, but erasing each other. Space shivered, shattered, and screamed. A massive chunk of the red earth continent was gone. Entire mountains collapsed. The earth caved in, and a chasm the size of an island appeared. It was thrown back, crashing deep into the continent. Cracks spread for kilometers. Dust and stone rained like meteors. Hovering in the air, Yin Yi sneered. I, Quincy of the Void Throne Palace, hereby declare war. His voice echoed like divine judgment. When next we meet, your empire will burn. Then, like a phantom, he vanished. Back at the Revolutionary Army's hideout, Yunyi approached the gathered forces and laid his eyes on Vegapunk. I need your help, he said simply. Dragon stared at him, this man who had shaken the world with a single attack, and slowly nodded. Very well. Together, they vanished from the Holy Land. In the ruins, Im crawled from the crater, bloodied, furious, but regenerating fast. His eyes burned with humiliation. The Quincy, he hissed. A wave of raw fury burst from him. Lightning tore through the sky. Volcanoes erupted. Hurricanes roared. He hadn't been hurt in over a century. Now he had been wounded and mocked. You will regret this, he growled. The world itself trembled beneath his wrath. The Quincy's declaration of war shook the very foundations of the world. From the Grand Line to the distant reaches of the Four Blues, people gathered in taverns, newsrooms, ports, and palaces to discuss the one name on everyone's lips, Quincy. He used the World Conference as a stage, someone muttered. He walked into the holy land of Mary Geos itself and declared war against the world government. This war will change everything. The future of the world hangs in the balance. Quincy versus the world government. Who will win? But perhaps the most shocking revelation wasn't the war itself, but the truth behind the curtain. Wait, Wu Laoxing aren't the true rulers? There's someone above them. The puppet masters know the master, the real one, hidden in the shadows for centuries. Who is he? Why haven't we ever heard of him? No records, no history, just mystery. Fear and uncertainty spread like wildfire. People whispered of a coming storm, of the inevitable clash between Quincy's temple of Wangshu and the world government. Oddly enough, it was Quincy who initiated the war, not the government. That alone sent waves of shock across every nation. To challenge the government so openly and with such confidence was something no one had ever dared. Even the pirate king Roger merely opened an era. But Quincy? He was trying to end one, and all of it hinged on one man. The power behind Wangshu was not the 10 blades. Though they were strong, comparable to the elite commanders of the old Yonko, it was Quincy himself. His strength had reached a level that defied logic. He was no longer just a man. He was a force of nature. This declaration of war was no bluff. The final battle had already begun in the hearts of the world. Marine Ford, Navy headquarters. A heavy silence hung over the war room. Everyone seated at the round table wore grim expressions. Maps were scattered, intelligence reports piled high. The pressure from above, the world government, was growing more intense by the hour. The order was clear: stabilize the first half of the Grand Line at all costs. Quincy. Aokiji pinched the bridge of his nose, frustration creasing his brow. This guy's declaration just made our job 10 times harder. He glanced toward Admiral Kizaru, still bandaged from the battle in the Holy Land. You were there, Kizaru. What happened? Kizaru's usual lazy demeanor was gone. His tone was uncharacteristically solemn. He's beyond anything I've seen, he said quietly. The Lord of the World, Im, was pushed back. Quincy overwhelmed him. He paused, then added, he's using the soul fruit, but with an added twist. Fire, lightning, sentient homies stronger than Charlotte Lin ever commanded. From what he muttered, it's as if Quincy holds the power of 2 devil fruits. A wave of disbelief swept the room. Impossible, Vice Admiral Tsuru muttered, setting down her tea. Only 1 devil fruit per person. Everyone knows that. Unless he found a way to extract abilities, she continued. After all, Yuta, confirmed to possess the soul fruit, was taken by Quincy. Yet he now uses the same power. That suggests he somehow removed it from her. She looked to the others. That's more dangerous than any army. The thought chilled the room. An enemy who could steal your power, your very identity as a devil fruit user, was more terrifying than any Yonko. Sengoku's brows furrowed deeply. The world government is accelerating its operations. They've begun searching for powerful devil fruits with unprecedented urgency. The first half of the Grand Line is being swept clean. He looked at Aokiji. Our navy is caught in the middle of it all. He sighed. I once believed the government represented order, that we stood for justice, he said. But time and again, we've been forced to clean up their messes. That's why I stepped down. I hoped Aokiji might chart a new course for the Marines. Now, he wasn't so sure. The Navy remained shackled, bound to the world government, and the tide of war was fast approaching. What would be their role? Would they fight for justice or for survival? Aokiji slowly stood. His eyes glinted with resolve. I need to speak with Nightblade. Gasps rippled through the room. That name held weight. Power. Mystery. No one knew where the Nightblade stood. Sometimes an ally of Wano, sometimes an enemy to all. Neither loyal to the world government nor clearly against it. He's the only one who can match Quincy. Aokiji continued. If this war breaks out, we need to know where he stands, or if he'll stand at all. Suru's voice cut in, thoughtful. Wano's destruction of Pluton suggests Nightblade doesn't covet power, but his silence is unsettling. Yes, the question wasn't just whether the world could survive Quincy. The question now was what Nightblade would do, and that might determine the fate of the world.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Is his purpose of destroying ancient weapons to prevent the world government from getting Pluto? Moreover, what was the meaning of what Uran said to him before? What is the purpose of letting myself owe him a favor? These questions made Aokiji think hard for a while, but he couldn't figure it out. That's why Aokiji came up with the idea to talk to Uran in the past. Hearing Aokiji's words, everyone looked at him. With that boy Uran's personality, it would be great if he didn't take advantage of the chaos to kill the world government. Do you still want to expect him to deal with Quincy? Garp pouted his nose, seeming to be in a very good mood. That's right, his son was rescued and his life was no longer in danger. Of course he is in a good mood. Aokiji said, I don't have such an idea. Just like Marshal Warring States said, if our navy doesn't take some action, it is very likely to become a victim of the war in this war. As the marshal, I naturally don't want to saw this happen. You want Uran to return to the navy headquarters? But if that's the case, the world government. Momoto also said with a good-looking brow. Aokiji shook his head, I don't have such an idea. I just want to confirm Uran's views on this war. What position does he stand on? Moreover, the first half of the world government's purge, the Neo-Navy is for them, is an obstacle. In order to be able to seriously deal with the war with the Quincy, they will not allow such an uncertain factor as the Nightblade in the first half. Hearing this, everyone was slightly silent. That's right, Uran, no one would easily ignore his existence. After all, where his strength lies, he is enough to compete with Quincy. The world government wants to clear the first half, and the Neo-Navy where the Nightblade is located is a hurdle that cannot pass. His threat is too great. If Uran stepped in during the war with the Quincy, the world government would have enough. Even the world government doesn't want to have a war with Quincy and Uran at the same time. Therefore, the world government is likely to take action against the Nightblade before the war breaks out. This threat must be eliminated. After all, Nightblade's base is in the first half, and it's better for their world government to make a move. This point, I believe Uran will not understand, so Kingsley wants to find out about Uran's position. The meeting continued. The Navy still had to take seriously the declaration of war against the Quench Division. After all, they were still a force under the world government. Moreover, the Quincy is also their #1 enemy, and they must be dealt with seriously. After simply explaining the reason to the Revolutionary Army, Yunya brought Vegapunk back to Moon Knight Island. After declaring war, he still has a lot of things to deal with. The world government needs to prepare, and he naturally needs it too. In the laboratory, Vegapunk, Jiaji, and Yunya are all there. Vegapunk frowned and said, eating devil fruits for items is indeed one of my researches. However, at present, there are only animal-type devil fruits that allow items to gain abilities. The animal type is a bit special. Is there any way to solve it? Yunya looked at Vegapunk. The reason why the devil fruit has the magical ability is because of the existence of the blood factor. I have copied Kaido's green dragon fruit, and I succeeded by refining and copying the blood factor. However, if I want the item to have the devil fruit ability, there must be an extra soul that can carry the blood factor. Without waiting for others to speak, Vegapunk continued, because the animal system has consciousness itself, it can be directly fused with the item, but this is very wasteful. The power of the devil fruit item is far from that of a human being. The effect of eating it. Vegapunk said, I have also studied the ability to allow objects to carry superhuman and natural systems, but the superhuman and natural systems do not have the key point of consciousness, and they all failed. His research covers various fields, and the devil fruit items are made by him. Unlike the devil fruits of the natural and superhuman types, the animal type itself seems to have its own consciousness, that is, the soul. As long as this soul is attached to the item can be made alive. Of course, this item also needs to undergo a preliminary modification of the bloodline factor before it can become a devil fruit item. The specific operation is very complicated and not so easy to do. Moreover, the effect is actually not very ideal, and the power is even more stretching. It is better to find someone to eat it. So, after tinkering with a few experimental products, he gave up. Afterwards, he was captured by people from the world government, and these items were also spread out from the island where he lived, and were obtained by others. There are also some legends in the sea. In the follow-up, the world government did not ask him to create something similar, or the same sentence, the gain outweighs the loss. After seeing Vegapunk brought back by Yunya, Gigi became a little nervous, worried that his status would be compared. He curled his lips and said, Vegapunk, you old boy, you are really going back as you live. Anyway, you haven't done much research on this thing, didn't you just give up because of insufficient funds? Now that you have the support of adults, are you afraid that you won't be able to research it? Vegapunk looked at him, since you can do it, why don't you do it yourself? Gage choked for a moment and snorted, my research field is different from yours. The two of them used to be members of MADS, so they were fairly familiar with each other, but the fields of expertise are different. At the beginning, they also knew that Vegapunk was researching this thing, but the disadvantages were too great. The price of a devil fruit started at 100 million Baileys. At that time, Vegapunk did not have the support of the world government. Have so much money to squander? When you say that you can't tinker with something useful, you give up. Yunya interrupted the quarrel between the two, and said calmly, with me, you can spend the funds as you like. Jiaji, you should study with Dr. Vegapunk and see if you can tinker with it. I have some use for this thing. Yunyi didn't really know much about research, so he had to let Jiaji and Vegapunk do it by themselves. However, Yunya still had great confidence in Vegapunk. This guy was able to replicate Kaido's blue dragon fruit, which proved that he had reached the pinnacle of devil fruit research. It didn't work before, but now I really don't know. Things like copying devil fruits have come out, what else can't be done? Gage nodded, yes, my lord. I'll help you this time as a reward for saving us. Vegapunk didn't refuse either. Research, it was something he was very happy with. Now that he escaped from the world government, he didn't take away his experimental equipment or anything, and he was empty. Working with the Revolutionary Army, they don't have enough funds to spend on their own, so where can they spend it for him? It's better to stay here with the Quincy. You know, Moon Knight Island is a world-renowned entertainment place, and the number of Baileys who enter the account every day does not know how many. Although it cannot compare to a huge system like the world government, it is definitely the second richest place in the world. No, the Quincy has too many Baileys to spend. He even offered rewards to the high-level navy and the 5 old stars. This is the performance of his wealth and wealth. Although so far, no one has received this bounty, because of the declaration of war by the Quincy division, all the forces in the New World seem to have pressed the pause button. Originally, among the 4 emperors, Kaido and Katakuri were dead, and the 2 4-emperor pirates fell apart. This is a big thing. In order to compete for the throne of the 4 emperors, there should be countless pirates fighting each other, but the fact is the opposite. After the deaths of Kaido and Katakuri, the situation in the entire New World is not too chaotic, far more than the first half of this time. The section should be more harmonious. The reason for this is self-evident. Now all the forces are watching the changes, not wanting to attract too much attention during this period of time. Even the pirates who were attacked by the Navy and escaped to the New World have died down, and they dare not make mistakes in the New World. Everyone knows that the current New World is no longer the previous pattern of 4 emperors and 1 king. If Quincy wants to expand his influence, the whole New World will be brought into his hands. He is the uncrowned king of the New World. In layman's terms, now the whole New World has to listen to him. Of course, the reason why Yunyi didn't expand his power was because he felt it was unnecessary. The world government cannot be swallowed by a large number of people. He doesn't need the help of other stinky fish and rotten shrimps, and he doesn't bother to manage the whole New World. Yunya's purpose is very simple, that is to destroy the entire world government, not to rule the world. He has no such idea of becoming the king of the world. After defeating Im and destroying the world government, Yunyi will consider other things next, which is to find ways to break away from the shackles of this world and go to other wider worlds. As for whether there are other worlds, Yunyi has no doubts about this. From the various skills on his body, and the bead in the system body in his mind, these are all products from the world of death. That world absolutely exists. There are still many secrets about him, and he will figure them out one by one. His goal is the Sea of Stars. I don't know how long the research on Vegapunk will take, but Yunya is not in a hurry, he still has a lot of time. However, preparations still need to be made. Yunya ordered people in the Dark World to look for some more powerful devil fruits, such as the Sensen fruit of the Green Cow, the Magma fruit of the Red Dog, the Blue Dragon fruit of Kaido, and the combined fruit of Barrett. In the list. At the same time, the impact fruit in Yunyi's hand was also intended to be used by the people below. For this reason, Yunyi started a competition, and let the people under his command compete, and the winner can get one of the devil fruits. In the end, under 10 blades, Alan of the Black Rose Killer organization got the impact fruit. Because the dark fruit is special, before there is no suitable candidate, Yunya did not choose to release it, but kept it by himself. Afterwards, in order to relieve the tension of the forces under his banner, and also to usher in the final preparation moment, Yunya planned to open a grand event for the whole world. Moonlight Island Food Festival? Anyone who arrives here can eat and drink here for free, and everything is supplied in unlimited quantities. This is an unprecedented feast? The time is in a week? At that time, no matter who you are, no matter what your status is, you can come here. Even the 5 old stars of the world government, if they have the guts, can come and participate. As soon as this news came out, people in the whole world were shocked by it. No one thought that Quincy would hold such a feast at such a tense moment. However, there are still many people who are very interested. The name of Moonlit Island is known to everyone in the whole world. Moreover, although Quincy is arrogant and domineering, he is a complete lunatic, but his behavior style is still very principled. As long as you don't cause trouble on Moon Knight Island, he will not attack you. This is also something that everyone in the New World knows. Moon Knight Island is very safe, which is also recognized by everyone. Therefore, as the food festival approached, many people went to Moon Knight Island one after another, wanting to experience this feast. And in the first half, the news of the Moon Knight Island Food Festival also spread. Many people think that Quincy is giving eye drops to the world government. When is this, and you still hold a feast for the whole world? No matter how you look at it, you are provoking the world government. However, many people are used to it. Quincy's are not courageous, so they are not Quincy's. There are a lot of idle and courageous people who went to Moon Knight Island with the mentality of joining in the fun. They wanted to see the feast of Moon Knight Island. The world government and the Navy naturally know the news, but they have no plans to go there. What did you do in the past? To die? In this tense situation, are they not stupid, running to the territory of the Quincy to give away their heads? Although I don't know if the Quincy master held this food festival for some unknown purpose, but they have no time to care about it. As we all know, every action of the Quincy is purposeful, so this time must be the same. The world government will speculate on any actions of the Quincy with the greatest malice. There is no way, there are too many precedents of the Quincy master. Every movement will cause chaos, and the whole world will fall into turmoil. However, in the current situation, no matter what the Quincy makes, nothing will change, because the situation is already chaotic enough. Of course, it is impossible to completely ignore it. There are secret eyeliners who intend to sneak in, and want to see what kind of plane the Quincy is working on. Here, Aokiji quietly left the Navy headquarters, rode his bicycle, and headed towards the headquarters of the Neo Navy. After a period of sailing, he also arrived at the Neo Navy. Dressed up a bit, sneaked into the Neo Navy headquarters. His current identity is very sensitive. He is the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Naturally, his actions cannot be discovered by others. If he goes to the Neo Navy alone to meet with the Night Blade and is discovered, then, things will go in an unexpected direction. Go ahead. You know, the Night Blade is also the #1 enemy of the world government. With Aokiji's strength, and his coldness can affect the perception of knowledge, it is easy to sneak in. Many people on the island just felt that their bodies were inexplicably cold, and the color of knowledge radiated out, but they didn't find anything abnormal, so they didn't take it seriously. Yunya, who was sitting in the office, seemed to have sensed something, and the color of knowledge radiated out, a little surprised. Aokiji. Zifa heard Yunya's words, looked at Yunya, and asked in doubt, what? He didn't hear what Yunya said just now. Yunya replied with a smile, teacher, that fellow King Z sneaked in. Zifa raised his eyebrows, and his knowledge radiated out, but he didn't perceive anything, but he trusted his disciples very much. Why is this guy King Z here? Do you want your help to deal with Quincy? That's not clear. Yunyi's eyes flashed, he looked at the slim Xiao beside him, and said with a smile, Xiao, go outside and welcome Marshal King Z inside. He was a little surprised by Aokiji's visit, but he guessed something in his heart. Okay, brother Yunyi. Xiao nodded obediently, took 2 steps, opened the door and went out. With the position given by Yunyi, Xiao soon met King Z, and she gave a military salute sassily. Marshal King Z, Teacher Zifa, and Brother Yunyi are waiting for you inside. After King Z entered the most central house, he didn't deliberately hide his breath. He knew that his concealment would not have much effect in front of Yurin, so he simply walked in openly. Seeing Xiao coming, he was not surprised, and nodded, okay, let's lead the way, Lieutenant General Yunya. As a regular force, the Neo Navy has a position similar to that of the Navy, but in the Neo Navy, there are no generals, and the highest is only a lieutenant general. Xiao is also one of the lieutenant generals of the Neo Navy at this time, and her strength has also improved by leaps and bounds under the guidance of Zifa and Yunyi. Although she is not as good as the generals of the Navy headquarters, she is still at the level of an elite lieutenant general. Xiao was born as an ordinary person in a small village, without a surname, only a nickname, which was chosen by the old people in the village. Like Yunyi's body, Xiao is also an orphan. His parents died in an accident, and people in the village raised her. As the mainstay of the Ino Navy, Xiao naturally has her own name and title. After all, Lieutenant General Xiao sounds weird. Xiao is a phantom beast of the animal family, thunder and lightning white tiger, Feng Konglong, Yun Konghyeo, plus Yunyi's own surname is also Yun, and Xiaoa is his beloved sister, so Yunyi gave Xiaoa a name Yunya? For this name, Xiaoa also likes it very much. To the outside world, her name and title are Yunya. Lieutenant General Yunya is also a high-level member of the Neo Navy, not only because she is Yuren's younger sister, but also because she has been recognized for her strength. However, people who are more familiar with her are still used to calling her by her nickname. After a while, Xiaoa came over with Kingzi, and Xiao returned to the position just now, standing beside Yunya. Zifa looked at Aokiji, and nuzzled, Aokiji, what are you doing here? Long time no see, teacher Zifa. Aokiji gave a military salute to Zifa, and he respected Zifa very much. Then he looked at Yunya. I haven't seen you for a while since Wano country last time, Yaren. Yunya asked Kingzi to sit down, and looked at him. Why is Marshal Kingzi coming to my side when you have time? After sitting down, Kingzi didn't talk too much nonsense, and directly entered the topic. Regardless of Zifa and Xiaoa still here, he said directly, Yaren, I don't want to talk nonsense. The purpose of my trip is to know, next in this war, what stand does your Neo Navy stand on? No, it should be said what stand you stand on. Zifa frowned when he heard this. They were also discussing this matter before. The war between the Quincy Division and the world government can be said to be the most sensational event in recent times. Zifa is naturally also a little worried. In this war, what should their Neo Navy do? Should I just sit back and watch, or? The world government is cleaning up the first half, will it take action against them? How should they respond? This has to be considered. Regarding Kingzi's question, Yunya was not surprised at all. Before that, he had already guessed the purpose of Kingzi's trip. When it comes to all the forces in the entire world, no one can escape from this turmoil. Aokiji seemed to have heard something, and frowned. Do you want to intervene in this war? Yunya said indifferently, as far as the world government is afraid of me, do you think he will let me stay in the first half? They won't be at ease when I'm here. Yunya laughed. They are probably thinking about how to deal with us now, right? Aokiji didn't deny it. This is an obvious thing, Yuren, as a powerful existence, staying here in the first half, the world government can't rest assured. The world government will take action, that's for sure. I just don't know to what extent it will be done, whether to force them back from the first half to the new world, or to be furious and want to annihilate them directly. Apart from giving orders to the Navy, the world government will no longer send people to communicate with them. What is the plan of the world government? He, the marshal, does not know. It is very likely that Yaren's actions in Wano country made the world government feel a little defensive and suspicious of their navy. During the Battle of Wano country, Yejian destroyed the ancient weapon Pluto, killed Kaido, Barrett, and the cotters of the 100 Beasts pirates, and the 100 Beasts pirates were almost wiped out. As for the navy, Nightblade just killed the Green Bull and a group of pacifists belonging to the world government, and spared the other navy. This move can be said to pull out those people in the navy who belong to the world government up. When you think about it carefully, it's hard not to think of certain situations. Aokiji sighed. I can see that the world government doesn't trust the navy much anymore, and even has a little defense, so I am worried that the navy may become a victim of the war this time. Are you blaming me for clearing out the Green Ox and others in the navy who belong to the world government? Yunya looked at Kingzi with a calm tone. The navy should have thought about getting out of the control of the world government, right? The navy is the navy, not the dog of the world government. This is the main reason why I left the navy and excluded Akainu. Regarding Wano country's killing of Green Bull and a group of pacifists, Yunya was not only hostile to Green Bull, but also had other purposes. That's what drives the divide between the navy and the world government. Asking Kingzi to owe him a favor in public was done on purpose for others to see. Except for the Green Bulls, those who have a clear attitude are of one mind with the world government, and there must be an eyeliner of the world government secretly, who will inform the 5 old stars about this matter, to make the world government suspicious of the navy. This is Yunyi's purpose. When Sengoku abdicated and recommended Aokiji, Yunya probably guessed something, and Sengoku also wanted the navy to make some changes. However, this proposal was rejected by the world government, and Akainu, a tougher person, took over. Although the tough Akainu is also difficult to control, his philosophy will not conflict with the world government, and it is more suitable for the situation at that time. At that time, Yaren was still in the navy, and this kind of prickly head needed a red dog to restrain him. The way of balance, the world government has played it well. It's just that I didn't expect that there was a thunderstorm behind, and because of a conflict, Akainu died in the hands of Yaren. The series of things that happened later, Yunya was out of control. However, in the upcoming decisive battle, Yunyi didn't want the navy to intervene. He didn't want to kill his colleagues who had a good relationship with him. Therefore, he deliberately pushed the gap between the navy and the world government. Let Aokiji owe him favors. He wants Aokiji and the navy not to intervene in the war between him and the world government. So you have this kind of purpose. Aokiji smiled wryly. He was still thinking about what Yaren's actions in Wano country were for, but he didn't expect it to be this. He looked at Yunya. You want me to don't meddle in the war between the Quincy division and the world government. This time, the world government has no chance of winning. The navy will intervene, and the sacrifice will be in vain. Yunya did not deny it, looked at Kingzi and said seriously, the Quincy will definitely win. Although Quincy is strong, the world government may not necessarily lose. Their background is beyond everyone's imagination. Aokiji shook his head. Besides, what will Quincy do after overthrowing the world government? You and I don't know a little bit. Now the world government is still there, and the order is still stable, but if the world government is defeated, the whole world will fall into the craziest turmoil. Do you know how many people will die like this? As the Admiral of the Navy, Aokiji still has many things to consider. Although the world government is corrupt now, with the existence of the world government, order still exists. At least it can stabilize the turmoil in the sea. It will not completely collapse and make the people of the whole world miserable. But if the Quincy wins, the world government collapses, and the order that has been maintained for hundreds of years completely collapses. No one knows what impact it will have on the world. How many people will die? He had to take this into consideration. At this point, whoever wins or loses will have a big impact on the world. As the Admiral of the Navy, you should be more aware of the so-called order of the world government than I am. They are a bunch of scum. Yunya did not consider going to such a far-reaching place. After the fall of the world government, what kind of impact will it have on the world, and will the order collapse? But as long as he is there, he is order. It's just a deterrent to the whole world. Whitebeard's name can make pirates dare not run rampant on Murloc Island. Could the deterrent power of his Quincy and Nightblade be inferior to that of Whitebeard? Of course, Yunya doesn't care about power. He has even bigger goals. After solving the world government, he will not do anything to this world, nor will he establish a huge centralized kingdom and become the master of the world himself. These things may be a huge temptation for others, but for Yunya, it is not as tempting as a delicious meal. Yunya looked at Kingsley. Besides, the Quincy cannot fail. In this war, he will completely overthrow the world government. Why are you so confident in Quincy? You don't have much contact with him, right? Are you going to attack the world government at the same time as Quincy? Kingsley frowned and looked at Yunya, not knowing where does Bai Yunyi's confidence come from. He didn't have much contact with the Quincy, right? Unless Nightblade also wants to intervene in the battle between them and stand on the opposite side of the world government? Two existences that are also feared by the world government. If they act together, the possibility of overthrowing the world government is still very high. But is it possible? Wouldn't Quincy be afraid of the Night's Edge? They have also done it in the Chambord Islands. There are also conflicts between each other. It is impossible to join forces to deal with the world government. Do it? That's it. Yunya suddenly laughed, and the power of thunder rose from behind, drawing the Taikoguyu. A powerful momentum also erupted from Yunyi's body. Seeing this familiar move, the three present couldn't help but widen their eyes. What's going on here? Why does Yaren have Quincy's move on him? But Yunya's next words made their scalps tingle, showing disbelief. Because I am Quincy, and Quincy is me? What the world government has to face is Yaren and Quincy. Yunya grinned with the signature smile of Quincy, and his aura also became a little different. Crazy, domineering, supercilious, as if he doesn't put anyone in his eyes. This aura is exactly the same as that of the Quincy master. You. Zifa looked at Taikoguyu behind Yunya, felt the momentum, and when he looked at Yunya, his face showed disbelief. Ah, brother Yunyi, are you a Quincy? Xiao also opened her mouth wide, with a dumbfounded expression on her face. You are a Quincy, how is this possible? Yuren is a Quincy. Aokiji stepped back in shock, knocking the chair down to the ground without realizing it. His eyes were fixed looking at Yunya, a look of surprise and shock appeared on his face. They are not unfamiliar with this move, and they are not unfamiliar with this crazy and powerful aura, and they are even very familiar with it, because this is one of the most well-known moves of the Quincy master. This crazy and domineering aura is exactly the same as that of Quincy. Yunyi didn't explain anything. His body dissipated instantly. The crazy and domineering aura dissipated, and returned to Yuren's peaceful and indifferent aura. He looked at Kingsley. Nothing is impossible. Yuren and Meeker follow the beginning. It's the same person in the end. That's me. Yunya. This. Hearing Yunya's confession, Kingsley was so shocked by the news that he couldn't speak. Is Nightblade the Quincy master? The Quincy is the Nightblade? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed such an outrageous thing. It's too shocking. Boy Yunya, you. Zifa stared at Yunya, as if he didn't know himself as a disciple. Yunya, who was domineering and crazy just now, and Yunya, who is calm and gentle now, are completely different. Xiao didn't have too many ideas, whether it was Quincy master or Yaren, as long as it was her brother Yunya. Yunyi looked at Zifa, and said slowly, Teacher, regarding this point, forget it, no matter you are Yaren or Quincy, you are always you, I don't care about that. Zifa interrupted Yunya, shaking his head helplessly. This incident had a great impact on him, and now he feels a little unbelievable. Although he was a little puzzled and shocked, he still chose to trust Yunya. Yunya's feelings for him were not fake, and he was very clear about this. Because Giaminio, who used to be one of the 7 martial seas, injured him, Yunya ignored the order of the world government and directly killed Giaminio. This is also the beginning of the conflict between the Nightblade and the world government. For him, an old guy, Yunyi was able to do this, which moved him very much at the time. Later, after Yunyi broke up with the Navy and the world government, he resolutely chose to stand with Yunyi, left the Navy, and set up his own family. Glancing at Zifa, Yunya showed a smile. Zifa was still the same Zifa, and still had great trust in him. He reached out and rubbed Xiao's head, and gave her a warm smile. The familiar breath made Xiao feel extremely at ease. Yunya looked at Aokiji. Aokiji, you owed me a favor last time in Wano country. I hope you don't intervene in this war between me and the world government. Although I have already left the navy, I don't want the old colleagues died at my hands. Please understand this. King Z was a little silent, still digesting this shocking fact. His brain is not stupid. After knowing that Yaren is the Quincy Master, some abnormalities about the Quincy Master can also be explained. According to Im, the Quincy is a different kind. Is it because of this that he has two bodies? When I was on Music Island, there were two figures of Quincy. It seems that one of them is Yaren. And during the Battle of the Shamboard Islands, the Nightblade suddenly appeared and blocked the Quincy. Is this a deliberate act? Or to save all their navies? Moreover, judging from all the information that has happened before, the Quincy division does rarely attack the navy. Even if there were, the navy that died in his hands was very few. So far, except for the ghost spider at the beginning and Stahlberg behind, it seems that the Quincy really seldom kills the people of the navy. Although Huang Yuan was beaten again and again, his life was not in danger. I thought it was because of Huang Yuan's speed that even the Quincy was difficult to kill. Now that I think about it, he should have kept his hands. King Z took a deep breath. What is your purpose? Yunya said lightly, overthrow the world government. Aokiji asked, what about after the overthrow? Establish a new order. You want to rule the world. Yunya shook his head. I don't have that much free time. I don't have much interest in power. To overthrow the world government is just that they messed with me. I don't care what happens in the world later. Do you think I will consider it? The conflict between the Quincy division and the world government can be said to be caused by a short-sighted celestial dragon. Of course, even without the Draco, sooner or later the conflict between the world government and the Quincy would have occurred. As long as your reputation is famous enough, you will be feared by the world government, and the world government will not tolerate the growth of pirates. The positions of the two sides are there, and they are inherently hostile. Aokiji remained silent. If someone else said such a thing, he would definitely say something arrogant. If the world government provoked him, he would destroy the world government. But Yunya said such things, but he took it for granted. Quincy and Yaren are existences that the world government is extremely afraid of, and now he knows that the two are actually the same person. When the world government faces Yunya, can it really win? Moreover, with Quincy's personality, he really doesn't care what happens to the world after the defeat of the world government. About this war, I will consider it carefully. King Z looked at Yunya with an extremely serious expression on his face. After speaking, he took a deep look at Yunya, turned and left. From the beginning to the end, he never asked Yunya how he managed to have two bodies at the same time, and what secrets he had in him. Yaren can reveal the fact that he is the Quincy, and he already has a lot of sincerity. He must seriously consider the impact of this matter. I'm telling you this so that you don't get involved in this war. The Navy is not the running dog of the world government. If the world government really collapses in the future, the Navy will be needed to establish the world order. Yunya faced King Z. The back said something. Yunya actually didn't care about her identity being exposed. In the past, I didn't want to pay too much attention to it, so that the world government could make up its mind to deal with itself. In the case of insufficient strength, it is better to develop in a low-key manner. However, now Yunya doesn't need to care about these things anymore. His strength, even Im, doesn't say that he can stabilize himself. Even if Im's whole card is completely revealed, he is confident that he can contend. This is brought by strength. Again, the reason why Yunya revealed this matter to King Z was that he didn't want the Navy to intervene in the battle between him and the world government. He didn't want to kill these fellow Navy fellows with a righteous heart. After pausing, Aokiji didn't reply, but walked outside, hiding his figure, left the Neo Navy headquarters, and returned to the Navy headquarters. After returning to the headquarters, Aokiji held a meeting. This meeting only needs a few high-level officials of the Navy. They are all people he can trust. Sengoku, Carp, Lieutenant General Crane, and the current 3 generals are the highest-level people in the Navy. Aokiji didn't reveal that Yaren was the Quincy, but he did state Yaren's position. That is to be hostile to the world government. In the subsequent war, he will take action, and even stand on the side of the Quincy. Hearing this situation, the faces of the people present all sank. This is not good news. But it is also understandable. After all, if the Night Blade continues to stay in the first half, the world government will not be at ease. Standing on Quincy's side, could it be that Yaren still has a connection with Quincy secretly? Lieutenant General, he grasped an important point and looked at King Z. It's not just that there is a connection, they are the same person. Aokiji smiled bitterly in his heart, but for some reason, he didn't tell the situation. The less people know about this matter, the better. If it spreads, it is likely to make the whole world more chaotic. Let the allies of the world government fall into distrust of the world government. Even though the Quincy has shown great strength, the world government has been gaining power for hundreds of years, and at this time there is still no allied country to jump out and sing the opposite. But secretly, some allied countries also expressed dissatisfaction. But they were all suppressed by the world government. Each of the allied countries represents countless ordinary civilians. If these allied countries distrust the world government, break up with the world government, and have opposition voices because of this shocking news, The world government will not hold back, and will definitely suppress it forcefully, and maybe even launch a demon-slaying order to destroy it? Kill chickens and monkeys? In order to deter other allies, the world government can definitely do this kind of thing. This is also a point of concern for Kingsley, so he did not reveal the news that Yuren is the Quincy, even if the people present are trustworthy. Aokiji nodded solemnly. Yuren has already told me that this time, he will fight against the world government together with Quincy. In Wano country, I owe him a favor. He told our navy not to intervene. Yuren and Quincy joined forces. Dao opened his mouth slightly, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Warring States hammered the table, and his face was extremely solemn. The current situation, even the world government cannot judge the future direction. The next decision will determine the future survival of the navy. If the war is inserted, they are likely to become victims of this war. Even if the world government wins, how many people in the navy can survive? If they don't intervene, as long as their navy dares to show a little sign, they will be liquidated by the world government. The navy is now in a dilemma. The Warring States, known as a wise general, is also a little uncertain at this time. He looked at Kingsley and asked, Kingsley, you are the marshal now, what do you think of this matter? Now the marshal is Aokiji, and the basic decision-making of the navy requires the approval of Aokiji. Kingsley took a deep breath, looked at everyone, and said in a slow tone, this time, the navy will not intervene in this battle, and even prepare to resist the world government. Aokiji, do you know what you're talking about? Sengoku stood up abruptly, staring at Aokiji with wide eyes. Huang Yuan also twitched the corner of his mouth. Aokiji, are you sure you are not joking? Rebelling against the world government. The rest of the people also showed a look of surprise. Kingsley's tone was unprecedentedly serious. I'm serious. If you do this, if you are not careful, our navy will be completely lost. Lieutenant General he looked surprised, and looked at Kingsley after taking a sip of tea. This time, the world government will definitely be defeated. This is what Yuren said personally. Yuren and Quincy join hands. Who in the world can stop them? Kingsley looked at everyone present. Lieutenant General he said, are you sure they will join hands to deal with the world government? Although this is their common enemy, but, the two of them are not so harmonious. Aokiji said with great certainty, there is no doubt about this. This time, it is the world government, facing both of them at the same time. Several people looked at Aokiji and looked at each other in blank dismay, not understanding why he was so determined. However, they still know Kingsley's character very well, and they will not say these words for no reason. They must have obtained some accurate information from Yuren. Hihi, facing these two monsters at the same time, the world government is uncomfortable. Garp ate the senbei with a very casual tone. He didn't object to Aokiji's decision, and even fully agreed with it. He has also been unhappy with the people of the world government for a long time. In fact, other people's perception of the world government is also not very good. Especially in the recent period, the world government seems to use them as a tool, and they don't even consider their navy's ideas. The estrangement between the two parties has long been buried. After Aokiji came to power, he did not obey the world government, and what Yuren did before only deepened the estrangement. Warring States coughed lightly, and looked at Aokiji. Things haven't reached that level yet, so wait and see. It's best not to spread these words, or else. Everyone present nodded. If the world government knew that the navy under their hands was rebellious, they would probably be liquidated without waiting for the war to come. Moreover, it is not yet the time when the navy really needs to make a decision, and Aokiji is just putting forward an opinion. They still have time to think about. In the first half, the world government's purge operation continued, and almost the entire first half of the forces were rectified. The entire first half was almost monolithic, and there were no other voices against the world government. The former Empress, Boya Hancock's Amazon Lily, was rescued by Roger Pirate's remnant Pluto Rayleigh after a battle, and then completely disappeared. It is reported that they escaped from the Windless Belt, entered the New World through the Windless Belt, and went to the territory of the giant race. Now the only one that has not been purged by the world government in the first half is the Neo Navy where the Night Blade belongs. For the Neo Navy, the world government will naturally not allow them to stay in the first half. Under the order of the world government, the navy is also mobilized. Aokiji is naturally clear about the thoughts of the world government, and it is nothing more than to test whether their navy has a different heart. At present, the navy does not want to fall out with the world government. It can only obey the orders of the world government. But when this order reached Kingsley, Kingsley also contacted Yunyi and told him about the situation. On the other side, the Revolutionary Army went to the Holy Land to declare war because of the Quincy division, and turmoil broke out, and they also took advantage of the chaos to escape. Vegapunk, a genius scientist who once belonged to the world government, escaped from the world government with the Revolutionary Army after that incident. Vegapunk is likely to be related to the Revolutionary Army, and has even joined the Revolutionary Army at this time. People in the world government know how dangerous Vegapunk is, especially his scientific research ability, which is unmatched by anyone in the world. This will definitely be a huge threat. Because of this, the rewards offered by all members of the Revolutionary Army have been greatly increased. The highest reward is not the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Drago, but the evil scientist Vegapunk. His bounty exceeds 4.5 billion Baileys, and Drago is only in the early 4 billion years. It can be seen from this that in the eyes of the world government, Vegapunk is more threatening than Drago. The rest of the Cotters are also more than 1 billion Baileys. The overall reward offered by the Revolutionary Army even surpassed that of the previous 4 emperors. The day of the Moon Knight Island Food Festival is getting closer. The entire moonlit island also became lively. Countless people headed to Moon Knight Island with curiosity, waiting for the opening of this feast. The Moon Knight Island Food Festival is not only about food, but also other entertainment items. Not to mention the existence of the largest entertainment city, Gulen Tizero, and the concert held by the world's #1 singer, Yuta. And most importantly, Quincy announced that they will hold a competition during the food festival. This competition is open to everyone, no matter what your status is, whether it is the 4 emperors, the former Kabuki, or the admiral of the navy. As long as you have the courage, you can go on stage to compete. The winner can get a huge bounty. There are as many as 1 billion Baileys. 1 billion Baileys is not a small amount, and it can even be regarded as a huge sum of money. In some countries, the annual income may not be so much. This is a figure that is difficult even for the 4 emperor-level pirates to come up with such a large amount of Bailey. Countless people were astonished by the generosity of the Quincy master, but at the same time, they went to Moon Knight Island with a glimmer of hope. Even if they are not strong enough to get this bounty, it is still possible to join in the fun in the past. Therefore, before the food festival started, countless pirate forces went to Moon Knight Island, and they also longed for this wealth. New World, a certain sea area. The boat of the Straw Hats is moving slowly. After the Music Island incident, they continued their journey. 1 billion Baileys. Nami swallowed with a newspaper in her hand, her small mouth slightly opened, and the sign of money already appeared in her eyes. What is a billion Bailey? Chopper curiously pointed his head over, looked at the newspaper in Nami's hand, and said what was on it. The competition, the winner, a billion Bailey. Surprised, Chopper sat down on the ground suddenly, rolled around twice before shouting, a billion Baileys. What billion Bailey? The rest of the people also looked over curiously. Oh, it's about Moonlight Island, right? Robin sat on a chair with a refreshing ponytail, her slender legs folded together, one hand resting on her chin, holding a newspaper in her hand and said with a smile, the Moonlight Island side held a feast for the whole world, a food festival. This food festival, not only Yuta's concert, but also a martial arts competition. The winner can get a reward of 1 billion Baileys. Billion Bailey? It's so shocking that people lost their eyes. Bones Brook said yo ho 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 and then slapped his head. Oh, I don't have eyes. Moon Knight Island, is that Quincy's territory? Soran stopped exercising and asked curiously. What a big deal, a billion Baileys. Usopp also smacked his lips, not counting the amount of their bounty, the sum of their entire ship is not as big as this figure. 1 billion Baileys, I don't know how many good things can be transformed. Frankie said in a low voice. He once got a pacifist in the Chambord Islands, combined with his own transformation technology, he also tinkered with many technological products. Their Wanli Sunshine was also modified a lot by him. But because Nami didn't give money, he didn't have the capital to implement many of his ideas. Food festival? Isn't there a lot of delicious food? Luffy's focus has never been the same as other people's. When Robin said it, he only heard the words food festival. Sanji didn't know what he was thinking, but this time he rarely spoke. Of course, he is very clear about Moon Knight Island, and he also knows where ingredients from all over the world are gathered. Whether it is the first half or the New World, almost as long as there are channels to obtain ingredients, Moon Knight Island can find them everywhere. This can be said to be the dream place of all chefs. But, as for Moon Knight Island, he didn't think much about it. Because, after understanding, he knew, the Vinsmoke family is a force under Wangsu Palace. His brothers and sisters, as well as his father, are all on Moonlight Island. Nami clapped her hands, with Bailey's light shining in her eyes, and waved her big hand. Moon Knight Island is the territory of Quincy, and Quincy is Ace's uncle. We should go there should be no danger, and, 10 billion Bailey? Luffy, I will leave this billion to you. Oh, Food Island, food festival, there must be a lot of delicious food. Unlike Nami, Luffy only thinks about food, and his eyes are almost in the shape of big bones. Yo ho ho, Yuta is over there too. By the way, let's take a look at her recent situation. She should have come out of her confusion. Brook didn't care about what Yuta did to him. Too many, he still has a lot of experience. It can be seen that Yuta is just stuck in a dead end. After joining Wangsu Palace, her song style has also changed, and Brook still pays attention to it. Is it a competition for the whole world? There should be many swordsmen going there. I really look forward to it. Zoro is also a little eager to try. Then, it's decided, little ones, let's head towards Moon Knight Island. Luffy laughed, as if he was already looking forward to the delicacies on Moon Knight Island. Seeing that his companions were all in high spirits, Sanji lit a cigarette and took a puff, exhaled the smoke, and also laughed. Why think so much? Moon Knight Island is so big, it is not so easy to meet them. Besides, he is also somewhat interested in the ingredients of Moon Knight Island. It is said that the ingredients of the whole world can be seen there, which is also very attractive to him as a chef. Robin watched the lively scene with a smile on his lips. Billion Baileys, here I come. Nami licked her lips, as if she had imagined the scene after owning a billion Baileys. Just like that, the group turned the rudder and headed towards Moon Knight Island. The Holy Land of Marijoya, in the newly built Pangu City. The 5 old stars sat together. After the last incident, none of the 5 of them died, but they were almost injured. One of them narrowed his eyes. The Navy has assembled and is moving towards the position of the Neo Navy. This time, no matter what, the Nightblade must be eliminated. However, there is still a connection between Uran and the Navy. It's no wonder that Uran let Aokiji and the others go when they were in Wano country. One person said sharply, the high-level officers in the Navy. It's time to clean up. Since Aokiji came to power, we can see his attitude towards us. Their Navy already intends to break away from our control. I originally wanted Sora to take control of the Navy, but I didn't expect that damned guy from the Quincy to run to the Holy Land, causing Sora to be injured again. Without Vegapunk, it would be difficult to completely repair his injury. Damn, recently, everything has been going wrong. Let the Navy test the Nightblade first, and later, Lord Im will make a move. Yaren is not weak, but he only has one person. Facing our forces and Lord Im, this time, he can't escape. Wu Liaoxing has been very busy recently, and they need to deal with a lot of things. Im didn't care about this at all. After that battle, Im fell into a deep sleep again, but this time against the Nightblade, Im would wake up and attack the Nightblade. Let Wu Liaoxing have some confidence? After all, only Uran in the Neo Navy is more difficult to deal with. The others can be ignored, but they are not very threatening. This time, they are out in force. The general mobilization of the Navy, coupled with the background of their world government, can definitely kill the Nightblade completely by surprise. Uran is strong, even in their hearts, Uran is as powerful as Quincy. But they didn't believe that so many people couldn't take down a Nightblade. In exchange for the position of the Quincy at Nightblade, facing such a lineup, it is impossible to win. Otherwise, why didn't the Quincy master, who had the upper hand, kill them when they were in the Holy Land, but left a word declaring war and left in a hurry? It was because at that time, the high-level combat power of the Navy had already arrived at the Holy Land. Facing all the combat power of the Navy and the world government, the Quincy division did not dare to fight recklessly. That's right, Wu Liaoxing and others think so. The world government's calculations are not incomprehensible. They are already prepared for the Navy. Let them do it, just to test it and consume the combat power of the Nightblade. Even the Navy needs to be eradicated if it has a different heart. Moreover, attacking the Nightblade is also in their plan. The other areas have been cleared, and the Neo Navy is short. For the thorn in the Neo Navy, it must be removed as soon as possible. Facing the Nightblade, they must also treat it seriously. The Navy is just one of their preparations, and they don't expect the Navy to be able to deal with the Nightblade. If they could, they wouldn't have let him kill Akainu in full view. This time, Im also plans to make a move. Uran is as famous as Quincy, although Im has never been in contact with Uran. Judging from the information, Uran's strength may not be inferior to Quincy. It would be too dangerous to keep such a guy. They must be exterminated. In the first half, Neo Navy headquarters. Yunya summoned Anne, Bins, Tina, and others. These people all followed Zifa, Yunyi, and others to leave the Navy. They are considered the veterans of the Neo Navy, and they are also high level. In a conference room, several people were seated, all with solemn expressions. Regarding Yunyi calling them this time, they had some guesses in their hearts. The world government is going to attack them. The purge operation in the first half has been full of turmoil. As a force that does not belong to the world government, the Neo Navy, and even the commander-in-chief Uran has conflicts with the world government, so it will naturally be liquidated by the world government. They were indeed right in guessing that Yunya summoned them this time for this matter. The news came from Aokiji, and there will be no fakes. After knowing that the world government planned to let the Navy take action against them, Yunya also raised his eyebrows. He never expected that the world government would be so decisive that it would send out all the Navy to wipe them out. Going to the new world? Is the world government going to do something? Zifa frowned and looked at Yunyi. Well, Yunya nodded, looked at everyone and said, the world government has already started to act, and the Navy is also mobilizing. I don't want to have a conflict with the Navy at this time, so it is the best choice to leave the first half to avoid the edge. Yunyi didn't want Uran to have a conflict with the world government at this time. There is no need. Moreover, let the Navy rush to the forefront, the world government's thoughts. Yunya can figure it out. Naturally it will not do what the world government wants. Sure enough, it's still here. Tina let out a sigh of relief. She had a premonition that this day would come when the world government was purging the first half. The other people also had a terrified expression, secretly thinking in their hearts that this is indeed the case. Zifa looked at Yunya. Leave now. Zifa is in charge of intelligence in the Neo Navy, and he has not received any information from his subordinates on this aspect. However, Yunya's information should not be fake. It was probably passed on to him by Kingsley, and he didn't bother too much. Yunya nodded and said, the headquarters is not far from here. With the speed of the warship, it may take half a day to arrive here. It is time to leave. Everyone else nodded without objecting. Yunya is the commander-in-chief of the Neo Navy, in charge of everything in the Neo Navy, and his orders are absolute. This time, all members of the Neo Navy will be dispatched to leave the first half and go to the New World. There are not many members of their Neo Navy, and even the total number of them is not as large as that of 4 Emperor pirates. At most, a branch of the Navy has about the same number of personnel, only a few hundred people. After all, the headquarters of the Neo Navy was originally transformed from a branch base, and the area of the island is not that big. And after a big battle, it was damaged, and the area was smaller than before, and it couldn't accommodate too many people at all. At the beginning, those who left with Zifa and Yunyi were the members of the training camp like Ain and Binzi, as well as Tina, Lunlianer, and others who had been under Yunyi's command. People. Although there are newcomers coming here one after another, the total number of people is only a few hundred, and a few warships can be packed away. However, just as the Neo Navy was about to leave, the large naval forces had already arrived. Oh, it looks like it's a step too late. Yunya looked in one direction, where a large naval force was heading towards. Others also found the traces of the large naval force, and they couldn't help but change their faces. Are they still a little slower? The distance between the Navy headquarters and the Neo Navy is not very far, and the naval warships are sailing very fast, and the two sides happen to meet each other. You guys leave here first, I will rush over after I block them, Yunya said to everyone, and with a flash, he came to the island, facing the large naval forces. Out of trust in Yunyi, the others didn't say much. Following the order, several warships began to leave the port. Over there, on the warship, Aokiji was wearing a naval justice cloak, standing at the bow of the ship and looking at the same side, meeting Yunya's gaze. Eye contact with each other, Aokiji's expression froze, and he waved his hand. Fire. Boom, boom, boom. The muzzles of more than a dozen warships in the front row pointed forward and fired, and countless shells rushed towards Yunya and the others. The cannonballs were densely packed, falling like raindrops, and their power was even more terrifying than the demon-slaying order. Yunya Yingxian unsheathed, and a golden flame rose up. Everything is ashes, and the blade is like fire. The city is on fire. The scorching golden flame suddenly spread from the edge of the sword, forming a wall in front of it, blocking all the shells. When the shells hit it, they were directly vaporized by the terrifying heat. The high temperature enveloped the entire area, and the sea water began to evaporate due to the appearance of the flames, turning into water vapor and rising into the sky. And as time went by, this heat wave became even hotter, as if it was going to burn the whole world. After the proficiency is 100, the power of flowing blade Ruo Huo becomes stronger. Even if there is no swastika, the temperature at this time is higher than before. Stop. Aokiji stared, and ordered all the warships to stop, facing the fire of the sun from the night blade. No one is unscrupulous. This is a flame that can burn even Akainu's magma? King Z, do you want to attack us? Yunya stepped up to the sky, schemed over the burning fire curtain, looked down at everyone below. The flames danced on his body, the temperature of the surrounding space gradually increased, and the air seemed to be distorted. Stand up? Yaren, let's catch it with your hands free. This time, you can't run away. King Z and Yunya had already conveyed a message in the eye contact just now, but the play still needs to be performed. Taking a step forward, the cold air surged on the body, and the heat wave was blown away. Disperse some, so that the people on the Navy side are much more relaxed. The flames of the night blade and the heat wave rolling over made them very uncomfortable, and the weak ones even needed to use domineering protection. On the surface of the sea, it turned into ice crystals and condensed, spreading towards the front, colliding with the fire curtain. The contest between ice and fire, there was a sound of, and the water vapor rose into the sky. Nian, you used to be colleagues with me, so leave now, otherwise, you will be at your own peril. Yunya's tone was indifferent, but extremely domineering. Facing thousands of troops alone, his aura actually overwhelmed all of them. After hearing Yunya's words, all the Navy present swallowed their saliva. Yaren's threat was too great, and no one could ignore his words. King Z just wanted to speak, but suddenly frowned and looked towards the sky. Yunya raised his head slightly, looked at the familiar scene, and sneered at the corner of his mouth. Can't wait. At this time, above the Holy Land Maria, Im's knowledge radiated out, covering the entire front half. After hundreds of years of accumulation, his knowledge is enough to cover the whole world, and every move of the whole world is controlled by him. Seeing all the members of the Navy being stopped by Yuren alone, and feeling Yuren's sun fire, Im also squinted his eyes. The flame was really terrifying. The fire of the sun. Could it be a special race? And, this wave of life, is another kind. Im's knowledge locked on the night blade, and following the perception, his brows raised. The faint life fluctuation emanating from Yuren gave him an extremely familiar feeling. The color of knowledge is not omnipotent. The strong have a way to block the perception of color of knowledge to a certain extent. Moreover, because the distance is too far away, his sense of knowledge can't be accurately perceived, but the wave of life is indeed very familiar to Im. Ability is flame. Could it be that the Lunaria family has eaten the fire-type ability? He still has the ice-type ability. The Elysian family? Was it an experiment in that kingdom? Im guessed. Im didn't know much about the Night Blade, but only learned a little from the Navy's intelligence. It is known that he is an ability user in the form of a god of death who ate the human fruit and has the ability of fire and ice. He had never heard of this fruit, nor was it recorded in the Devil Fruit illustrated book. Even if the world government has controlled the entire world for hundreds of years, it still cannot record all the devil fruits. After all, the emergence of devil fruits is irregular, and sometimes new devil fruit abilities will appear. Even after being eaten by the strong, after being developed, the essence of the devil fruit will undergo some changes, some mutations will appear, and when it is reborn again, it will become different. However, the Navy's intelligence did not mention the Nightblade as another race. He has seen this kind of flame that is enough to vaporize steel. In Joyboy's huge kingdom, there was a flame warlord who was the Lunaria clan who ate the burnt fruit. The Lunaria family is a strong person who is born to control flames, and can develop the flame-type devil fruit to the extreme. The Lunaria family is a race that is naturally suitable for the flame system. In addition, there is also an Elijah family who is as famous as the Lunaria family, a race that is born to control ice. These two races, in the former kingdom, were called the bipolar of that kingdom. They are all very powerful races, far stronger than the Murlocs, able to survive in any environment. However, it is also because they are too powerful, they are feared by the world government, and they are almost extinct now. After knowing that Nightblade possesses the ability of fire and ice, he guessed whether Nightblade was one of the experimental subjects in that kingdom, and through some means, it was revived in this era. This kind of thing is not uncommon. Kaido, the former 4 emperors, also has the technological shadow of that kingdom. Even Charlotte Lingling may be a descendant of a surviving test subject. It's not inexplicable to have an extra Nightblade. After all, he, who has experienced it himself, knows the strength of that kingdom clearly. Even hundreds of years have passed, the influence of that kingdom is still passed down to the present. The Murlocs, long-handed tribes, three-eyed tribes, giants, little humans, fur tribes, these still active tribes all have an inseparable relationship with that kingdom. Forget it, it doesn't matter whether the Nightblade is a remnant of those races or a test product of that kingdom, but only to this extent, nothing to be afraid of, among the ancient creations. In the sky above Yunyi, dark clouds rolled, and the thunder contained in the clouds began to stir, as if they had been mobilized. Among the pitch-black clouds, there were 16 light spots flickering, and a terrifying oppressive feeling came down from the sky, making countless people tremble with fear. God kills. Im's tone was as indifferent as a god, and with his thought, the next moment, the fort above the sky suddenly lit up, and 16 world-destroying thunderbolts shot from the muzzle and rushed down. The terrifying thunder punishment is like a blow to destroy the world, trying to wipe out all those who disobey the gods. This is the blow to destroy the island. This blow enveloped both the Nightblade and the Neo Navy. Yunya raised his head slightly, a sneer of disdain appeared on the corner of his mouth, his eyes narrowed slightly and he whispered, "This is trying to kill us all, 3 times, do you think I have no temper? Swastika G Tianshuo Zanyu." Yunya snorted coldly, Zanyu Swastika, put on the virtual mask, dark red light surged around his body, and a tyrannical, bloodthirsty, and crazy aura passed from Yunyi's body out. The next moment, the dark red light dissipated, and when Yunya appeared in front of everyone again, his image had already changed somewhat. Wearing a black and white hideous mask, the original navy cloak has also turned into a black haori, and the silver fiber in his hand has turned into a long black sword with a slender swastika-shaped hilt. Different from before, this time the long sword has become more slender, with a barb at the end, making it look even more ferocious. This is the change after Zhang Yu's proficiency is 100. Zanpakuto with a proficiency level of 100 is somewhat different from other Zanpakuto. There are 4 different forms to choose from. Among them, the 3 forms correspond to the Zanyu of the 3 generations of Kurosaki Ichigo in the original work of the God of Death. Of course, they are only different in form. Yunyi has tested them one by one, and the difference in power is not very big. After all, Zanyu is just a skill, and its specific performance depends on Yunyi's own strength. And the other one is the moonless state, that is, the original work of Shinigami, the last crescent moon Tenko used by Kurosaki Ichigo. However, there are certain conditions for using the moonless state. After using it once, you need to relight and add points, starting from 0. Yunyi has never tried the moonless state, it's a bit tricky, and it won't be used anymore. At this stage, Yunya already has too many methods, and there is no need to explode the seed at all. However, it can also be used as a whole card. A navy who had seen Yunyi and Hawkeye's battle once blurted out, "This is another form of Lieutenant Admiral Nightblade, the Ghost of Death? I used it once when fighting Hawkeye. Is that the Void Death?" One of the 3 forms of the Nightblade Death Fruit. The others also swallowed. They were very clear about the information about the Nightblade and knew that there was such a thing. However, Yaren seldom uses this state. Basically, Ice and Flame have more abilities. Many people have seen Yunya in this state for the first time. Yaren, are you a capable person? King Z looked at Yunya in midair and took a deep breath, but he knew that Yaren was the Quincy master. This guy not only has 2 bodies and 2 identities, but also the moves used by the 2 identities are different, and even have nothing in common, but they are all so powerful that it is shocking. Patino Yunyi, what kind of secret does he have in him, to be able to do this? Is this the attack launched by the world government on Moon Knight Island? Quincy was able to resist such an attack. Momoto looked up into the sky, feeling the oppressive feeling, and couldn't help trembling slightly. This is not fear, but resisting that sense of oppression. It's no wonder the world government has stood up for hundreds of years. With that person around, any threat can be easily wiped out. Zhang Guo also frowned slightly, and he was surprised by the sense of oppression transmitted from the sky. Faced with such an attack, even if all the people in the Navy took action, they might not be able to resist it. However, they couldn't resist, but if it was the Nightblade, it might not be impossible. The Quincy can resist it, and the Nightblade should be able to do it too. Garp also looked very solemn. If it were him, even if he broke out with all his strength, he would not be sure that he would be able to resist and not die. The people in the Neo Navy are all extremely dignified. Facing such an attack, they can't intervene, and they can't help Yunya. They can only pray that Yunya can take the attack. Brother Yunyi. Xiao nervously looked at Yunqi in midair, clenched her hands tightly, and a worried look flashed across her face. Although she knew that Yunya was very strong, but would she be able to resist such an attack? Zifa didn't speak, and also stared at the sky. Under the gaze of countless people, Yunya moved. The sky was covered by 16 thunderbolts, and Yunya was wearing a virtual mask, raising his hand with a sword, Yuiat Tianchong. With a sound of buzz, a dark red terrifying slash shot out from the silver fiber's sword edge, turning into a crescent moon slashing thousands of meters into the sky. In this blow, Yunya merged crescent sky chong and false flash. If it is said that the 5 dragons can be strengthened through the instant coaxing of different attributes, then, at this time, under the state of Zanyu and Void, Crescent Sky Chong and Void Flash are also highly compatible skills. The two skills are fused into one, bursting out with stronger power. Boom! With one sword strike, the entire sky seemed to be cut open. The 16 world-destroying thunderbolts came into contact with the strike, and a deafening sound erupted. The two attacks only stalemate for a moment, and Yunya's strike directly killed the god. It was crushed and dissipated into countless light spots. Moreover, Yunya's slashing strikes are still going unabated, but their power is slightly weaker, and they are still slashing towards the sky. With a sound of chi, the ancient technological creation above the sky was directly cut off by Yunya's sword, leaving only a little mechanical wreckage floating. The holy land of Marijoya? Although it's a little far away, it's not impossible to reach. The knowledge locked on me, and also exposed your position. The Lord of the World. Yunya cast his gaze in the direction of Marijoya, sneered, and looked up. Slashed down with a sword in his hand again, Yuiat Yanchong. With a sound of buzz, the slash of thousands of meters rushed out along a straight line towards the position of the Holy Land Marijoya. Everything it passed was slashed, and the space seemed to be cut. Connecting the sky and the earth, the clouds, the sea, and even some uninhabited islands were all cut in half under this slash. Yeren, you deserve to die. Im's expression was startled. He didn't expect Yeren to be so terrifying. This sword crossed a long distance and slashed at him. Moreover, this slash made him feel threatened. Standing up suddenly, he mobilized a huge amount of armed forces, and the powerful fluctuations even slightly distorted the space. God's punishment. I'm shouted, the ability was used, and the natural disaster took shape. In the thick clouds, thunder rolled, and several hundred meters of thick thunder pillars were wrapped in armed colors. They collided with each other. Boom! With the collision of the two as the center, the space trembled, and the sea water turned into a 100-meter tsunami and hit the surroundings. A loud bang resounded throughout the entire first half. Immediately afterwards, the space seemed to be unable to withstand the collision of the two attacks. Aftermath, cracks appeared. However, the several thunder pillars still only resisted for a moment, before they were directly cut off by Yunya's slash, and the slash was still like a smashing bamboo. Earthquake. Powerful fluctuations in life erupted from Im's body. Accompanied by the faint roar of the beast, Im grasped the void with his right hand. The red wall suddenly rose from the bottom of the sea, and was covered by armed colors in the next moment, turning into pitch black. The 10,000-meter high wall was like a mountain, blocking the front of the Holy Land Marijoya. This high wall is even many times larger than the Navy's Gate of Justice. It stretches there, like a giant guarding the holy place, standing still. Block any attack. Boom! There was another roar that resounded through the entire first half. This time, Yunya's slash was blocked for a moment, and Im's huge armed force competed with Yunya's slash. The surface of the sea roared and boiled, creating a tsunami, but it was only a stalemate for a few seconds, and the next moment, the mountain-like high wall collapsed, and was cut in half by Yunya's sword. The slash was still powerful and domineering, with a speed like lightning, breaking through layers of obstacles, and slashed straight at Im. Unexpectedly. Im didn't expect that Yuren's attack would be so powerful, and he could still break his own attack with a slash from such a long distance. But after all, he has lived for hundreds of years. The three kinds of domineering have naturally reached high level, even surpassed the high level use, knowledge, and knowledge can predict the future. Let him realize one step in advance, before the slash hits him. The huge vitality it exploded suddenly, the armed color covered the fist, and it smashed down with one punch. Boom! The fist collided with the slash, and the force transmitted from the fist made Im's face change drastically. No matter how much he resisted, he still pushed back unstoppably. Im's legs had already plunged into the Red Earth continent, and the boundless force hit him. The red earth land under his feet was like tofu. It couldn't bear the impact and cracked every inch of it. Im's body was still pushed back. The top of the entire red earth continent seemed to have been plowed, and a long ravine stretched across the red earth continent. It's me who underestimated you, Yuren. Im's eyes suddenly became icy cold, and a huge amount of armed color erupted. The other hand held the slash, and both hands pulled it up at the same time, and Yunya's slash it abruptly changed its direction, and shot out towards the sky at an angle. But how could Yunya's slash be so easy to catch? With a chi sound, a wound on his body almost cut him in half, and the blood shot out unstoppably. However, in the next moment, under the blessing of a huge amount of vitality, the injury on his body completely recovered, as if the wound just now was an illusion. slowly floating in the upper air. I'm looked at the distant direction, squinted his eyes slightly, and said to himself, "Yeah, Blade, Quincy, what are the origins of these two people? It seems that in order to deal with them, we need let you wake up completely. Sea King kept the light by reincarnation, and you have survived since then. For you, I paid a very high price, Uranus." I'm looked at a certain location in the Red Earth continent, and pulled out an inexplicable smile. 3 ancient weapons, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. The first 2 are creatures of some sort, and Hades is a product of the science of Joy Boy's kingdom. Pluto, as a man-made weapon, can be preserved for a long time. However, Uranus and Neptune are living beings. As long as they are living things, their vitality will be exhausted one day. In previous wars, Poseidon, the Sea King of that era, led tens of thousands of Sea Kings to attack the United Nations led by Aim, but he was eventually defeated and his soul fell into reincarnation. Poseidon, the King of the Sea, is reincarnated again and again, retaining the light of the soul. And Uranus, the King of Heaven, was controlled by Aim, and the biggest war in history broke out. In the original war, Uranus, the King of Heaven, was seriously injured and almost died. It was Aim who used some kind of devil fruit ability to save Uranus, the King of Heaven, and sealed it for hundreds of years, in order to let Uranus, the King of Heaven who was seriously injured and dying, be able to revive one day. Uranus, the King of Heaven, is one of the strongest trump cards of the world government. After all, if he hadn't controlled the Heavenly King back then, the outcome of that battle might have been won or lost. In order to save the dying King Uranus, I'm also paid a high price. From the beginning of the establishment of the world government to the present, I'm, the successful person of the ageless operation, has not been awake for more than a year. Most of the time is spent in deep sleep. That's the price. I'm is the successful person of the ageless operation, and also the only successful person. The conditions for performing the ageless surgery are extremely difficult. Not only does it require a highly skilled doctor, but the doctor also needs to have a very high talent, able to develop the fruit of the surgery to the point of awakening. Of course, this is not the most critical point for the success of the ageless surgery. The implementation of the ageless surgery requires the most important condition. That is, the caster needs to have an inestimably huge vitality. This kind of vitality cannot be used by people with animal abilities, people with dense fruit abilities, or even the life force provided by the legendary pure gold that makes people live forever. The only thing that meets the conditions is the legendary fruit of life. Aim is the owner of the fruit of life, and has all the conditions for the successful operation of immortality. At that time, Aim was just an insignificant little person. The reason why he ate the fruit of life was to cooperate with the experiment of a certain crazy doctor. By chance, he became the first successful case of ageless surgery, and also the only successful case so far. Because, as long as Aim is not dead, the most important factor of the immortality surgery, the fruit of life, will never appear again. Afterwards, Aim, who had obtained immortality, gradually expanded his ambitions. Using some means, he alienated the relationship between Joyboy and other kingdoms, controlled the heavenly King Uranus, and united 20 kings to overthrow Joyboy Kingdom, established a world government. In that battle, Uranus, the King of Heaven, was hit by Pluto, the King of the Underworld, and was seriously injured to the point of death. And Aim also used the awakening ability of the Fruit of Life, Shared Life, and established a bridge of life with the heavenly King Uranus. Recover? For hundreds of years, Uranus, the King of Heaven, has almost recovered from his injuries. However, Aim also underestimated the price of sharing his life with Uranus, the King of Heaven. The price is that he needs to fall into a long sleep. However, there are gains and losses. Through the sharing of life, Aim has part of the power of the heavenly King Uranus. Similarly, the reason why he can perceive the awakening of other lights is also because of the power of Uranus. Aim looked at the sky above, and then looked at the position of Yunyi, narrowing his eyes slightly. Pluto and Thunderspear were destroyed by Nightblade, and at the same time, they have Lunalia, Olysea, some characteristics of the family. It seems that the identity of Uran can be confirmed. Is it for revenge? High above the sky, there are some broken mechanical parts, floating in space. The General Thunder that Aim talks about is one of Joey Boy's subordinates, a general who ate the fruit of thunder, and one of the people who followed Joey Boyle from the moon to the blue sea, and that thing above the sky is the weapon of this thunder general, named Thunderspear. It was also a weapon specially designed for him in the later period of that war, to fight against Uranus, the King of Heaven controlled by Aim. Its power is not even inferior to Pluto's bombardment, but Pluto has a ship spirit and can move freely, and as long as the energy is sufficient, he can bombard continuously. The Thunder Spear needs a long time to store energy, and after a blow, it will be unusable for a period of time. There is also a disadvantage, that is, only those with the ability of the Thunder Fruit can control and drive the Thunder Spear, which is not as convenient as Hades. The reason why the Spear of Thunder is not as famous as the 3 ancient weapons is because this weapon was manufactured in the later period of the war. Before Joey Boy recorded the information into the text of history, he was killed by Aim. The curtain fell, and the United Nations headed by Aim won a victory and established a world government. Moreover, everything related to this war, the ancient kingdom, and Joyboy was deliberately erased by Aim. This is a blank 100 years. Only in the historical text inscribed by Joey Boy, there is a history of 100 years of blankness. With the death of Joey Boi, the ancient kingdom fell apart, Aquaman died in battle and reincarnated, Hades exhausted his energy, was taken away by the ancestors of the Wano country, sealed up under the Wano country, lived a closed life, and escaped from the pursuit of the world government. This Thunder General escaped with his life by luck. In order to escape the pursuit of the world government, he settled on Sky Island. He is the ancestor of Sky Island people. He knew that the Thunder Spear was obtained by Aim. In order to prevent the powerful Thunder Spear from becoming his weapon, he used the awakening of the Thunder Fruit to create a permanent magnetic field covering the Sky Island, so that the Thunder Fruit would be released after his death. You can't leave the Sky Island, you can only be reborn on the Sky Island, and that empty island, named Baika. After General Lei's death, his descendants found the Thunderous Fruit, but they didn't choose to take it, but put it in a shrine for people to worship. This is also the reason why the Thunderous Fruit has not appeared on the Blue Sea again for hundreds of years. I'm looked towards Yunyi and the direction of the New World, with a cruel smile on his lips. However, this will be the last time I sleep. Quincy, Nightblade, no matter who you are, it is impossible to defeat me. When Pluto, Neptune, Joey Boy, and others were all around, they couldn't defeat me. I am the master of this world, the only king in this world. My strength is not something you can resist. Joey Boy can't destroy me. Quest, Yaren, you can't do it either. As he woke up longer and longer, Aim seemed to have recovered his emotions. Although he was still high above like a god, he no longer had the inhuman tone that he had when he first woke up. But with a domineering, arrogant feeling, emotion is a certain kind of power, which comes from the soul, and Im's performance means that his power is gradually recovering. The ambitious man who once overthrew the rule of Joyboy and established a world government that has stood for hundreds of years will show his strength again. After finishing speaking, he glanced at Yunya's direction again. Aim snorted coldly, escaped into the flowers, and fell into a deep sleep again. Did you hit it? Yunya squinted his eyes and looked in the direction of the Holy Land. His knowledge could not cover that far, but Yunya had a premonition that his slash hit Aim. But Yunya was sure that Aim would not die so easily. Moreover, how did the majestic wall that rose from the ground just now, comparable to the height of the Red Earth continent, appear? Is this how the Red Earth continent appeared? Is it your power, or the power of the heavenly king Uranus? What is the relationship between the two of you, dividing the world into two halves? This kind of power is indeed very strong. It seems that the current you is far from your full strength. Yunya narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. Judging from the raised walls just now, the Red Earth continent should not be a product of nature, but man-made. What is the purpose of dividing the entire pirate world into two halves? This ability is the ability of the king Uranus? Or Im's ability? Is there any connection between Aim and Uranus? When Yunyi crossed over, One Piece was not over yet, and he didn't know much about Aim and Uranus. However, after several contacts with Aim, Yunyi can be sure that Aim must have some kind of connection with Uranus, the king of heaven. And, is the ability displayed by Aim really the fruit of the natural disaster that he speculated? Aim is a natural disaster fruit ability user, but it is only his own guess, and it cannot be concluded. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Yunya's mind. Yunya shook his head slightly, but didn't think about it deeply. When his army attacked the world government, everything would be revealed. He turned to look at the navy. The attack just now made the people on the navy side dare not make any more rash moves, and they all looked at Yunya solemnly. Yaren's attack just now was too powerful, and the aura on his body at this time is also extremely strong. Except for the calm expressions of the high-level navy, everyone else was worried. If Yaren gave them such a sword, even the marshal, the general, and others together would definitely not be able to resist. Yunya stood in midair, looking at the navy side through the still-burning fire curtain. When he fought with Aim just now, he did not disband the blazing wall of fire. The hot wall of fire still lay in front of the warship, making them unable save in. The blurred mask on his face dissipated, and the cruel and tyrannical aura on Yunya also dissipated, but he still maintained the state of Tianshuo Zanyu, looked at the leader Kingzi and said lightly, Kingzi, I think I used to be a colleague. For the sake of face, I won't kill you. Go and tell the world government, since they have done something to me, then, wait for my revenge. Yunya chuckled lightly as he flashed his figure, and charged in the direction of the Neo Navy out. When Yunya turned around, the originally burning fire curtain gradually extinguished. Seeing that Yunya had no intention of doing anything, all the navy breathed a sigh of relief. Facing such a powerful night blade, they are still under a lot of pressure. King Z was silent for a while, and after Yuran left, he waved his hand, go back. On the navy side, things come and go as fast as they come. King Z didn't think too much about this matter at this time, but how to deal with the accountability of Wu Liaoxing next. This matter can be big or small. This time they can be said to be just going through the motions, and they didn't even make a move. It seemed to people with discerning eyes that they were the ones who were too frightened to make a move when they saw the strength of Yaren. However, failing to do so can be a reason for Wu Liaoxing to be held accountable. It may even be because of this matter that the 5 old stars are completely suspicious and attack the navy. These are all things that Aokiji needs to consider. He doesn't plan to completely turn against the world government right now. However, if Wu Liaoxing really plans to attack the navy, Aokiji should also consider the worst plan. Alas, Aokiji sighed lightly, scratching his scalp, feeling a little headache. The Navy executives who knew that Aokiji had been in contact with Uran all knew that perhaps because of this incident, the world government became more suspicious of them. They should also consider how to deal with the world government. During the first half of the world government's purge, many forces knew that the Neo Navy with the Night Blade must be one of the targets of purge. Sooner or later, the world government will attack the Night Blade. It's just that I didn't expect that things would happen so quickly. Comes fast, ends fast. Before many people could react, the matter was over. The Neo Navy was not annihilated, and the Night Blade shot directly to suppress the Navy's actions. He even had a confrontation with the legendary Lord of the World. The world-destroying divine thunder that descended from high altitude is enough to destroy an island with one blow. A powerful slash across half of the sea area, the sky splits, and the sea splits as the slash passes. With every gesture, a 10,000-meter high wall was suddenly formed. This kind of power is beyond anyone's imagination. Are humans really so powerful? This is simply the power of the gods. However, this is the fact that someone saw it with their own eyes and took pictures of it. In the picture, there is a divine thunder falling from the sky, a slash across the sea, and a high wall rising from the ground. It really happened? People have to believe it? Through the newspapers, this matter quickly spread throughout the world, and many of them were skeptical. However, when they saw the video images, they couldn't tolerate them not believing it. Ever since, the whole sea exploded. This is a miracle. How could someone be able to do this? Even the former 4 emperors couldn't do this. Are they still human? Yeblade, Quincy, and the Lord of the World, they are not human beings. It is impossible for human beings to have such power. The world government has already provoked a Quincy, and they still provoke the Night Blade. What do they want? The Neo Navy seems to have left the first half and went to the New World. I don't know if they will attack the pirates in the New World. In the first half, they seem to have been committed to fighting pirates. Probably not. Who would dare to cause trouble in the New World now? The Quincy will not allow it. This time, is the war between the world government and the Quincy a Night Blade going to be inserted? Now, I don't understand the situation. Even if the world government has the ancient weapon Uranus, the king of heaven, but the Quincy also has the king of the sea in his hands, and his own strength is beyond people's imagination. Who do you think will win this war? Countless people are discussing that the incident this time far exceeded their imagination, and the consequences are beyond everyone's expectation. New World, Moonlit Island. Today is the official start of the food festival. At this time, the Moon Knight Island is extremely lively and full of voices. Fortunately, the current Moon Knight Island is big enough, so there is no crowded scene. After years of transformation, the scale of Moon Knight Island is also much larger than before, at least several times larger. And divided into several areas, each area is in charge of a very, surrounded the headquarters palace of Wangsu Palace in the center. Of course, the most famous one is the golden ship Gulen Tizero managed by the Golden Emperor Tizero. The number of people coming and going is also the largest. In the palace in the central area, except for the high-rises of the Wangsu Palace, the rest of the people are not allowed to enter. Coming out of the central palace is the gourmet area, which is distinguished by ingredients and food from different sea areas. Paradise is everywhere, and the first half and the New World are arranged in order. At this time, the food area is already full of people. During the period of the food festival, the food on the island is unlimited and all free of charge, which naturally attracts a large number of diners and big eaters. In the entire New World, only the palace of Wangsu can have such a foundation. It would be impossible for any of the 4 emperors in the past to achieve this step. There is no limit to the supply of food, which will cost not only a small sum of Bailey, but also a very strong transportation capacity. Wang Xudian stepped on the corpse of the king of sea transport, and he already had a very strong transportation capacity in his hands. In addition to the former Qianliangbeiki Express, he was able to travel between the 4 seas and the first half of the voyage. The current Bucky is very prosperous, and he is very popular in Wangsu's palace. He didn't have too much ambition. Since Qi Wuhei was banned, he stayed in Wangsu Palace, and has become the chief manager of Wangsu Palace's transportation, with a high status. Originally, because of Bucky's willingness to work hard, Yunyi wanted to give him a 10-edged seat, but Bucky refused. In his words, 10 blades is too showy and too dangerous. Yunya just let him go, it's nothing important. It is worth mentioning that the reason why Bucky was able to become the general manager was because the devil fruit that Sea King used to have was obtained by one of his subordinates. Using this ability, another deep-sea route was opened up, allowing them to travel to and from the paradise, and the first half was very fast, and they would not be discovered by the navy. In another place, a huge stage has also been built. Here, there will be a competition, and anyone can participate, as long as you have the confidence. At this time, this place is also full of people, pirates, bounty hunters, gangsters, and people of different races can be seen here. These people are all aiming at the billion Baileys of the final winner. There are too many people, and they are all lawless guys, so conflicts are inevitable. However, those people who fought on the island were all directly suppressed by the patrol team of Wangsu Palace. Those who disobey will be killed directly. There was a pirate who offered a reward of more than 500 million Bailey to cause trouble, and Trafalgar Law, one of the 10 blades, solved it with one move. Everyone who saw this scene felt that a bucket of cold water had been poured on their heads, and instantly calmed down. In the most central palace, Yunya sat on the throne, drank red wine, and listened to Yachi's report. Oh, have the white beard and red hair come too? Yunya looked at Yachi, slightly surprised. Yachi nodded. The man with the white beard is over there in the duel field, while the red-haired one seems to have gone to Gulen Tizero to find Yuta. Yunya said waved his hand and said, don't worry about them, as long as they don't make trouble. Yes. Yachi replied and went down. After taking a sip of the wine, Yunyi was startled suddenly, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Xiaoa, this girl, actually wants to come over. After hearing the news about the food festival, the girl Xiaoa clamored to come and have a look. He said he misses the delicious food of Bahai, but what was on his mind? How could Yunyi not know? Xiaoa is a very curious girl. She must be here for her when she came to Moon Knight Island. Yunya laughed for a while, but didn't stop him. On the other side, the Straw Hat Pirates also arrived at Moonlight Island. Looking at the bustling and prosperous Moon Knight Island, several people showed curiosity. They have heard of the name of Moon Knight Island a long time ago, but this is the first time they have come here. They haven't landed yet, and the members of the Straw Hats are extremely excited. The members of the Straw Hats were eager to try, approached the port, and landed on Moon Knight Island. Meat. I want to eat meat. One shouted to eat meat. Duel field. There should be a lot of sword masters. A person looked towards the direction of the duel field with scorching eyes. Do you have the ingredients and delicacies of the whole world? A cigarette lit and looked towards the food area. I also want to play on the biggest music stage. One looked at Gulen Tizero. I heard that Treasure Tree Atom is also sold here. I want to go and have a look. One looked at the area where things were sold. 1 billion Baileys. Bailey's light flashed in one eye. Other people also have their own places they want to go to. As a navigator, Nami has the highest status in reality, and even the Captain Luffy has to listen to her. She clapped her hands and said, since everyone has a place they want to go, although it's safe here, you should be careful. After half a day, gather at the duel field. Nami has not forgotten that the winner of the duel is Billion Pele. Half a day later, the competition over the duel field officially began. She has already made up her mind to let everyone else on the ship participate in this competition to see if they can win. This is a billion Baileys? Her eyes lit up. Nami looked at Robin and suggested, Miss Robin, let's go shopping. It's been a long time since I went shopping for clothes. Robin nodded with a smile and left with Nami. I'm going to the gourmet area to eat. Luffy cheered and ran away. Hey, Luffy, don't make trouble here. Sanji reminded, but where can I see Luffy's shadow? Sanji twitched his lips, feeling very helpless, and then looked at Chopper. Chopper, don't you want to supply medicine? Come with me, it just so happens that it's not far from the food court. Okay. Chopper picked up the small backpack and followed Sanji. Then I'll go over to the duel field first. Soran picked up 3 knives and walked towards the area of the duel field. Usopp looked at the direction Soran was walking, and his face changed. Hey, Soran, the duel field is on the other side. I know. Soran's face darkened. He stopped, turned around and came back, but after taking 2 steps, he went in the wrong direction again. The corner of Usopp's mouth twitched, but fortunately he was used to it, and he said tiredly, forget it, I'll go with you. Soran's face darkened, and he didn't speak. The rest also have their own goals and are moving towards their own goals. Sanji held a bunch of ingredients in his hands, and wandered around the ingredients area of the food area by himself. Just now, Chopper had separated from him. Huh? I actually have ingredients from all over the world. This is, the golden fruit from the North Sea, the sake from the South Sea, oh, is there even the water meat from the 7 islands of water? Looking at the dazzling array of ingredients, he was very excited. Be surprised. Unexpectedly, all the ingredients that can be obtained in the world are really delivered to Moon Knight Island? This is a big deal? But as he was walking, a voice stopped him, and when he turned his head to look, his face suddenly changed. You. It really is you, Sanji, I thought I was wrong. A blue-haired young man wearing a Germa 66 combat uniform and a Shamit hairstyle on his head came over. Behind him, it's the android army of the Vinsmoke family. The person who came was none other than a member of the Wensmoke family, Wensmoke Niche. Now because of the food festival on Moon Knight Island, the people in Wangsu Hall don't say martial law, but there are patrols patrolling everywhere. And the cyborg army of the Vinsmoke family can just be used to play this role. You guy, why are you here? Sanji's face was extremely gloomy. Although he knew that the Vinsmoke family was here on Moonlight Island, it was so big that it was not so easy to meet them. It's just that he didn't expect that not long after he landed, he met the guy he didn't want to meet. This is the palace of Wangsu. As the 10 blades under Quincy, if we don't appear here, where else can we appear? On the contrary, it's you? It's a surprise to me to meet you here. Neji looked Sanji up and down. The tone was a little joking. It just so happens that I met you here, so I will take you to meet your father by the way. He has long wanted to see you. After the sons of Jiaji experienced a severe beating by Yunyi, their emotions recovered. At first, Yunya didn't think too much about it, thinking that he just frightened them, but later found out that it should be related to his unique soul fluctuation. When Pluto's ship spirit and the giant sea kings from Murloc Island saw Yunyi for the first time, they felt the unusual soul in Yunyi, and they couldn't help but feel fear. This is the fear from the soul level. Yuji, Neji, and others who have lost their emotions have more sensitive perceptions in this area, so they have inexplicable fear. Although their emotions have recovered, their personalities cannot be changed. Nig's character is still arrogant, cold, and conceited. Of course, it is not as extreme as in the original book. Seeing his brother whom he hadn't seen for a long time now, Nig also had some malicious thoughts in his heart. Get out of the way, I don't want to see him. Sanji narrowed his eyes and said bluntly, it's up to you. Let me see how you've grown since you left the Vinsmoke family. Neji grinned, rushed towards Sanji, and punched Sanji down. Damn it. Sanji's face was extremely gloomy. When he saw Neji rushing, he was also ready to fight back. The right leg was raised, covered with armor, and collided with Neji's fist. With a bang, the two retreated at the same time. Oh, actually mastered domineering? It seems that he has grown a lot over the years. Nig was a little surprised. It seems that his younger brother has also grown a lot in these years. Although he didn't use domineering and lightning in his attack just now, his physique is not something ordinary people can resist. It's not bad that Sanji can take his attack. However, I am a combatant under the Quincy division. Domineering is not uncommon here. Neji sneered, and the jet of air from his boots made him speed up suddenly, and rushed towards Sanji. On the fist, the ability that belongs to the bloodline factor was used, and the thunder and lightning exploded, and it was covered with domineering, and punched it again. You are still the same as before, and you are bleeding the same blood, it really makes me sick. Seeing the thunder and lightning surged from Neji's fist, Sanji showed disgust. He knew that this was being killed by Geiji, the reason why it was transformed using the bloodline factor. Although they have all kinds of abilities, they lose their emotions and become machines that only know how to kill. This kind of emotionless family disgusted him very much. Sanji's face was gloomy, and he spun on the spot. Because of the friction, his right leg became red and hot, and the high temperature radiated out. He bent his right leg and said, Devil's feet. Lean meat kick. Sensing Neji's movement, Sanji's eyes were fixed, and he kicked the whip leg directly, colliding with Neji's fist again. Boom! This time, the two collided in a stalemate. At the center of the collision, a wave of air hit the surroundings, and a loud bang sounded, attracting the attention of the people around them, and they began to discuss. Who is it that dares to make trouble here on Moon Knight Island? Are you not afraid of death? It's true that you have become much stronger. I never thought that you, who have not been transformed successfully, will have strength comparable to mine, but, if you only have this level, you will not be able to escape my palm today. Nig was surprised again, surprised by Sanji's strength. You know, when Sanji was a child, he couldn't even take a punch from them. It's just that he didn't expect that the current Sanji has become so strong that even he can't defeat him in a short time. But that's what's interesting. The two retreated at the same time, then rushed out again, and collided. Boom boom boom. The two exchanged dozens of moves in a short period of time. To say that Sanji's strength is not too weak now, as one of the main forces of the Straw Hats, plus Rayleigh's guidance on the use of two-color domineering before, his strength is stronger than that of the same age group in the original book. But compared to Nizi, he is still a bit inferior. After joining the Wongshu Palace, Nizi and others have also strengthened a lot in strength. Not only have they mastered the use of domineering energy, but their own abilities have also been developed and become stronger. Neji showed a sneer, and a flash of lightning struck out from his hand, making Sanji's movements stiff for a moment. Seizing this opportunity, Neji clasped Sanji's right leg with his right hand, and pulled it violently, making Sanji's body stiffen. The center of gravity was out of balance, and he was knocked into his arms. An elbow hit Sanji's chest. The powerful force made Sanji groan and spit out blood from his mouth. Although you have become very strong, but I am a combatant under Master Quincy, and the battles I have experienced are beyond your imagination. Neji didn't stop, grabbed Sanji's right leg, wheeled him up and smashed him hard on the ground. Boom! A huge pothole suddenly formed, smoke and dust rose everywhere. Sanji was smashed into the pothole, his body curled up because of the pain. Neji glanced at Sanji, and lightly ordered the clone soldiers behind him, take him away. Yes. The soldier behind him responded, grabbed Sanji and headed towards the area of the Vinsmoke family. I'm really looking forward to the expressions of my father and the others when they see Sanji, but, would I be a bit harsher? Forget it, manly man, there is no harm in getting a beating, and there is nothing wrong with what Master Quincy said. Nika touched his chin and thought about it, but then shook his head. Why bother so much? If you beat them, you will beat them, and they are often beaten in Wongshu Palace. It wasn't Yunya who hit it was the other 10 blades who hit it. It's not a big deal to become stronger just by hitting it. In the palace of Wongshu, the position of the 10 blades is not fixed. Except that the position of the chief executive, Mr. Alien, is fixed. The rest rely on their superior strength. As long as you think your strength is enough to replace a 10 blades, you can apply for a challenge. If the challenge is successful, then, you can take over the position and take over this person's position as the new 10 blades, or you can directly become the last 10 blades. Now 10 blades, but there is still a vacant position? This is what Yunya agreed to. As long as you have the strength to defeat other 10 blades, then, you can become the new 10 blades. The 10 blades in Wongshu Palace, except for the quota that Yunya set at the beginning, are all relying on their strength. This is also one of the reasons why Bucky refuses to become 10 blades. It is too dangerous for him to be watched by others. Now, the 10 blades of Wongshu Palace are the most powerful people in Wongshu Palace, and these members of the Vinsmoke family naturally coveted the position of 10 blades. The strongest Tizalo, Hawkins, and Yechi dare not provoke them, and they dare not grab the father's position, nor can they beat them. However, Kibsun, Feld, and the new 10-bladed Luo and Yuta, they often go to challenge. Of course, the result is miserable. Whether it's Kibsun, Feld, Luo, or Yuta, they are all existences they can't beat. Kibsun and Feld, the two former kings of the Dark World, are top-notch in terms of strength and planning. In addition, after the 10-blade position needs to rely on strength, the two of them also felt the pressure and began to work hard and practice hard, not being pulled from the position of the 10 blades. Not to mention Luo and Yuta, their talents are infinitely strong. At this time, their strength has surpassed that of Kibsun and Feld, and they even faintly threaten the strength of the top 3. The people around saw that the people from Wangsu Hall took Sanji away, and they didn't take it seriously. After all, there were too many people coming to Moon Knight Island this time, and it was not uncommon for some brain dead to make trouble. But they couldn't make any waves, so they glanced over here and left. However, among the crowd, a civet cat with a small backpack happened to see Sanji being taken away, and wanted to run over, but was blocked by the crowd. Sanji was taken away by the people of Wangsu Palace? What happened? Chopper watched Sanji being taken away, and suddenly had a premonition that something was wrong. This can't help but remind him of the scene when Luo Bing was taken away by CP9. I found it. I must inform everyone of this news. Chopper was very anxious, took out the phone bug from his backpack, and informed everyone of the situation here. After knowing this situation, several members of the Straw Hat group including the phone bug became extremely dignified when they heard what Chopper said. Start to gather towards Chopper's position. Robin looked at Chopper and asked calmly, Chopper, what happened just now? Why was Sanji taken away by the people from Wangsu Palace? Chopper was about to cry, and gestured with hands and feet. I don't know what happened. After I came back from shopping, I saw that Sanji was taken away. I wanted to go and check, but there were too many people here. By the time I ran over, he had already been taken away. Nami frowned. With Sanji's character, it is impossible to provoke the people in Wangsu Palace. Could it be because he saw a beautiful woman? Then he went up to show his courtesy, but was taken away by the people in Wangsu Palace as troublemakers. This is the most likely thing to happen. Everyone knows Sanji's character. Although he treats women like a gentleman, he will run over to strike up a conversation the first time he sees a beautiful woman. It is also possible to be regarded as a troublemaker. This perverted cook. Soran's mouth twitched, but he narrowed his eyes. But we can't let Sanji be taken away like this, even if they are from Quincy. Well, do you want to do it with the people in Wangsu's temple? Usopp was scared to hear Soran's words. Nami shook her head. I don't know the situation yet. It's best not to have conflicts with the people in Wangsu's palace. If there is a fight, it will not end well. Quincy is Ace's uncle, and Ace is Luffy's brother. If you know this relationship, you shouldn't do anything to Sanji, but you still need to find Sanji first, and clear up the misunderstanding first. What kind of power Wangsu Palace is, they are naturally very clear. He is the uncrowned king of the New World, and they dare not provoke him easily. Moreover, there is still a relationship between Quincy and Ace. With the relationship between Ace and Luffy, if the people of Quincy know about it, they shouldn't do anything to Sanji. Robin looked at Frankie, and said calmly, Frankie, you should have Sanji's life paper, right? See where he is now. Frankie nodded, took out a stack of life papers from the chest of the machine, pulled out the one that belonged to Sanji, and put it in his hand. The life paper was made by Raleigh for all of them. Each of them has one, which can be used to determine the status of the partners and guide the way. It is usually kept in Frankie's hands. Judging from the life paper, Sanji's life is not in danger at this time. Where is the direction? Robin took out the map of Moonlight Island, pondered for a moment and said, it's in the area of the Vinsmoke family. The Vinsmoke family? Is it the legendary underground killer family? It used to be a big family in Bahai, and later joined the Wangsu Palace, and it is one of the 10 blades under the Wangsu Palace. Why was Sanji taken there? Could it be that there are people who are used to detain troublemakers? Several people present frowned. Nami asked an important point, what about Luffy now? Robin shook his head slightly and said, it's better not to let Luffy know now, otherwise, with his character, maybe something will happen. The rest of the people nodded. If Luffy, a weakling, knows what happened to Sanji, then, things will probably get worse. Anyway, let's go over there and have a look. First find Sanji and then, While several people were discussing, a voice suddenly came in. Hey, why are you all here? Are you all here to eat? Ha ha ha, the food here is really delicious, and there is no limit supply. Several people turned their heads to look, and their expressions changed slightly. Luffy looked at the crowd, saw that their expressions were a little strange, and asked suspiciously, huh? What's wrong with you? Several people present looked at each other in blank dismay, not knowing how to speak. What? Sanji was taken away. Luffy stopped doing it immediately after hearing the explanations from several people, and said angrily, where is he now? Chopper was honest, pointing in one direction, over there. After Luffy knew the location, he rushed over there with a whoosh, and left a sentence, I'll go and have a look first. Seeing this, the rest of them opened their mouths, trying to stop Luffy, but found that he had already run away. They knew that if Luffy found out about this, he would definitely blow up his hair. Hurry up and catch up. We can't make the situation more difficult. Nami wanted to slap Luffy, so can't you wait until we finish talking? It's not clear yet. I can't control that much now. Soran also gritted his teeth, and chased over there. The rest of the people are very helpless, and they can only act together. Several people soon came to the area of the Vinsmoke family. Here, it is guarded by heavy soldiers, surrounded by countless clone soldiers, and ordinary people cannot enter. Hey, Sanji, are you inside? Luffy yelled towards the inside, but didn't get a response, and didn't think much about it, and rushed in directly. And those clone soldiers, when they saw someone who dared to make trouble here, they were not polite, and rushed towards Luffy directly. A farce has begun. Come a few chapters to make it easier, fill in a hole by the way, and then directly enter the decisive battle. If it can't be finished at the end of the month, then it won't be too long at the beginning of next month. What happened to the Vinsmoke family naturally couldn't escape the attention of the people in Wangsu Palace. Soon, the news reached Yunya. Looking at the information, Yunya shook his head. These little guys are really making a fuss. How dare you make trouble on your own territory? But he also knew the specific reason. Neji, that guy actually forcibly kidnapped Sanji. No wonder Luffy and others would make a fuss. Yunya called Yachi and asked his subordinates to stop it. It's time for the food festival, and it's not good to make too much noise. Yes. Yachi nodded yes. Regarding this matter, she didn't take it seriously at first, but according to Yunya's meaning, don't make things too difficult for them? The Straw Hat Pirates? Do these have anything to do with adults? Yachi couldn't help but feel a little puzzled, but he didn't think too much about it. When he wanted to go down to deal with things, Luo walked in, saw Yachi, nodded to her, and then reported, "My lord, there is a warship coming over there. It seems to be someone from the Neo Navy, and we need to stop it." "Are they Neo Navy? People from Yeblade?" Yachi stopped and looked at Luo in surprise. Regarding what happened in the first half, she naturally knew that all members of the Neo Navy had entered the New World. But, how did the people from the Neo Navy come here? Yunya waved his hand and said, "Don't pay attention to them, just come. Moon Knight Island will not prevent anyone from landing." Yes. Luo nodded slightly, but there were many thoughts in his mind. The conflict between Yuren and the world government is also great. Could it be that he came here for the world government? Luo's mind was very quick, and he soon discovered an important point. The relationship between Nightblade and the world government is now well known in the world, and it can be said that it is similar to their Wangsu Palace. All see the world government as an enemy. Now that the people from the Neo Navy came to Moon Knight Island, it should not be as simple as a vacation and fun. Do you want to talk to adults? Luo guessed in his heart. It is worth mentioning that after Yunya ate the soul fruit, Doflamingo also extracted his soul. Through the memory of the soul level, he knew many secrets about the world government, but they were all insignificant information. It may have been useful to Yuni before, but now, it is no longer useful. Moreover, Doflamingo doesn't know much about Im. There are not too many records in their family. They are nothing more than guesses about Im's ability, and those who have successfully performed ageless surgery. However, there is still a more important point, that is, Im really controlled Uranus, the king of heaven, and Uranus, the king of heaven, is a kind of creature. In the past, he overthrew the kingdom of Joyboy with the help of the heavenly king Uranus. It's just that in the following hundreds of years, Im fell into a deep sleep for a long time, and in the end, the king Uranus never appeared. Their ancestors guessed and recorded that the king Uranus probably died because of that war, and Yimmu himself was probably injured because of that war, and he needs to sleep these things for a long time. After knowing what he wanted to know, Yunya handed Doflamingo to Luo to deal with. As for what Luo did to Doflamingo, Yunya had no intention of asking. The warship quickly landed, and after getting Yunya's approval, no one stopped the Neo Navy's people from landing. However, the landing of Neo Navy personnel on Moon Knight Island still caused quite a commotion. Although the Neo Navy is not an orthodox navy, their influence is no less than that of the Navy headquarters. It's all about fighting criminals? Now that there is actually a navy landing here, the people around are a little surprised when they see this. Moonlit Island will not prohibit people from the Navy or the world government from coming, but those who really have the courage to come here are also a minority. And it was so swaggering that it shocked countless people's jaws. A group of Neo Marines landed, and an area at the port was immediately emptied. At this time, most of the people on Moonlight Island were pirates and villains. When they saw the Navy, they had a natural sense of fear. Is this the Moon Knight Island? How imposing. Wearing a Neo Admiral's cloak, Xiao looked heroic. Looking at the whole picture of Moon Knight Island with her big shining eyes, she couldn't help but get excited. Although Xiao is no longer a little girl who has never seen the world, but such a magnificent island is rare for her. More importantly, this place is her brother Yunyi's property. Okay, don't play tricks, let's go in together. Yunya, who was also wearing a navy cloak, patted Xiao on the head, then looked at Zifa at the side and said with a smile, "Teacher, let's go together too." Saying that, Yunya walked towards the center of Wangsu's palace. Yeah, Zifa was also very curious. After knowing that the Quincy master was also Yunya, his heart was very uneasy. This disciple of himself is really a monster among monsters? Both identities are so powerful? This time Zifa came along with him to confirm the relationship between Quincy and Yuren. Okay, Xiao nodded and followed behind Yunya. And the people around, after seeing the people coming down from the warship, all gasped. Yeah, Nightblade. A Neos naval staff officer, former Admiral Zifa of the Navy headquarters. That's Lizzie Yunya from Neo Navy. Hey, am I dazzled? How could the senior management of their Neo Navy come here? Could it be that he wants to attack the Quincy? How is this possible? They have no reason to conflict. Is it possible that you are here for the world government? Hiss. If that's the case, things will get worse. Quick, follow up and have a look. After seeing Yunya and the others disembark, many people rubbed their eyes, thinking that they had misread it, but after a closer look, they were right. They were the top executives of the Neo Navy. Immediately, the people around showed disbelief. Surprise, fear, shock, all kinds of voices resounded around, each one seemed to have seen a ghost. What did they see? Yaren actually came to Moon Knight Island. Is it to deal with the world government? It's not impossible. However, if it is true, then, this will definitely be a sensation in the whole world. Big news, absolutely big news. Boy Yoon, is this really alright? Zifa frowned when he heard the discussions of the people around him. Yunya smiled. What's the problem? The world government should be the one to worry about. Seeing that Yunya's expression didn't look abnormal at all, Zifa knew that coming to Moon Knight Island was definitely not just because Sayawa wanted to come here. Among them, it is very likely that they are revealing a piece of news to everyone in the world, that is, the Nightblade and the Quincy may reach some kind of alliance to attack the world government together. This matter is terrible, and it will definitely make the people of the world government extremely vigilant. The three of them ignored the comments of other people around and walked straight towards the palace of Wangsu Palace. It didn't take long for the news of Yaren's entry into Moon Knight Island to spread throughout Moon Knight Island, and everyone who knew the news was in an uproar. And guess, what is the purpose of Yaren going to Moon Knight Island this time? On Gulen Tizalo's ship, the red-haired party on the island also knew the news. The red hair frowned. Yeblade? Why is this guy here? Ben Beckman took a puff of cigarette, exhaled white air and said, Yeblade and Quincy are enemies of the world government. If this news gets out, the world government won't be able to sit still. Yaren, I've heard of this name. Is it because you came here this time to trouble your lord? Yuta at the side remembered the name Yaren, knowing that he was as famous as the Quincy master, inevitably worried. She said, no, I want to go over and have a look, and I can't let Yuren destroy this place. With that said, Yuta got up and ran towards the headquarters of Wangsu Hall. This girl. Seeing Yuta's expression, the redhead felt a little jealous, as if her daughter had been abducted by others. Let's go and have a look together, Ben Beckman said. Alright, I'll also meet Yaren by the way. Although I know him, I haven't had much contact with him. The red hair also looked in the direction of Wangsu's palace. With that said, the group of people also walked towards the palace of Wangsu Palace. On the other side, the Whitebeard pirates and others in the duel area were a little surprised when they heard the news. Yuren and Quincy, these two are the most unprovoked existences in the world right now. No matter where it appears, it will be shocking. Not to mention that this is still the palace of Wangsu, the headquarters of the Quincy division. And the purpose of Yaren's coming here is very clear. He went directly to the palace of Wangsu's palace. He probably didn't come here for fun, but came to find the Quincy for other purposes. What will happen when these two meet? This is something no one could have expected. Whitebeard held the wine glass in his hand, took a sip and laughed. Gulala, what is Yaren doing here? Is it for the world government? Now the world government is going to have a headache. Father, I'll go over there and take a look. Ace was a little worried in his heart. When he was in the Shambord Islands, he had seen the Nightblade fight against the Quincy. There have also been conflicts between the two parties. Moreover, the two didn't decide the winner in that battle, but Quincy said that the winner will wait until Yaren goes to the New World to fight again. Could it be that Nightblade came for this purpose? Seeing that Ace's face was serious, Whitebeard narrowed his eyes slightly, and said with a smile, the duel field hasn't started yet, so let's join in the fun. And the members of CP0 who were hiding in the dark quickly passed the news to the world government through the hidden phone bug. The complexions of the 5 old stars in the holy land of Marijoa changed slightly. What did you say? Yaren is on Moon Knight Island at this time? What's going on? Tell me in detail. Damn it, keep investigating, don't let go of any information. Hang up the call with CP0. At the meeting, the faces of the 5 people were extremely serious. One person said with a sullen face, it's not good, if these two join hands, even Master Yim may not be able to annihilate them. Yuren and Quincy joining hands is the last thing they want to see. They are very clear about the strength of these two people. They are already very overwhelmed by one person. If they join forces, they would never want to see it. The other person took a deep breath and said, not necessarily, there is no conflict between these two people, and, from the past experience, they have no intersection, and they have fought more than once. It should not happen like this matter. Skull Island and Shambord Islands, both of them have fought before, and the possibility of joining forces is very small. However, even if it is small, this possibility cannot be ruled out. Headache, 5 people are very headache. Another person also spoke. Master Yim said that this time of deep sleep will be the last time to sleep, and when he wakes up again, Lord Yim should have a way to deal with the two of them. You know, it was Lord Yim who once took action to give that kingdom to. I hope so. Let the people of CP0 pay close attention. Now, we can't do anything anymore. We can only rely on Lord Im. The Navy also needs to pay close attention. They have already come up with other ideas. If necessary, they need to be dealt with. The 5 old stars are powerless to deal with the current situation. They can only entrust the final victory to Im. The news of Yaren's landing on the island was naturally noticed by the people of Wangsu Hall immediately, but they did not choose to stop them because of the orders of their own adults. The island is full of wind and clouds, and those who know the news are all approaching here at the first time. They also want to know whether there will be a conflict between Yaren and Quincy at the first time. At this time, the 10 blades who were relatively close had already gathered in front of the palace, waiting for the arrival of the Night Blade with solemn expressions. Hiss, the 10 blades of Wangsu Palace, the Black Rose Knight 7, the Death Surgeon Terrafalgar Luo, and the 2 former kings of the Dark World. It's such a grand occasion, there are several 10 blades gathered. Nonsense, who is Yurin? This is an existence with the same reputation as the Quincy, so it is reasonable to treat it so seriously. Could it be a fight? It shouldn't be possible. If you fight here, even if the Night Blade is very strong, you may not be able to win. People around saw this ostentation. Several 10 blades from Wangsu Hall were shocked, but they also took it for granted. Yaren, what's your purpose for coming here? Although Yachi knew about Yaren's arrival, he didn't expect him to come here directly, and his expression was very serious. The rest of the 10 blades also looked very solemn, staring at Yaren. It's a big show, but I'm not here to fight with you, get out of the way, I want to see the Quincy. Yaren looked at the movements of the 10 blades, nodded indistinctly, for them he is still very satisfied with this move. Hearing Yaren's words, several people narrowed their eyes slightly, just as they were about to speak. From the palace, a voice came, let them come in, you guys, wait outside first. Yes. Hearing his lord speak, several people gave way, but they still looked at Yurin and the 3 of them vigilantly. Yurin smiled and led Xiao and Zifa into the palace. Along the way, neither Xiao nor Zifa spoke. Pushing open a door, the 3 of them walked in. Xiao and Zifa glanced around, and finally their eyes stayed on a figure in front of them. That's Yunye's body clone, Quincy Master? Quincy. Zifa narrowed his eyes and looked at Quincy carefully. No matter in face shape or temperament, Quincy is obviously different from Yunye next to him. Are these 2 people really the same person? Before thoroughly confirming the relationship between Quincy Master and Yunye, Zifa was a little worried, so this time, he followed them together. Yun, brother Yunye. Xiao was a little nervous, looking at Quincy, and then at Yunye beside him, trying to see the commonality between the 2. Xiao has always been curious about the Quincy. Seeing that the 2 of them were still a bit vigilant, Yunye stretched out his hand to grab where Quincy was, and then, with a flash of black light, Quincy turned into a black bead, which Yunye held in his hand. Yunye looked at the 2 of them, mainly focusing on Zifa, and said with a smile, Teacher, if you want to explain, if I can tell you, I will tell you. Bead? Doppelganger? What ability is this? Seeing this scene, Zifa's pupils shrank, and his heart was a little shaken. Zifa can be considered a well-informed person, but this is the first time he has seen this miraculous scene. A person turned into a bead? However, the devil fruit ability in this world is also very rare, and it cannot be said that there is no such type of ability. After all, there are still many avatar abilities. After hearing Yunye's words, Zifa pondered for a while. Did he want to know the secret about Yunye? I thought about it a bit, but this is Yunye's secret after all. He sighed, shook his head and said, forget it, everyone has their own secrets, no matter what your position is, as long as it doesn't endanger the safety of ordinary people. I can tell that people living on Moon Knight Island, the happiness on your face is not fake, you are doing well. Zifa's mentality has changed. It is no longer the previous idea that justice is absolute and evil should be eradicated. Differences in positions cannot be fully explained. In war, it is impossible to explain who is right and who is wrong. After knowing that Quincy Master is indeed some kind of avatar ability of his disciples, he is also completely relieved. As for why Yunye came up with the identity of a Quincy Master, he didn't intend to go into details. I don't understand. It's good that the teacher can understand. Seeing Zifa's appearance, Yunye also smiled, and didn't say anything more. In fact, Yunye didn't know how to explain it. At most, he used the devil fruit ability to fool the past. It was impossible for him to reveal the system, the bead in his mind, and the fact that he was a time traveler. Yai is someone close to him. Throwing the orb of righteousness, he became the Quincy again. Xiao wasn't nervous this time, she just rushed forward, grabbed Quincy's right hand, and said excitedly, Brother Yunye, is this your ability? Quincy patted Xiao on the head, feeling a little helpless, and said, well, it's part of my ability. Then why is the ability of your avatar different from that of the main body? The familiar touch made Xiao squint her eyes slightly, her eyes were shining brightly, and she let go completely, chattering, asking this and that. My ability is quite special. I don't know how to explain the specific reason. Oh, then I won't ask. Xiao is still very sensible, if this is Yunye's secret, she will not ask too much. As long as you know that the Quincy Master is you, Brother Yunye? Okay, let's go out. Now the outside is full of people. Today is the day of the food festival, so don't make people feel scared. Yunye said with a smile. That's right, with your 2 identities, seeing each other is enough to make people feel nervous. Zifa smiled wryly. He could imagine the inner thoughts of the people outside at this time. No matter what the reason was, the meeting between the 2 strong men, Yurin and Quincy, would make people guess. Even if nothing happened, it is enough to make people think about it. Not to mention that the 2 have a common enemy, it's hard not to think about it. But who can imagine that these two people are actually the same person? Okay, after I go out, I'm going to eat delicious food. I heard that even Bihai's specialties are available here. I also miss the food of Bihai. Xiao let go of Quincy's right hand and returned to Yunyi's room around. Here, you can eat whatever you want. Yunya smiled. Hey, Xiao showed a naive smile. If people see it, it's hard to imagine that this is the Neo Vice Admiral known as Lizzie Yunya. In the outside world at this time, after Yaren entered the palace of Wangsu Palace, the scene became quiet. It seems to be waiting for something. What will the Night Blade and the Quincy talk about in the meeting? Why did Zifa and Yunya go in together? Is their meeting this time for the threat of the world government? Many people are guessing in their hearts. Yuda, Hongfa, and the others also rushed over. After seeing the red hair, many people gasped, but they didn't expect the red hair to come too. Immediately afterwards, the people around saw the man with the white beard again, and were shocked again. What happened? Now the strongest forces in the new world are here? Could it be? Many people dare not think about it. Could it be that this food festival is not just a feast? Quincy is about to make a big move? A group of people began to think about it. Of course, things are not what they thought at all. This food festival is mainly because Yunya wants to let the people under him relax in the final decisive battle, and it is not as much as other people think. As for the arrival of the red-haired, white-bearded and others, they are just here to join in the fun. The palace door opened, and the four of them walked out. The people around quickly looked around, but found that there was nothing wrong with the expressions of the few people. What did Yaren and Quincy talk about inside? The people present couldn't help being curious, but no one dared to speak. The red-haired and white-bearded people looked at the four people who appeared with strange eyes. The situation seemed not as bad as they imagined, and the two did not fight. My lord. Several 10 blades gathered around, bowed to Quincy, and remained vigilant about Yaren. Quincy waved his hand, looked at the people around, and said calmly, let's spread out. Wow. After the Quincy master gave an order, the people around him almost dispersed in the next moment, not daring to gather around here anymore, but they were always guessing what the two of them were talking about. They really want to know, but they dare not stay here any longer. Except for the red-haired and white-bearded people who stayed where they were, the rest of the crowd dispersed. The time went back to 10 minutes ago. The residence of the Vinsmoke family. At this time, Sanji was captured and taken to the residence of the Vinsmoke family. Jiaji and others naturally received the news from Niji, knowing that Sanji was caught by him and brought here. Sanji was tightly bound, his face a little gloomy, and after Niji took him to a room, he left a sentence, as the royal family of the Vinsmoke family, you can't go to see your father like this. Get your appearance up quickly. Father wants to see you. Oh, by the way, don't think about it. I know your friends are all on the island, for their lives, you should know what to do. After that, he laughed and left. This tone, this attitude, proper villain style. Damn it. In the room, Sanji slammed the table hard, his face as cold as ice. At this time, a few maids came in from the outside. After seeing Sanji, they were a little timid. They were very familiar with other royal families, but it was the first time they saw the new Third Highness, so they were a little scared. One of the maids said gracefully, His Royal Highness Sanji, please go to the bathroom to take a shower and change clothes. His Royal Highness wants to see you. After seeing a few beauties, Sanji suddenly changed from a gloomy expression to a nympho face, and subconsciously wanted to rush over, beauty sister. Yeah. The maids were taken aback and took a few steps back, a little scared. Seeing this scene, Sanji quickly stopped his movements and his expression returned to normal, but his hands were clenched tightly, and he didn't know what he was thinking in his heart. He lit a cigarette and took a puff and said, I see, put your things down. Yes, your highness. Several maids glanced at Sanji cautiously, nodded, put down the things, and left. But after leaving, the maids started talking in low voices. Although Sanji-sama is very good looking, I didn't expect to show that expression. It scared me just now. His Highness Sanji seems to have been away from the Vinsmoke family for a long time, and he just came back. It is normal to be a little nervous. It's a good thing that no one else can imagine if it can be seen by the royal family of Vinsmoke. The royal highnesses did not put on the airs of the royal family towards us servants. Oh, what are you all thinking? Several maids chatted and laughed and disappeared at the corner of the corridor. Those people still haven't changed. Sanji took a puff of cigarette and let it out slowly. In his opinion, the performance of the maids just now showed that his family still behaved like that. Pai, don't treat ordinary people as human beings at all. But Sanji didn't know that the reason why the maids were taken aback was not because they were afraid that he was the royal family of the Vinsmoke family, but because they were frightened by his expression. At this time, there was a sound of pushing the door, and a tall and beautiful figure walked in. After seeing Sanji, he also smiled and said, I heard Niji talk about it before, and I thought it was fake, but I didn't expect it to be true. You, Sanji. Reiju walked to a sofa and sat down on her own, crossing her legs and looking at Sanji. Sanji remained silent. Reiju looked at Sanji with her chin propped up, and said with a smile, you are so indifferent. Don't you want to say something when you face the sister you haven't seen for more than 10 years? Sanji's face darkened. I have already severed the blood relationship with you. Oh, that's really a pity. I also want you to know about the changes in the family over the years. Reiju still smiled. Change. Sanji sneered, become more ruthless, and become more ignorant of human life. That's not necessarily true. Over the years, my father has changed a lot, and so have the others. All of this is due to the adults. Reiju suddenly realized what Sanji was thinking about, so she didn't say much, but her smile was a little meaningful. Stand up. So this kid thought that the current Vinsmoke family is still the cold-blooded and ruthless family it used to be. Reiju was a little funny, but thinking about it, the behavior of their family was very cruel. However, after being taken under the command of Master Quincy later, Jiaji's character changed. He was no longer as ruthless as before, and he also became very concerned about the children. All of this was due to Yunya. For Yunyi, Reiju is still very grateful. Sanji sneered. He didn't believe what Reiju said. If those people could change, he would eat it. Write his name upside down. Clean up yourself. As the 10 blades under Quincy, you can't dress too poorly. Reiju stood up, waved at Sanji, and left the room. Before coming to the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking at the scenery outside the window, he murmured to himself, I hope this time, they won't make things difficult for Luffy and them. After a brief wash, Sanji changed into the costumes belonging to the Vinsmoke royal family, and led by the maid, went to a room. Pushing open the door, Sanji glanced at a not-so-big round table, and several members of the Vinsmoke family were already seated. Gage closed his eyes and sat on the main seat. The rest of the people also sat down according to a certain pattern, but their expressions were a little helpless and bored. After seeing Sanji coming, Gage opened his eyes and shot at Sanji. The rest of the people, except for Neji who was still lying on the table without looking up, looked at Sanji with scrutiny. Both Iji and Yuji narrowed their eyes, looking up and down. Reiju smiled and waved at Sanji. Sanji, come here. Sanji glanced at the so-called family members who were seated, and sat down in his seat without saying a word. Gage said blankly, is this how you treat your father whom you haven't seen for a long time? Sanji. Father. Sanji sneered, looking straight into Gage's eyes. I don't have a father like you, and even if I did, it wouldn't be you. Hearing Sanji's words, the people who were seated all looked at Sanji with strange eyes, and even Neji raised his head. Several people said to themselves, you are so brave, Sanji. Now Jiaji is not the former Jiaji. As one of the 10 blades in Wangsu Palace, His Majesty has left a deep impression on the hearts of several children, and even they dare not speak to their father like this. Of course, the usual Jiaji is still very talkative. Well, it seems that you are still hostile to me back then. Gage was not annoyed. He changed the subject, looked at a maid and ordered, bring the food. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Several maids responded, and soon, countless exquisite foods were served. Putting it on the round table, Reiju, Iji, Neji, and Yuji all thanked the maid who served them food, and the maid just smiled and went down. Okay, let's start. Gage looked at the children and said lightly, hey, Dad, there was news just now that the Commander-in-Chief of the Neo Navy, Yaren, has landed on the island, and the duel field is about to start. You let us sit down and eat at this time. It's very disappointing. Okay, I still want to join in the fun. Yangji inserted a piece of meat into his mouth and chewed, looking at Jiaji and said with some dissatisfaction. Jiaji glanced at Yangji, curled his lips and said, with your strength, even if you go to the duel field, you won't get a good ranking. Why don't you just patrol for me honestly? For Sanji being brought back this time, he still attaches great importance to it. He forcibly called all his sons and daughters back, and specially prepared this family banquet. As for Sanji, he didn't intend to do anything, just meet and have a meal. Neji also sneered, and said disdainfully, as far as your strength is concerned, it is estimated that you can't even beat Sanji now. If you go to the duel arena to participate in the competition, you will be brushed off soon, so don't embarrass our Vinsmoke family. Already. Iji also nodded approvingly, expressing his agreement. What are you talking about? I can't even beat Sanji? Who do I look down on? Yangji was immediately annoyed, glared at Neji, then looked at Sanji, curled his lips and said, how could I not even be able to beat a crane tail? That's not necessarily true. The current Sanji is very strong. You may not be able to beat him. Reiju stood aside. She was not very clear about Sanji's current strength, but I saw the battle between Neji and Sanji just now. If it wasn't for Sanji's carelessness, maybe the victory and defeat would not be so easy to tell. Among the few of them, Yuji's strength ranks at the bottom. At this stage, he should not be able to beat the serious Sanji. With a snap, Yangji jumped up, looked at Sanji, squinted his eyes. Sanji, come out. I want to fight you. I really don't believe it. I can't even beat you. The tail of a crane. Sanji didn't answer Yuji's words, but raised his brows. He always felt that the meeting this time was somewhat beyond his expectation, and it was a little weird. Among these people, they would actually say thank you to the maid? How could they sit and eat together in such harmony? Although it looked a little quarrelsome, but this feeling gave Sanji a sense of home. But how is this possible? How could these people have feelings? They can't be acting, but for what? For me? Impossible, absolutely impossible? Sanji became inexplicably terrified. Was LSD put in the meal? Is he hallucinating? Okay, even though it's a family banquet, it's not proper to yell and shout during the meal. Jiaji looked at Yangji and snorted coldly. Seeing Geiji getting angry, Yangji could only sit down resentfully, but he was still very unconvinced. He is the 4th son of the Vinsmoke family, an elite warrior of the Vinsmoke family, and he can't beat Sanji, the former crane tail? Sanji has been eating food in silence. The scene in front of him shocked his three views, but not to mention, the food is delicious, although it is not as good as his craftsmanship, but in other places, you can also open a restaurant up. Several people were talking and laughing while eating, and they were almost finished. Sanji was silent the whole time, didn't speak, was still thinking about something unreasonable, and didn't recover. But at this time, the phone bug in Jiaji's arm suddenly rang. He picked it up, raised his brows when he heard the words coming from inside, looked at Sanji and said, "Someone broke in from outside, it should be your friends. Since you are done eating, then you should leave. Don't make too much noise, or the adults will punish me. You want to let me go?" Sanji raised his head in surprise. "Otherwise, let you eat dry food here? My Vinsmoke family doesn't raise waste." Gage glanced at Sanji, and said lightly, "You have your own life, and I will not interfere with you, but, occasionally if you get tired of playing, you can come back. Even if you can't get along in the new world, the Vinsmoke family can support you." After speaking, Jiaji got up and left the room without looking back. Being able to say these words to Sanji is already his limit. But even so, he still felt a little nauseous. Moreover, he doesn't know how to deal with the relationship with Sanji. In the past, my attitude towards Sanji was not so good, and I didn't even treat him as a son. He doesn't know how to ease this relationship. Simply don't think too much what to do, as long as you know that Sanji is doing well now. Sanji was in a daze the whole time. What's the situation? This is, he thought that these so-called family members found him this time and planned to keep him. But I didn't expect, just let him come here for a meal? Gage once told him that the Vinsmoke family doesn't raise waste, but, this time it feels a little different from the last time. Finally, it's over. Father really, he actually asked me to eat with this crane tail, wasting my time. Nig got up cursing, and left without looking back. I still have a task, so I'm leaving first. Yuji glanced at Sanji and said, "Work hard, don't lose our family's reputation outside, otherwise, no matter where you are, I will find you, beat you up." Cut, it's boring. I'm going to the duel field. It seems that a lot of great people have come this time. Yongji also pouted and left. I've said it all, their recent changes are a bit big. How is it? Do you feel different? Reijo looked at Sanji with a smile. "Don't worry. Father didn't intend to do anything to you, he just invited you to come. It's just a meal, but you should go and see your companions first. If there is trouble in Wangsu's palace, the adults will not be happy." After speaking, Reijo waved her hand and left. Sanji sat on the spot without moving, looked at the empty plate with no food left on the table, twitched the corner of his mouth, and cursed in a low voice. I don't know why. After eating the last bite of food, he also left the room and rushed towards the place where the commotion occurred. The Straw Hats had already rushed to the palace at this time, but were blocked by the clone troopers, and a battle was taking place. Seeing Sanji appear, they were also overjoyed and came towards this side. Seeing Sanji, all the clones present saluted Sanji respectfully, His Royal Highness Sanji. Sanji was a little overwhelmed, and quickly waved his hands. "Okay, you all step back." "Yes." The Clone Legion saluted respectfully, carried the injured away, and left here. Several members of the Straw Hats looked at Sanji with some doubts when they saw this scene. Why was Sanji able to order them? "Sanji, are you okay?" Luffy ran over and looked Sanji up and down. What? I'm fine." Sanji didn't know how to explain. "They didn't do anything to you, did they? What's going on here? Why were you taken away by the Vinsmoke family?" Everyone chirped and asked. Faced with the probing eyes of several people, Sanji scratched his scalp, twitched the corners of his mouth, and said awkwardly, "I forgot to tell you, I am a member of the Vinsmoke family, the third son of the Vinsmoke family. Yes, from now on, call me Zishin." Alas. Several members of the Straw Hats showed surprise expressions. Sanji, the royal family of the Vinsmoke family? The royal family of the 10 Blades under Quenching Division? What a joke! Besides, what the hell is Zishin? The movement of the Vinsmoke family's residents naturally cannot escape the perception of the strong present. Yaren looked over there, smiled and said, "It's really interesting that someone dares to make trouble on your territory." Quincy also looked over there, and said calmly, "It's just a bunch of little guys playing around." The red hair also spread the knowledge, and after knowing it was Luffy, he was surprised. "Hey, it's Luffy and the others. It's really him." Ace also spread his sense of knowledge, detecting the aura of Luffy and others. For some reason, after knowing that it was Luffy who made the noise, he was not surprised. Instead, he looked at Quincy cautiously. "Uncle, that Straw Hat Luffy is my younger brother. Now Moon Knight Island is holding a food festival, which is not a big deal for Wangsu Palace. If someone makes trouble, the people in Wangsu Palace will not sit idly by." He is a little worried. The Quincy looked at him, understood what he meant, and said, "I know, but since there is trouble on the island, a small punishment is still required." Quincy showed an inexplicable smile. "Straw Hat Luffy, one of the supernova pirates, should not be weak. Then, let him go to the duel arena to compete." Directed to Luo, who was on the side. "Luo, you are also one of the former supernovas. You should know more or less people from the Straw Hat Pirates. You go and bring all the people from the Straw Hat Pirates to the duel field. Let there it is a small punishment for several main players to participate in the competition." "Yes, my lord." Luo took the order and left the spot in a flash. Looking around the crowd, Quincy said with a smile, the competition over the duel field is about to start. If you are interested, you can go there and have a look, and those who are interested can also participate in this competition. No matter what you are, everyone can participate. Gulala, let's go there together, and let's see how noisy the little guys of this generation are. Because of the relationship between Ace and Quincy, Whitebeard has no conflict of interest between the two parties, but they get along relatively harmoniously. Moreover, Whitebeard also faintly intends to abdicate, and he intends to let Ace take his place. Oh, is Luffy going to participate? Then I'll join in the fun. Ace was also excited. He hadn't competed with Luffy for a long time. I also want to see Luffy's current strength. When they met in Shamboard Islands and Music Island, Ace wanted to see Luffy's strength. However, something was wrong at that time, so they each left after a brief exchange of pleasantries. Now is the chance. Then, how about including me? At this moment, a voice suddenly interjected. When everyone looked around, they saw a blonde young man wearing a top hat walking towards him, and beside him was a petite beauty with a beautiful appearance. It is none other than the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo, and his little girlfriend Kurla. Hey, Sabo, are you here too? Ace was a little surprised when he saw Sabo, but soon, a look of joy appeared on his face. After learning that Sabo was not dead, he wanted to meet Sabo, but he never found the opportunity, and the traces of the Revolutionary Army were still hard to find. Later, the Revolutionary Army fell into the sand in the Holy Land, and he wanted to go directly to the Holy Land to rescue Sabo. It's just that before he could act, the Quincy division had already killed the Holy Land, and the members of the Revolutionary Army also ran out in the chaos. Long time no see, Ace. Sabo looked at Ace with a sunny smile. This is also the first time they met after they left Goa Kingdom, and Sabo was also very happy. After a brief chat with Ace, Sabo looked at the Quincy, and after a salute, he said, the last time you left in a hurry, you haven't expressed your thanks to you. Reach out. Your Revolutionary Army came to see Vegapunk, right? Quincy said lightly. Haha, maybe. Sabo showed embarrassment on his face, which was also one of the purposes of his visit this time. Being exposed by the Quincy in public made him a little embarrassed. Yunya didn't care about this, Quincy said indifferently. Then, everyone, please go to the duel field. Are the three brothers going to compete? This makes me interested. The red-haired also laughed. He also has some understanding of the relationship between Luffy and Saboise. Yurin said to Zayawa, if you are interested, you can also participate. I heard that you still have some friendship with the Straw Hat Pirates. Is it possible? Zayawa showed a big smile. When she was in Alabasta, she also met the members of the Straw Hat Pirates once, and they fought together. She even fought against the three main players of the Straw Hats. But the three of them were not her opponents at the beginning. After hearing that Yunyi admired the Straw Hats, Zayawa naturally had the idea of not admitting defeat. During this period of time, the training was also very hard. Yunyi also saw this, and made this suggestion to Zayawa. Then I'll go over there too, with Luffy's personality. Ace knew Luffy's personality. If Luo's attitude was tougher, Luffy would not listen, so, in order not to make things worse again, he also planned to go there. I'll go there too, I haven't seen Luffy for a long time. Sabo also went there. The big guys are meaningless to this. Faced with this competition, these old guys will naturally not make a move, but if there is a good show to watch, who wouldn't be happy? A group of people headed towards the duel field, and Luo's figure teleported several times, and he also came to the residence of the Vinsmoke family, and met the people of the Straw Hat Pirates. Luo's attitude was neither good nor bad, but with Luffy's personality, he naturally wouldn't listen to others, and the two sides almost fought. Later, Ace and Sabo appeared, and Luffy didn't do anything. Ace also wiped off his sweat, but fortunately he came here in time, otherwise with Luffy's temper, things would probably be a big mess. Sabo is also very speechless. After so many years, Luffy's character has not changed much. The members of the Straw Hats were also relieved to see Ace and Sabo appear, and they finally stopped making trouble. This is the domain of the Quincy Master. If you offend him, what's the deal? Oh, do you want to compete with Ace and Sabo? Luffy immediately became excited when he heard this, looked at the two, grinned and said, now I have grown up, and I will not lose to you. The three of them used to compete frequently when they were young, but he was the one who was beaten. As for Ace and Sabo, the two are evenly matched. Now with this opportunity, Luffy naturally wants to rise up. A group of people also went to the duel field. Soon, the competition in the duel field began. The people who appeared on the stage were the captain of the second team of Whitebeard, and Ace the Fire Fist. Sabo, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. The Straw Hat Pirates, one of the Supernovas. Thundercloud Ye of Neo Navy, a member of the Vinsmoke family, a combatant under the Ten Blades banner. There are also other powerful players with high bounties who are well known in the New World, making the people in the field burst into high enthusiasm. Because of the large number of people, it is impossible to compete one by one, but a melee? Ace felt a little helpless when he saw the dense crowd of people in the field. Although he knew that there were many people who came for the Billion Baileys, he didn't expect so many. The venue was almost full of people. I have long wanted to have the three brothers appear in the same frame. It is my own idea. If the readers talk about water, I will also recognize it. Then, let's clear the scene first. Ace's pupils glared, and the domineering look gushed out of his body. Ace, do you really have the Overlord's color? Lu Fei grinned, and the same Overlord's color came out, colliding with Ace's Overlord's color. Huh? Overlord looked domineering? Interesting. In another place, a pirate with a high bounty also frowned and sneered, and the Overlord look in his body also gushed out. Overlord color is not uncommon in the New World, but there are not many who can use it freely, and there are even a few who can be entangled in attacks. With a sound of buzz, another domineering look also burst out. Crack. Several Overlord-colored collisions created purple-black thunder in midair. The chaotic Overlord color was released in disorder, causing nearly half of the people in the field to fall into a coma. The collision of Overlord color. Straw Hat Luffy and Fire Fist Ace actually have the Overlord look. The others are all great pirates of the New World. This is a good show to watch. In the stands, there were also people discussing. Room. Luo opened up his ability to move the fainted person out without being affected. With a bang, the Overlord color conflict stopped, and this time the Overlord color collision was like a flare gun for the start of the battle. The field became completely chaotic, and the scuffle began. Sanji, you really dare to come to participate in the competition, so don't blame me for attacking you. Yuji looked at Sanji, grinning grinningly, and with a click on his body, he put on his combat uniform and stepped on his feet. The jet impact increased his speed several times, and he came to the top of Sanji's head like a teleportation, and punched him down, winch hard hit. The me now is not the tail of the crane I used to be, Yuji. Sanji took a puff of cigarette, and after the family banquet, he could see that Geiji and the others had changed a lot, and it didn't even bring him the kind of after feeling disgusted. He no longer rejected the matter of acknowledging the royal family of the Vinsmoke family. Lean meat kick. His feet were covered with armed domineering, and he kicked towards Yangji. With a boom, a shock wave swept across, and the two retreated at the same time. Immediately afterwards, he rushed out again, and the collision of fists and feet erupted with roars. Who do you think will win between the two of them? On the high platform, Reijo looked at Sanji and Yuji who were fighting on the screen, and looked at Iji next to him. Iji shook his head and said, I don't know, although I have seen the battle between Neji and Sanji before, I have already overestimated Sanji's strength. I didn't expect him to be beyond my expectations. He is not wearing a technical suit. You can still compete with Yuji, and Sanji's armed color seems to be more concise than Yuji's. Reijo smiled and said, it is precisely because Sanji does not have our steel body, so he is more proficient than us in the training of domineering. After all, adults often mention that being beaten can also inspire armed color. Several royal families of the Vinsmoke family, although they have learned two-color domineering at Yunyi's request, their progress is not very fast. It is probably because of their bodies that are comparable to steel that they are not so sensitive in some aspects, and they cannot master the use of domineering in every detail. It can be said that they may not be able to train their armed domineering to a high level in their whole life. Jiaji was also on the side, and did not intervene in the conversation between the two, but at this time he spoke lightly, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. It's time to decide the winner. Reiju and Iji also looked at it. In the field, Sanji spun on the spot, his right leg became red and hot, the devil's crazy feet. Haha, I'm right up here, can you still hit me? Sanji. Yuji laughed loudly, and a shock shot out from his feet, making him levitate in the air, looking down at Sanji below. Sanji popped out the cigarette butt and exhaled, then you should be careful. The terrifying strength of the left leg exploded instantly, causing Sanji to soar into the sky like a bird, and the right leg kicked sharply. You, who have no ability to stay in the air, dare to fight with me in the air. Yangji smiled triumphantly, and another impact erupted from his feet, allowing him to avoid the attack while rushing directly towards Sanji, who said I don't have the ability to stay in the air. Uebu. Sanji exerted force on his feet, and with a bang, there was a sudden explosion in the air, and he stepped on the air, causing his body to disappear suddenly and appear on his face next to Yangji, who was showing a proud look. His right leg was like a hook, and he volleyed towards Yangji's chest, the finishing touch shot. With a boom, this blow hit Yangji's chest hard, and the terrifying impact made Yangji grunt. Fortunately, his body is unique and he was not harmed by the high temperature, but he was also kicked by Sanji. It hit the ground directly and lost consciousness. Sanji landed and lit himself a cigarette. The victory and defeat have been divided. Hey, Haijan, I haven't forgotten the last failure. On the other side, Soran also focused on Xiaowa, and he was very impressed with Xiaowa. Xiaowa was the one who made him understand that slashing can still be used in this way. 36 Trouble wins. The three knives were unsheathed, Soran tied the turban, his eyes became sharper, he slashed horizontally, and a slash came out along the ground, directly slashing Xiaowa. It's you, the green-haired swordsman. Xiaowa also recognized Soran. When he was in Alabasta, Soran challenged her, but she easily defeated her. Now I am very surprised to see the sharp aura on Soran's body. Back then, he didn't have the aura he has now. However, she is stronger. The long sword in Xiaowa's hand was out of its sheath, and the electric pattern was chaotic, and the blade was clear and sharp. It was Lakey, the 21-handed sword, and it was Yunyi's gift to Xiaowa. Slash. Xiaowa smiled slightly, and slashed at random. The same slash pierced through the air, and collided with Soran's slash. With a sound of boom, the two struck and collided, and suddenly shattered, turning into countless sword chi and shooting around, creating ravines. I've improved a lot, Udeolioliki. Xiao's body suddenly surged with the power of thunder, gathered on the edge of the sword, and slashed down with one sword again. The thunder suddenly condensed a little, and then exploded suddenly. A thunder slash burst out, and the thunder shot from the end of the slash in all directions, making a chirping sound, like 1,000 birds singing together. The power is unparalleled. 108 troublesome winds. Soran bit Hidei's words. Golden light burst out from his eyes, his knowledge caught the attack, and he leaped into the air in a flash. Cut out a terrifying slash. Shave. Xiao didn't change her face. The plasma rose from her feet, turning into animal claws. She moved a few times. Her figure disappeared in place like a teleportation, and when she reappeared, she had already reached the top of Soran's head. The sword's edge and thunder raged, and the sword swung down. Soran came to his senses in an instant, twisted his body violently, and the two knives in his hands danced together, colliding with Xiao's sword. With the sound of boom, Soran only felt a powerful force attacking him. This force overwhelmed him, causing his body to fall from the sky at high speed, and smashed a huge hole in the ground, but soon rushed out again and fought with Xiao. The voice of Qiang came, but Soran became more frightened as he fought. Although he was stronger than Xiao in terms of swordsmanship, he was actually suppressed in terms of strength. One force down 10 times, Soran is still at a disadvantage when facing Xiao. In that case, let me show you my ability. Xiao split Soran with a sword. Her figure was tall and straight, and a few rays of lightning appeared in her eyes, and then, the plasma suddenly exploded on Xiao's body, turned into ears, tail, even the hands and feet were covered in plasma, turning into the paws of cats. There was an electric frequency sound of chirping, and a ferocious aura erupted from Xiao's body and radiated out. This is the phantom beast species of Mau fruit, the white tiger of thunder. You have to be careful. One sword flow thunder's ultimate slash. Xiao smiled slightly, high-energy lightning gathered on the blade, and the thick plasma burst out suddenly, like a blooming flower, roasting everything around her coke. The sword was condensed to the extreme. Yunya's eyes showed a sharp color, and she slashed down with a sharp sword. With a sound of buzz, a lightning strike over 100 meters triggered the strobe thunder, and slashed straight towards Soran. Ghost Chi 9 blades Azura demonic 9 flashes appeared on his body with 3 heads and 6 arms. Soran's body was filled with ghostly aura. When he saw the thunder and lightning attack, he rushed out without fear, and the illusory sword blade at this moment, it seemed as if it was real. Every time the sword was cut, it was a terrifying shock. 9 consecutive swords slashed at one point at the same time, colliding with Xiao's slash. Boom. The surrounding sword chi crisscrossed and swept out, with a radius of 100 meters. They were all cut by the sword chi, and traces appeared. But facing Xiao's sword, Soran only felt that his slash seemed to be slashing on a mountain, and his attack could not be shaken at all. Moreover, the power of thunder and lightning was transmitted along the blade in his hand, making his body numb and stiff for a moment. It is precisely because of this that the next moment, Soran vomited blood and flew upside down. After flying upside down for hundreds of meters, he smashed into the ground, smashing out a huge hole in the ground. Xiao restrained her momentum, touched the hair cut off by Soran's sword energy, and smiled slightly in Soran's direction. Although I have become much stronger, I am not without progress. However, I was extremely surprised in my heart. This green-haired guy became stronger so fast. Last time, I defeated him without any effort. This time, I became serious and even used my ability to defeat him. No wonder Brother Yunyi is so optimistic about him. If it wasn't for the teachings of Brother Yunyi and Teacher Zifa, and his ability to rely on the devil fruit instead of pure swordsmanship, otherwise, it would be hard to say this time. And on a stand, Eagle Eyes looked at the two winners in the field, and an inexplicable look flashed in his eyes. The swordsmanship of these two people is not weak. Moreover, there is the shadow of urine on that little girl. Is she his disciple? However, that green-haired kid is also very good. He even surpassed that little girl in terms of swordsmanship. The talent in swordsmanship is obviously better. As long as you give these two people time to grow, one day, both of them can grow to their own level. However, now he is no longer the one standing at the top. There is a Nightblade above him. Hawkeye looked in the direction of Urine. His eyes were full of light. If possible, he would like to compete with Urine again, but he knew that the current self would no longer be Urine's opponent. He also saw in the image, Yaren's sword that spanned half of the sea area. The current him is far from being able to do this. The other side. Second gear, jet pistol. Luffy grinned. His fists were covered with armed colors, and he fought with a tall man. The fists of the two collided, making a bang sound, and the air shook. With one punch, the big man was directly sent flying, and Luffy ignored Sabo. Sabo, look at the trick. Luffy jumped like a monkey, punching a person from time to time, and soon approached Sabo, punching out from behind. Sneak attack is not good, Luffy. Sabo smiled, turned around quickly, and grabbed Luffy's arm, trying to turn him up like a child. Still want to do this trick? But I'm not the same as before. Luffy smiled, and then the characteristics of the rubber rushed out like a cannonball, and the other fist was covered with domineering, and hit Sabo hard. You've grown up, Luffy, but I won't lose to you. Dragon Claw Fist. Sabo was dumbfounded. His left hand was covered with claws, and the armed collar covered it, colliding with Luffy's fist. The two attacks collided together, and the next moment, Luffy's body seemed to be hit hard, and he flew upside down, hitting several people one after another before stopping. Okay, so strong. But, it's not that easy to beat me. Fourth gear. Luffy got up, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Sabo is still strong, but he is not his before. After entering the fourth gear, Luffy's quality in all aspects has also been improved to a very strong level. Ape King Spear. There was a bang, and there was a burst of air, which made his speed suddenly increase to the extreme. The fist of his right hand was inserted into it, and he punched out from afar. A direct attack can't hit me. Sabo dodged to avoid Luffy's attack. It's not over yet. Catch up. Luffy shouted. His fist suddenly turned a corner, and he still hit Sabo. It's kind of interesting. Sabo stopped on the spot, with claws in both hands, and when the fist was about to hit him, he grabbed Luffy's arm suddenly, grinned, and threw him up with force, and then moved towards another throw it in the direction and hit the ground. Sabo, what's the point of bullying Luffy? We've been sparring for a long time. This time, we should be able to tell who is the boss and who is the second. Ace descended from the sky, looked at Sabo and smiled. Sabo also looked at it, grinning. Among the three of us, I was the first to go to sea. Counting in order, I am the boss, you are the second, and Luffy is the third. That's not the case, we don't have such a rule. Ace smiled dumbly. Sabo clenched his fist and said with a smile, then we can only see who is stronger. Then you will be at a disadvantage. I am a person with the ability to burn fruits. It's impossible to tell. The two looked at each other, showing fighting intent, and rushed towards each other at the same time. Boom! The fists of the two collided, causing ripples, and the shockwave raged, sweeping around. With the two of them at the center, everything within 100 meters was wiped out. Luffy got up again and laughed loudly. Who are you underestimating? Although I am younger than you, I don't think I will lose to you now. Look at the trick. He also joined the battle. Boom boom boom. The three brothers fought together, and the terrifying news came out. In the battle between the three of Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, Luffy was defeated first. The battle between Sabo and Ace is still going on, and the strength of both sides is no less than that of the Admiral of the Navy. The movement is extremely violent, and the whole venue is shaking. Seeing that he couldn't help Ace, Sabo had no choice but to give up and admit defeat. During this period, Xiao exploded with extremely strong combat power, defeating many strong players one after another. Sanji just fell into Xiao's hands, and stood at the end. The final decisive battle is between Xiao and Ace. Xiao in a normal state already possesses the strength of an elite lieutenant general. After the Mau Mau fruit phantom beast species Thunder White Tiger bursts out at full strength, her combat power also jumps to the level of a quasi-general. You can even fight against the former Peach Rabbit. Ace and Xiao, a fierce battle broke out between the two sides, but in the end, Ace was slightly better and won the final victory. The current Ace is definitely very strong, and the development of the Devil Fruit has reached a very strong point. Although the temperature does not exceed the temperature of the blade, it can compete with magma and can melt rocks. Among the three colors of domineering, the armed color and the overlord color have reached a high level. Generally speaking, they already have a combat power close to that of the four emperors. He is the second only to Whitebeard among the Whitebeard pirates, and even the current Marco may not be able to defeat him. This kind of strength, placed in a battle where the four emperors do not appear, is simply a dimensionality reduction blow, far beyond what other people can deal with. Only Xiao and Sabo can bring some threats to Ace, but in the end, he still won the victory. So far, this competition has come to an end. Winner, Fire Fist Ace. The last appearance, they will not appear again in the following plot. Half-year later. The new world hasn't changed much. Compared with the previous grandeur, the current new world can be said to be much more peaceful. Because after the Quincy declared war on the Holy Land, the development of the whole world seemed to have come to a standstill. Few people make too much noise. The same is true in the first half. Under the purge of the world government and navy, few new pirates have appeared. Not for any other reason, but because of fear. Those who are stronger may be lucky enough to escape from the navy's pursuit and seek refuge in the new world, while those who are weaker, well, they went to prison to pick up soap. It is worth mentioning that although Vegapunk has broken away from the world government, the technology of the pacifist has also been perfected. Even without his existence, the creation of pacifists is not a big problem. Except for the most high-end Seraphim series created with artificial experimental subjects that cannot be copied, the number of pacifist legions has reached a terrifying level. No one can underestimate this kind of army that is not afraid of death, not to mention that everyone in this army has extremely strong combat effectiveness. The appearance of the unified Green Bull General, people will definitely be frightened when they see it. There is another reason why the world government produces pacifists on a large scale, and that is that these robots are not afraid of the restrictions of domineering and domineering. The domineering look of the Quincyus can even affect the strong at the general level, and it is simply unbearable to replace it with a weaker one. Based on this, the world government will spare no effort to create an army of pacifists. Of course, in order to deal with the domineering look of the Quincy master, they have other countermeasures. The many affiliated countries of the world government are now basically headed by the world government. As the leader, the world government determines the actions of these affiliated countries in every word and deed. The state apparatus is extremely terrifying, not to mention the 100 or so affiliated countries. Together, it is undoubtedly a very powerful force. Now the entire first half is solid, controlled by the world government, and there is no voice of opposition. Such a mobilization of teachers and people will naturally make many franchise countries oppose it, and even cause trouble for the people. However, in this world, big fists are justified, and those who oppose it will be laid down and uprooted. Resist? Non-existent? In order to face the upcoming attack of the Quincy division, the world government is extremely cautious and will do everything possible. Wu Liaoxing has confidence in Im, but he will not underestimate Quincy and Nightblade. Especially after the meeting between Uran and Quincy half a year ago, they were already ready to fight these two monsters at the same time. Facing these two people, no amount of vigilance is necessary. Although the world government is wary of the Navy, it has no plans to go to war with the Navy. Even if it has, it is not now. The current Navy is still a sharp knife in the hands of the world government, pointing at where to fight, acting as a running dog of the world government. The Navy is also trying its best to implement the orders of the world government, but secretly, it is also preparing with multiple hands. Several high-level officials have made a thorough decision to oppose the world government. The methods of the world government are too tough. Regardless of the death of civilians in the joining countries, a large amount of manpower is used forcibly, working day and night, and countless people are exhausted to death on the assembly line. The behavior of this tyrant has completely blocked the reputation of the world government. The Navy, the sharp knife of the world government, is also. Even many foolish people who don't know the truth point their finger at the Quincy Master. It is because of the Quincy Master's declaration of war that they are living in a situation where life is worse than death. But still the same sentence, resistance is impossible to resist, and countless franchise countries can only bite the bullet and continue. If they don't continue, the end will be even worse. And after the Navy knew about this situation, several high-level officials would make up their minds. If the world government is allowed to continue like this, the world will be over. On the New World side, the headquarters of the Quincy Division, Wangsu Palace. The research of Vegapunk and Gage is still going on. During this period of time, the two of them can be said to have emptied their hair. After half a year, the research in this area finally has some gains. Yunya didn't know the specific manufacturing process very well, so apart from going over to check the progress from time to time, he couldn't intervene. To put it simply, it is to transform the item through the blood factor first, so that the item has the ability to hold a devil fruit like a living body. Because the superhuman type is different from the animal type has a little bit of consciousness of its own. As long as the items are simply modified, it can accommodate the devil fruit of the animal type. But the superhuman system is different. It does not have that little bit of consciousness, so if the object wants to carry it, it needs to be transformed into a special life form first. There is a feeling similar to the spirit of the ship. Only in this way can the item have superhuman abilities. This is a difficulty. What's even more difficult is how to let people use this item freely, instead of being as useless as animal items. How to bring out the true power of this item, instead of a useless item that can only float by itself. Animal type ability items, because they have their own consciousness, can obey the owner's orders, and can easily display their abilities. For example, the few Vegapunk items that appeared in the original One Piece. Although the owner can use it, it is not driven by his own strength, but like raising a pet. Relying on the power of that pet. The user can't exert more powerful power at all. The upper limit has been fixed, and the power of this item can be exerted at most, which is very tasteless. That's why Vegapunk gave up on this research. It's really unnecessary. And Yunyi's requirement is to be able to use devil fruit items freely, and the power depends on the strength of the user. The more powerful the person, the more powerful the power they use. It can be regarded as some kind of special method, and the alternative possesses another devil fruit ability. What acts as a medium between the devil fruit item and the user, so that it can exert its full power. In short, there are many difficulties to meet Yunyi's request. You let him use the blood factor to copy a devil fruit, use the blood factor to create a clone, and make the clone have the ability of a devil fruit. These are all easy to handle, and he already has a mature plan. However, it is necessary to endow the item with a soul and allow the user to unleash the true power of the devil fruit item. These 2 points really gave Vegapunk a headache. Anyway, in order to overcome this difficulty, Vegapunk and Gage spent countless money and time. In the end, it was because of the thought that the soul fruit can give souls to dead things, which inspired Vegapunk. Originally, the homies produced by the soul fruit could not eat the devil fruit, because no matter how it is split, it is a part of the soul of the capable person. One person's soul cannot carry the power of 2 devil fruits. This is one of the basic laws of this world. A soul carries 2 kinds of devil fruits, and it will explode and die, or be eliminated. Unless there is a heterogeneous person like Blackbeard, a person's body has more than 2 souls, and can successfully accommodate 2 devil fruits. But after all, Vegapunk is the world's #1 scientist who claims to be hundreds of years ahead of the current technology. In the original book, Vegapunk fiddled with a lot of magical items, and was even able to copy another devil fruit, and its ability was not much different from the original devil fruit. Momonosuke's blue dragon fruit is one of the successful cases. And the Seraphim Jinpei who appeared in the original book also has the ability to swim like a fruit. This point has broken the laws of this world. There will not be 2 identical devil fruits in the world. Here in Vegapunk, there is nothing absolutely impossible. Therefore, it is not impossible for Vegapunk to find another way to make items without souls possess souls and become the bearer of the ability of devil fruits. The ability of the soul fruit may be able to achieve this feat. After thinking of this, Vegapunk told Yunyi that he wanted to get his blood, the bloodline factor of the soul fruit in him. For this point, Yunyi's consent must be obtained. After all, the bloodline factor may not be of much use in the hands of other people, but it is a sharp weapon in the hands of Vegapunk. He can reproduce a Quincy through the blood factor. Based on this, Vegapunk needs Yunyi's consent. To this, Yunya had no reason not to agree. He believed that even if Vegapunk obtained his own blood factor, he would not be able to create another self. If he could copy his golden finger, Yunya would worship Vegapunk, abandon the golden finger, and turn to the embrace of the science side. Cheat? Gold finger? Fuck it, is there a research science scent? This scene is also impossible to happen. The fundamental source of his various abilities is the bead in his mind. The soul fruit has also been assimilated by the beads in his mind and has become one of his skills. How could his ability be so easily copied? Even if it is the soul fruit, without Yunya's permission, Vegapunk can't see any abnormalities from his blood factor. Yunya has already tested it. After being assimilated by the devil fruit ability, can he eat another devil fruit? The result is not good, the ability will be excluded. However, unlike other people, after Yunya ate another Pio fruit, his abilities did not conflict in his body, but would be directly and slowly dissipated. If Yunyi hadn't been cautious and asked Luo to use his abilities to seal off the space, Pio fruit would probably have been reborn. Therefore, the experiment must continue. But one thing is certain, unlike other ability users, even if Yunya uses the soul fruit in the sea, he will not lose his strength. He will only feel a little uncomfortable, and it will not affect the use of the ability at all. Don't use it, no shit. From this point, it can also be seen that when Yunyi uses the soul fruit, the effect of the devil fruit fearing the sea is also there, but it is insignificant. Because when the soul fruit skill is not used, Yunya is just an ordinary person who has not eaten the devil fruit. Only at the moment of use, the bloodline factor of the devil fruit will be activated in his body, making Yunya a capable person, and will be hated by the sea. It may also be because of this reason that Yunya was unable to eat the second devil fruit, which gave Yunya confidence that Vegapunk could not see the slightest abnormality through his blood factor. With Yunya's consent, after getting Yunya's blood, after some research, Vegapunk was also surprised to find a fact that made his scalp tingle. That is, from Yunya's bloodline factor, he only saw the ability of the soul fruit. Nothing else? At most, it is just a soul fruit ability user with strong physical fitness. Even in terms of physical fitness, it is not as good as the Kaido he has studied. From this point, it can be judged that Quincy is only a single devil fruit capable user, not the outside rumors. He is a different kind, possessing the ability of 2 devil fruits. The Quincy is a different kind, possessing 2 kinds of devil fruit abilities is already a fact affirmed by everyone. But why did he only see the ability of soul fruit? So much so that after knowing this, every time Vegapunk sees Yunya, he wants to dissect him to see what secrets Yunya still hides. It is a common problem of scientists to study and decipher what they don't understand, and the same is true for Vegapunk. Of course, he didn't dare to bring it up, damn. However, with the blood factor of the soul fruit in Yunyi's body, the progress of the experiment was very fast, and Vegapunk copied the ability of the soul fruit to give the item a soul as he wished, and transform an item to make it conscious enough to carry the superhuman ability. If he wants, Vegapunk can even copy a brand new soul fruit. But without Yunyi's consent, he would not dare to do this. The most important step is to endow the item with a soul, and the rest is to combine the ability of Pio fruit with this item. It is not for the item to eat the fluttering fruit, but to extract the bloodline factor of the fluttering fruit and fuse it with the item. This is not difficult for Vegapunk. After half a year, the experiment finally succeeded. He has integrated superhuman abilities into items, and he can use them as he pleases. Moreover, because this item is transformed from the bloodline factor of the soul fruit extracted from Yunya's body, this item seems to be bound by Yunya, and no one can use it except him. It is also because of the same bloodline factor as the medium that the last condition is fulfilled, making the user inseparable from the devil fruit item. This item will display the ability of this item according to the strength of the user. This is a feat that no one has ever achieved. It is even comparable to the feat of performing immortality surgery on people with the fruit of the surgery. No, it's even stronger and more terrifying, because, since one can be made, the second and third can also be made. Just imagine, how strong should a person have several, or even a dozen abilities. What's more, it's still a top powerhouse like Quincy, because, in Vegapunk's opinion, only those with the soul fruit ability can achieve this level. The relationship between the user and the devil fruit item requires the ability of the soul fruit to give the item a soul as a medium, and other abilities have no possibility of meeting this condition. Even if this item is left outside, it cannot be used by others. Others do not have this condition. In other words, if you want to replicate this miracle again, you need another soul fruit capable person. Just like the most important point that the ageless surgery requires the fruit of life ability, there are almost no successful cases again. Of course, this does not include Vegapunk. As long as he wants, he can copy another soul fruit and let people eat it. Therefore, Vegapunk may be the most dangerous person in the world. The amount of reward offered to him by the world government is not wrong, he is worth the price. In the palace, Yunya received Jiaji's report. With a smile on his face, after spending so much time and money, it was finally a success. Arriving at the laboratory of the two, Yunya opened the door and walked in. My lord. Jiaji saluted Yunya. Vegapunk also nodded slightly to Yunyi. Finally, it's a success, and all your requests have been fulfilled. This devil fruit item is like an external devil fruit ability. However, you should experiment and see. After all, no one can use it except you, and to what extent it can be achieved in the end is just a literal guess. You need to try it yourself. Vegapunk didn't dare to guarantee it. Although the overall experiment process went smoothly, whether it can meet the requirements Yunyi wants depends on the results of Yunyi's own experiments. That's right, thank you for your hard work. Yunya nodded in satisfaction, and looked at a ring on the high-tech test bench. This is exactly the item with the ability of fluttering fruit. As a medium, the ring was requested by Yunyi. Compared with swords, guns, swords, and halberds, such small objects are easier to carry. Rings, necklaces and other small objects are the most suitable. As for the necklace, Yunya didn't intend to wear it, and it was easy to fall off. It would be better to replace it with a ring that is not easy to fall off. Picking up the ring, Yunya put it on, felt it carefully, and found that there was indeed some inexplicable connection between himself and the ring. Fluttering fruit can manipulate living or non-living objects it touches and use its ability to make them levitate. The specific size of the item depends on the strength of the ability user itself. As strong as a golden lion, it can even float the entire island, suspended in the air all year round. After awakening, objects and life forms can be locked within a certain range. In other words, the step of touching is eliminated. Moreover, Yunyi has also dealt with Jin Shishi, the ability user. After awakening, the Piao fruit can make the surrounding air under his control, and even make the slash stronger. Overall, it is a very strong devil fruit. If it is used well, it will definitely be a sharp weapon that no one will ignore. It's just that I don't know what the Golden Lion is thinking, leaving such a powerful ability unused. After escaping from the prison in the City of Advancement, he actually created some kind of man-made beast, trying to use this to overthrow the world government. Simply insane behavior. Using the ability of Piao Guo, occasionally move an island to hit the head of the Navy headquarters, save time and effort, and make the Navy exhausted. Wouldn't it be good to live in the shadows every day? Mobility, practicality, such a powerful ability is wasted. But Yunyi also understands that with the character of the Golden Lion, he might not bother to do such a sneaky thing. Of course, if you think about it differently, the current Yunji would not do this either. If it was placed at a time when he was not very strong, Yunya might have done this kind of behavior. But right now, it's completely unnecessary. It's just an island, it can't have much influence on him at all, it's just a matter of punching. Piao fruit is important to Yunya because Yunya has taken a fancy to Piao fruit's mobility, which allows him to attack the Holy Land aggressively. Yunya picked up a small object on the test bench, and used the ability of Piao Guo, as if marking an invisible thing on this thing. With Yunya's thoughts, this thing slowly moved from Yunya's floating in the hand. There was no surprise on Vegapunk's face. This is his proud work. It is normal to be successful, but the important thing is whether it can exert the power that Yunya thought. He said, this thing is just like other works. Like ability users who consume devil fruits, they need to be developed. Although the strong will develop their abilities faster than others after eating the devil fruit, it still takes time. Moreover, I can't guarantee that they can have the strength of the Golden Lion. After all, this kind of thing has nothing to do with abilities. It's still a little different. Vegapunk looked at Yunya and said lightly, no, I can tell that this is no different from other abilities, and the development of the ability depends on the user. Yunya let the object float and move, perceiving it carefully, his eyes flashed. Vegapunk is worthy of being the smartest person in the world. He fulfilled all the requirements that Yunya envisioned. This kind of thing is like a special kind of devil fruit. How strong it can be developed depends entirely on the user himself. What the Golden Lion used to be able to do, Yunya can also do it. Even with Yunya's strength, he can surpass the Golden Lion. Go to the outside world to experiment. Let me see how far it can be done. Yunya put down the small floating objects, left the laboratory, and came to the outside world. Come to a place where there is no one. Here is a mountain range on Moon Knight Island. There are several big mountains towering high. This place is far away from the town, and there are countless powerful beasts in captivity. Few ordinary people come here. The knowledge was swept away, and many subordinates of Wangsu Palace were found inside to hunt those fierce beasts. With a thought, Yunya communicated with these people through knowledge and information, and told them all to evacuate here. Soon, the area will be deserted. Yunya half squatted down, pressed the ground with his right hand, and as his eyes revealed light, the ring on his hand vibrated slightly, and the ability of Piao fruit was activated. With a sound of buzz, this area started to vibrate as if there was an earthquake. The ground was cracked, and the cracks spread out, and the several tall mountains suddenly began to shake slightly, and then, several mountains were shattered. An invisible force pulled up from the ground and floated in the air. This. Vegapunk, who was watching from a distance, opened his mouth wide open. Can he use Piao fruit's ability to this extent after using it for the first time? Gage looked normal. Isn't this normal? With the strength of my own adults, what can't be done? Under Yunyi's control, several mountains hovered in the air like birds, and collided with each other the next moment. Boom! Several mountains collided with each other, and a shock wave swayed out, and the mountains were also shattered in the collision. Although many were still controlled by Yunyi's ability, there were still large pieces of rubble falling down. Can't it be completely contained? And this is already the limit, and the whole island can't be floated yet. Yunyi raised his brows. His original intention was to keep the broken mountain from falling, but there was still a lot of rubble out of his control. When several mountains collided, they turned from a whole into countless pieces, and some areas lost the mark of the fluttering fruit and fell from the sky. This result is because Yunyi has not developed enough Pio fruit. However, Yunyi was not too surprised by this. The development of abilities takes time. After he got the soul fruit, it took a period of familiarization and development before he could create homies, although this time was very short, and it had not yet reached the level of Charlotte Lingling. Although the soul fruit has been assimilated, it does not show proficiency, but is replaced by. Obviously, assimilated skills cannot be added with achievement points. It can only be developed by Yunyi himself. In the same way, so is Pio fruit. Yunyi's experiments on Pio's fruit ability are still going on. He stretched out his right hand and grasped it in the void. With a sound of buzz, I saw that the mountains that were connected together due to the impact seemed to be imprisoned by some kind of force, and began to squeeze and collapse inside. Finally, a huge sphere is formed, suspended in midair. This huge sphere was suspended in midair, and the ordinary people on Moon Knight Island were dumbfounded, but after knowing that it was written by the Quincy Master, they didn't take it seriously. After all, Master Quincy often makes a lot of noise on the island. Sometimes 5 giant dragons soar into the sky, covering the entire Moon Knight Island. Sometimes it is a beam of deep black energy that blows away the clouds in the sky, and the residents of the island have become accustomed to it. A few hours later, Yunyi ended the experiment on Pio fruit's ability. I roughly figured out the situation. The current self is still unable to exert the strength like the golden lion, and the awakening is still out of reach. However, with his use, the use of his abilities has become more and more proficient. I believe that it will not be long before he can reach the level of awakening. Just like the soul fruit. Of course, the awakening of the fruit has its strengths and weaknesses. It doesn't mean that after awakening, the fruit's ability cannot continue to become stronger. Yunyi's current soul fruit has also awakened. Creating high-level homies is a sign of awakening, but compared to Charlotte Lingling who has 4 high-level homies, Yunyi can only have 2 now. There is no limit to ability. What is restricted is only the weakness of the body. Not everyone is like I'm, who has undergone immortality surgery and will not age. As time goes by, the background will become stronger and stronger. That's why I'm is so powerful. If it is a top powerhouse with hundreds of years of accumulated background, it will not be weaker than the current I'm. After eating the devil fruit, the top strong will develop their abilities much faster than the weak. For example, Garp, if he is allowed to eat a devil fruit, he can quickly develop his ability to a very high level. Because the strength of these people has reached the pinnacle of this world in some aspects, all the way through one shot. Of course, it is not that easy to develop the ability to the top level, it will take time. But Yunyi didn't want to surpass Golden Lion in the use of Pio fruit. As long as it is enough, he already has a lot of attack methods. Another few months passed. The situation in the first half has basically stabilized, and it is under the control of the world government. It is impenetrable, and there is no voice of opposition. In the New World, the palace of Wangsu has not moved for nearly a year. The new pirates who were driven to the New World are much more courageous than the old pirates because they escaped the pursuit of the world government and the navy. The world is stirring up wind and rain. The pirates in the New World, who had been dormant, also became active. In the current New World situation, the strongest forces are still those few: Wangsu Palace, Neo Navy, Whitebeard Pirates, Red Hair Pirates, and the Revolutionary Army. These 5 forces control the New World structure. The Revolutionary Army is also in the New World, and they are not low-key. They have overturned several New World government allies. Their ideas have also begun to spread widely in the New World, recruiting countless like-minded companions. And the Neo Navy, after entering the New World, occupied a place, entrenched one side, and tried its best to maintain the order of the New World. Others, nothing changed. Only the Whitebeard Pirates had some changes. Whitebeard announced his abdication, and the former captain of the second team, Fire Fist Ace, took over the position of the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Now it is no longer called Fire Fist Ace, but Emperor Yan Ace. Of course, in the New World, it is not without rising stars. Among them, Straw Hat Luffy, Thor Enel, and Captain Kidd. These 3 have also recently started to make their mark, and they have gained a lot of fame. It is the strongest pirate group under those big forces. The New World, the headquarters of the Quincy Division, and Moon Knight Island, Wangsu Palace. Finally, the Pio fruit has been developed to the point of awakening. He casually placed a large island floating in midair near Moon Knight Island. Looking at the turbulent sea due to the falling of the island, an inexplicable smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Turning her head to look at the location of Holy Land Mary Joa, her eyes narrowed slightly. I'm ready, it's time to get rid of you. That's right, after a period of familiarity and control, the fluttering fruit at this time has been developed to the point of awakening by Yunyi. Although it has not reached the level of the Golden Lion, it is enough. The next day, Yunya summoned all the high-ranking members of Wangsu Palace to gather in the palace. In the hall, all the high-level members of Wangsu Hall's 10 blades were present. Although they were sitting in different postures, the expressions of the people present all looked solemn, because they all expected something. If my lord gathers everyone together at this time, there is only one possibility. Is everyone here? On the highest throne, Yunya's figure appeared as if teleported, with Erlang's legs crossed, and his eyes casually glanced at everyone below. Everyone present didn't realize how Yunya appeared, and they couldn't even catch the sight of it, but they were already used to it. As the chief manager, Mr. Alien got up and said, "Well, we're all here." Yunya nodded, thinking about it. "You should be clear about my summoning you this time, right? Are you going to start a war?" Yachi brushed his long hair on his forehead, looked at Yunya and spoke. "It's time to end all of this." Yunya grinned with a sneer, and his eyes were domineering. "Everyone, get ready and give you a few days to mobilize and gather all the forces under your banner. After a few days, attack the Holy Land of Marijo." Yeah, everyone looked stunned, as expected. However, they had already prepared in their hearts, and there were not many surprises. They have been mentally prepared since their adults declared war on the world government in the Holy Land. It is also secretly preparing for this war, and is in the stage of getting ready to go, ready to deal with the next war at any time. "Okay, let's go down and get ready." Yunya waved his hand, telling everyone to go down and get ready. "Yes, my lord." Everyone present responded, saluted, and then went down. Looking at the backs of everyone leaving, Yunya narrowed his eyes slightly, sitting on the throne with far-reaching gaze. In the next few days, the entire palace of Wangsu began to move frequently like a machine. The forces under the 10 blades began to be summoned back, one after another. Pirate groups, fleets, returned, and the entire palace of Wangsu was ready to go. The storm is coming. With the mobilization of Wangsu Palace and the gathering of troops, the eyes of the whole world are focused on the past. At this moment, the whole world fell into a strange silence, like the calm before the storm, and everyone was enveloped in an inexplicable fear that couldn't go away. Everyone knows what this means. The war, the biggest war, the war between the Quincy and the world government, is coming. In the Whitebeard Sea area, Whitebeard held a newspaper in his hand, and squinted his eyes unconsciously. "Are you finally going to act?" After being dormant for nearly a year, that fellow Quincy finally started to act. Ace also looked a little dignified. "Fight against the world government. I don't know if my uncle can succeed." "Gulala, that kid is not that simple. He won't do things that he is not sure about." "Don't worry." Whitebeard laughed. "The winner is all him. This is a very unbelievable thing. Even when he was young, Whitebeard often suffered defeats. After he became famous, he was not unbeaten in the battles with Golden Lion, Roger, and Redfield. But counting Mikyu's teacher from going to sea to now, he has never been defeated, and he is not the one who suffers every time. This is an incredible thing. Since the Quincy master hibernated for a year before starting to act, naturally he acted only with absolute certainty. That's right, my uncle is not a simple character." Ace laughed and continued to look at the newspaper. Now, as the new helm of the Whitebeard Pirates, he naturally has to consider the safety of the Whitebeard Pirates, and it is impossible for him to help. This is a matter between the Quincy and the world government. He can't get involved, and now he represents not only himself, but the entire Whitebeard Pirates. Hungfa Haya, Hungfa, and Hawkeye also knew the news. The red hair twitched the corner of his mouth and looked at Hawkeye. "What do you think will be the result of both of them?" Hawkeye shook his head. "I can't see that. When Quincy declared war on the world government, this day will come sooner or later. Even I sometimes wonder what the future of this world is going to be like." The red-haired tone became a little emotional. Before the appearance of the Quincy, he has been committed to the stability of the entire world situation. Because of stability, the Nova Pirates will emerge and have a chance to rise. The era of rampage should not start at this time. The time has not yet come. This was what Roger told him. As for the timing, the redhead didn't quite understand it at first. But later, he met Luffy, and that fruit chose Luffy, so, in his opinion, Luffy may be the link that made that opportunity come. He is the key to open everything. Therefore, he needs to wait until Luffy grows up to maintain. He has been stabilizing the situation in the world. However, due to the sudden emergence of the Quincy division, the new world was in constant turmoil. Later, with his strength, he was no longer able to stop the rampage. All of this ran counter to his inner thoughts, and he was numb. Hehe, since you're so concerned, don't you plan to take a look? Your daughter, as one of the 10 blades, should also join the battle." Hawkeye squinted at the red hair. The redhead shook her head slightly. "This is her own choice, and, in my capacity, this war should not have happened." The red hair is the orphan of the Tianlong people, who was picked up and brought up by Roger. Although not many people in the world know this, but someone will know. Therefore, it is indeed inappropriate for him to appear in this war in his capacity. Just because of his position, he has some headaches. Therefore, he will not intervene in this war, and there is no room for him to intervene. "Oh, is that so?" Eagle eyes flashed, but he didn't ask too much. On the other side, Neo Naval Headquarters. In the conference room, Yunyi, Zifa, and Xiao were all there. Zifa frowned slightly and looked at Yunya. "Is the war going to start?" "Well, everything is ready, and it's time to end all of this. You also know the situation over there in the first half. If you don't take action, the life of ordinary people there will be even more difficult. Yunya was wearing a black and white feather. Ya gave it to him, all handmade. In the first half, Yunya Xie untied Zanyu, and Xiao's eyes lit up in the jet black deadly costume, which is different from this world's costume, and Yunyi's body made Xiao call out so handsome. When she was on Danzig Island, Xiao supported herself by handicrafts in this area, and her skills were good. After her design and manufacture, this set of costumes came into being as the times require, and it is Xiao's proud work. Compared with the clothing of the Justice Cloak in the Navy headquarters, this one definitely surpassed more than one level in terms of aesthetics. Wearing it on the already handsome Yunya, it seems that his temperament has been improved by more than one level. Do we need to take action? Zifa looked at Yunya. Yunya shook his head slightly. This time, the Neo Navy will not interfere, and it will be very troublesome to go there. I will solve everything, teacher, don't worry. Brother Yunyi. Xiao was a little worried, but she also understood that this time was indeed very dangerous, and with her strength, she couldn't help much if she passed. Yunya rubbed Xiao's head to reassure her. Zifa sighed, put everything on you, let me be a teacher, oh. Yunya smiled, if there is no teacher, I probably don't have this kind of strength now, don't bury me. Haha, no. Simply handling the affairs of the Neo Navy, Yunya left the base alone and headed for the first half. Naturally, Wang Xudian's actions cannot escape the eyes of the world government. Soon, the world government also got the news. They also knew that the attack of the Quincy division was coming. Holy Land Marie Joya, 5 Old Stars meeting room. Several people's faces became extremely dignified. One of them said, the Quincy has started to move, is Lord Im awake? Don't worry, Master Im has already awakened, and he has already said that when he wakes up next time, neither Quincy nor Nightblade will be his opponent. Is that also recovered? This is not very clear, but it should be. After all, Uranus has a very close relationship with Im-sama. If it weren't for this reason, Im-sama would not have been sleeping forever. Now that Im-sama has fully recovered, then Uranus's state should be completely recovered. That's good. Hehe, with Lord Im and Uranus here, the former kingdom can't stop Lord Im. No matter how powerful Quincy and Nightblade are, can they be stronger than the previous kingdom? However, the preparations that should be made should also be done well, and those high-level officers in the Navy should also be dealt with. Wait a little longer, after all, they haven't done anything too outrageous yet, and if those high-level officials are killed now, the Navy will be in chaos. That's right, don't rush for a while, give them the last chance. If those people in the Navy don't know how to praise them, they can only be wiped out completely. Sora has been repaired, right? Let him be mentally prepared to accept the full transfer of the Navy. The Quincy has the Piao fruit, and it is estimated that his subordinates will eat it. Their attack may come from the sky. However, even if it is eaten by the 10 blades who are not capable users, they will not be able to exert the strength of the Golden Lion. It is not so easy to transfer the combat power of the entire Wangsu Palace. Continue to pay attention to all the dynamics of the new world, and let the people under your hands be prepared. Yaren, don't let it go. He also needs to pay attention. Under the order of the 5 Old Stars, the world government has also made sufficient preparations. The build-up of the Navy, the settlement of the army, and the establishment of the government forces of the allied countries are also gathering in large numbers towards the Holy Land. All forces are mobilized and gathered together. This is a force that cannot be ignored, enough to destroy any force in the world. Even if all the previous 4 emperors are added together, it is impossible to beat the current world government. New World, Palace of Wangsu. The island is under martial law, and no outside forces can enter, but the life of ordinary people is still going on. At the main port, this is the largest port on Moon Knight Island, enough to accommodate all the current ships of Wangsu Hall. Look, it's the snail ship, one of the 10 blades, Germa 60 SIXS Army. Master 10 Knight 7's Black Rose Killer Organization fleet. They are proficient in assassination. I didn't expect to gather this time. The leader is Mr. Allen, who has a bounty of 700 million Baileys, the second in command of the Black Rose Organization. Golden Emperor's small ship, didn't Gulen Tizero move? The pirates of Master Fortuneteller Hawkins. The diving ship of the Heart Pirates. The ship of the former king of the Dark World. All members of 10 Blades forces are assembled. Ordinary people working at the port are watching the ships gradually gathering. Whenever a fleet comes over, they will exclaim with excitement on their faces. At the port, more and more ships gathered, and the port was already crowded. It seems that I'm the first one to come here. A slender voice came like lightning, so fast that the air produced a sonic boom itself, and it fell on the ship with the flag of the Black Rose Killer Organization. People, the top 3 of the 10 Blades, and the 7 of the Black Rose Knight. No, I was the first one to arrive. On Germa 60 SIXS ship, a tall figure walked to the bow and said in a flat tone. One of the 10 Blades, the king of Germa 66, Vinsmoke Gage. Behind him are several children of the Vinsmoke family. I'm not too late. The bow of the golden ship, the gold surged, forming a person, the top 3 of the 10 Blades, the Golden Emperor Tizero. Is it necessary to fight for this? With a swipe, a figure appeared out of nowhere on the diving boat, holding a big sword in his hand, with a cynical smile on his mouth. 10 Blades, Death Surgeon, Trafalgar Row. This kind of scene, how can we miss it? The former king of the Dark World, Felder, you're fast too. Kibsun also arrived? Where is your lord? Haven't you appeared yet? The melodious singing sounded, and Yuta landed on the port from a high altitude. 10 Blades, the world's singer, Yuta? The appearance of 10 Blades one by one brought the scene to a climax. Master Yeki, Lord Tizalo, Lord Gage, Lord Hawkins, Lord Yuta. The 10 Blades are all deployed. It's a rare big scene. Except for Master Aileen, have the other 10 Blades appeared? This is the first time such a scene has happened since the establishment of the Wangsu Palace. The people around who saw this scene all exclaimed, and the excitement on their faces became more and more obvious. These are all big figures that ordinary people like them can hardly see. Some of them just watched their demeanor from a distance, and now these big figures' forces actually appeared together, feasting their eyes and feeling proud. This is the greatest force in the New World, the Wangsu Palace of the Quincy Master. And at this moment, everyone's eyes were looking in one direction, and above the sky, a ship flying the flag of the Palace of Wangsu descended from the sky and landed in the very center. The one on top is the boss of Wangsu Hall, the Quincy Master, Navy Headquarters. At this time, the entire Navy Headquarters was under martial law. The news of the operation of the Quincy Division was naturally known to the people in the Navy. Except for a few high-level officials who have already made a decision, the other navies don't know everything and are preparing for this decisive battle. In the conference room, the faces of several high-level officials were solemn. Aokiji took a deep breath, glanced at everyone present and said, "It's time to inform all subordinates of this news. The world government has begun to deploy troops, but it has ignored the Navy. This battle is about the world. The future of the Navy. Where is the Navy going? We have run out of time." It was said that the few people present were silent, and they also felt a sense of oppression. During this period of time, the world government just issued an order for them to carry out their tasks and suppress all opposing voices. Regarding the specific arrangements for this battle, the world government did not tell them any news, as if the Navy was excluded. No information came. This point has already begun to appear a year ago. And this is very obvious, the world government already has a distrustful attitude towards their Navy. Jean Guo said in a deep voice, "Yes, it's time to make a decision." The rest of the people were shocked. Is this moment finally coming? Break away from the control of the world government, and even, become an enemy of the world government? Since ancient times, the Navy has been under the banner of the world government. Now, it is about to break away from the control of the world government. For this decision, no one can say whether it is right or not, and no one can predict the future of the Navy. However, at the meeting, there was a person whose eyes were bright, silently pressed a button of a phone bug, and revealed the conversation here. The meeting is still going on. Before, the high-level Navy officials only discussed it among themselves, and the people who knew it were limited to the few people present. But this time, they have already planned to inform the entire Navy. This is something that all naval soldiers should know. Who is the enemy they are about to face must also be explained clearly. King Z still has a lot of confidence. Even if their high-level officials make this decision, there will not be too many voices of opposition in the Navy. After he became the Marshal, he has been silently deploying all this. Even if nothing like this happens, the future Navy will no longer be a running dog of the world government, but a Navy that maintains justice at sea. But at this moment, a voice interrupted their words. "Sengoku, Aokiji, have you made a decision? This is a rebellious thing. You guys, I am so disappointed." Hearing this voice, the expressions of all the people present changed drastically, and they all looked in one direction. I saw a few figures descending from the sky, smashing the ceiling of the conference room. The leader was a burly man with a cloak of justice on his back, the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies. His steel bones were empty. Behind him, there are a dozen people wearing white suits and masks. People in this world are tall or low, and have different body shapes, but without exception, their aura is very strong. It can be seen from the costumes that they are all members of CP0. Seeing these people, the face of the Navy changed. Jean Guo stood up abruptly. "Marshal Kong. This is too bad." Garp also looked serious. "Oh, it's really not that easy? The world government has planned to do this for a long time." Huang Yuan licked his lower lip, his tone extremely solemn. "It seems that all our actions are under your surveillance." Aokiji narrowed his eyes slightly, and he didn't know what he was thinking in his heart. The expressions of the other 3 generals and lieutenant general he changed slightly, and they were ready to fight. There is only one explanation for people like Kong and CP0 coming here at this time, to wipe out all the high-level Navy. The world government is planning to take the bottom line and take action to eradicate all threats. In this way, the Navy will lose their command and dispatch, and it will definitely be a mess. If Kong stood up at this time, the Navy would definitely obey his orders. Kong is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, and he still has this prestige. Kong looked at the warring states, his eyes were extremely indifferent. If he used to think about the old love more or less, now after being completely remodeled, he has become a machine that can only obey the orders of the world government. He said indifferently, "Since you've already made a decision, so don't blame me for not remembering the past. The power of the world government is beyond what you can imagine. Even without you, the outcome of this battle will not change. There is no need to exist anymore. Traitors, just die honestly. After you die, the power of the Navy will fall on me. The Navy is still the same Navy. It is impossible for the 5 old stars to let what happened to the Night Blade happen again. The empty words fell, and at the same time as the dozen or so people behind him broke out in momentum, they rushed towards the Navy and several people in the Navy, and the attacks and slashes extended by the 6-style physical skills came out. There is one person who is the fastest, with his hands open, and his invisible position spread out, isolating this world. Immediately afterwards, there was a squeak, like the sound of opening a door, and the space was connected, pulling everyone on the Navy side into another space. No, it's spatial ability. Block the attack first. Seeing this, the Navy side was shocked, and it was also a counterattack. The golden light spread, the slash rushed out, the cold air was severe, and the fist wind exploded. And at this moment, the General T. Dolphin also exploded, and saw his right hand muscle's sword, the armed color covered it, and punched out. The target was not CP0, but the yellow monkey. Huang Yuan's face changed drastically. Facing the sudden punch of the T. Dolphin, he also resisted in storage, and was blown away by the punch. That is, the next moment, the various attacks of the two sides collided fiercely. Boom! The violent attack collided, and a wave of shocks swept and released. Fortunately, this place is no longer the previous conference room, otherwise, the aftermath of the explosion would definitely smash the conference room to pieces. Among the smoke and dust, more than a dozen figures rushed out, some flew upside down for a while before stopping, and some stood in midair after rushing out of the smoke and dust. After the people in the Navy stopped, they all looked at this weird space with extremely gloomy faces. They were trapped. At this time, this space is a chaotic space, surrounded by dark green and dim colors, and the specific size cannot be seen. Even the spread of knowledge and knowledge seems to be blocked, and it cannot spread too far. Oh, I almost lost my fighting power, the T-Dolphin General. Jin Guang rushed from a distance, turned into the figure of a yellow ape, wiped the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth, and looked at the T-Dolphin. Then he glanced at the surrounding environment, narrowing his eyes slightly. Space ability, this is a big trouble. Garp's domineering energy was boiling, and he wanted to rely on his domineering ability to get out of the space, but after a little attempt, he shook his head. Space ability is different from others. If you want to go out, you need to break this space, but this space is extremely strong. Without Whitebeard's ability to break through everything, it's hard to leave here. Lieutenant General, he also said, unless someone from the outside world detects something is wrong and breaks the node from the outside world, otherwise, the only thing to do is to defeat the capable person himself. Don't resist, you have no chance of winning. The T-Dolphin no longer had the squinting and honest look before, replaced by a playful sneer, and then looked at Dao-Tu. General Dao-Tu, you too, obediently grab it. On the other side, Dao-Tu looked at the T-Dolphin with indifferent eyes and said, T-Dolphin, you betrayed the Navy. Betrayal? I was originally a member of the world government. Where did the betrayal come from? The T-Dolphin grinned, and his seemingly simple and honest expression became extremely ferocious. General Dao-Tu, give up. The power of the world government is beyond your imagination. Yes, give up. Maybe there is still a way out. Tao Tutu showed disgust on his face. You make me feel sick even more than before. I really don't know what to do. The T-Dolphin's eyes showed a cold look, and his face also showed a ferocious look, which was completely different from the previous image. Humph. Dao-Tu just snorted coldly, without responding. T-Dolphin, you actually. Hearing what the T-Dolphin said, Zhang Guo also looked at the dolphin with an extremely ugly expression. He didn't expect the dolphin to be a member of the world government. Garp looked at the T-Dolphin with an inexplicable tone. I really didn't expect that the T-Dolphin's honesty is actually a disguise. Lieutenant General, he was also very surprised. He did not expect that among the high-level Navy, there is actually an eyeliner of the world government, and he is also one of the generals. But the most important thing at the moment is how to leave this place. She looked at the two people in CP0, and through the perception of knowledge, this space was caused by the abilities of two of them. This is troublesome. Aokiji's expression was extremely serious. In the past, he was not without such concerns. Are there no eyeliners of other world governments among the current high-level Navy? The reason why he didn't tell the other high-level officials that Urin was the Quincy, but chose to conceal it, was also due to this consideration. The more people who know, the more likely it will be exposed. The three of them, Warring States, Karp, and Lieutenant He, are trustworthy, but there are more or less problems with the three generals, their personality, position, origin. Needless to say, Aokiji, although Aokiji has been his colleague for many years, and his character is very tired, showing a harmless appearance to humans and animals, but Aokiji cannot see what is going on in his heart. And Dao-Tu is one of the members of the aristocratic family of the Navy, the Tulip family, but it has stood in the Navy for many years, and even the beginning of their family was the former Marshal Tulip, perhaps with the world government. The relationship between them may be deeper than he imagined. The T-Dolphin, on the other hand, rose from a small soldier, whose identity cannot be verified and has secrets. Of course, Aokiji still trusts these colleagues very much. The main reason why he didn't disclose the news that Urin is the Quincy is that he doesn't want too many people to know. It's just that I didn't expect that there were really high-level people from the world government. And, it's the T-Dolphin who was single-handedly promoted by the Navy. No wonder the world government's attitude towards the Navy changed after he proposed to go against the words of the world government. It turned out that all this was revealed by the T-Dolphin. The world government also knew about Urin's attitude in advance. No wonder they would resolutely attack Urin later. Regarding this, Aokiji also sighed in his heart, the eyeliner of the world government is really buried deep. It is estimated that every move of myself and others is under the surveillance of the world government. Fortunately, I didn't say that Urin was the Quincy, otherwise, the world government, who knew about this in advance, would definitely take advantage of Urin still in the first half, and directly suppress the army, no matter how much the loss was. He will also kill Urin completely regardless of everything? Kong didn't intend to waste time here, the Quincy had already taken action, and he needed to get rid of this place as soon as possible. They stared coldly at the Navy and said in a cold voice, "Okay, stop talking nonsense. This time, you can't run away. If you dare to betray the world government, you have only one fate." In order to be safe this time, the hidden head of CP0 by the world government has been dispatched. Among the CP0, one has a strong space fluctuation. He is the head of CP0 and has eaten the fruit of space. This space was opened up by him and another person. The other person's body size suddenly swelled and changed, and his height increased a lot. The mask on his face was also pulled away, revealing his original appearance. He is a person who ate an animal-type devil fruit. This person is none other than Rob Lucci, who used to be CP9, and is now the leader of CP0, taking over from Dark Owl. And behind him are Gabra in wolf form, Keiku in giraffe form, Califa in rabbit form, Snuggle in lion form, Owl in owl fruit, and Bruno in door fruit form. These people are all one of the people who were asked by the world government to eat the animal devil fruit to provide vitality for the green cow's pacifist experiment. After that, these people also became one of the members of the new CP0 because of their meritorious service. There was another one of them, with the long knife unsheathed at his waist, and a strange and gloomy aura permeated it. The aura of other people is also extremely powerful. CP0 Chief Rob Lucci. Lieutenant General Crane narrowed his eyes slightly after seeing Rob Lucci. She is no stranger to Rob Lucci. This weird feeling, the demon sword Muramasa with the supreme sword, the great swordsman. Momoto looked away from the T-Dolphin and looked at the CP0 with the sword, with a serious look in his eyes. This person gave her a very dangerous feeling, and if he could give her this feeling, the opponent's strength would not be weaker than her. At least he was also a strong swordsman. Your knowledge is good, General Momoto. Your Jinpura is also one of the great fast swords, but I don't know, it's a bit more powerful than my demon sword Muramasa. The voice of the CP0 with the sword came. Even if it becomes a little distorted because of the mask, it can't hide his unique voice at all. This ability is, space ability. You are the chief of CP0, Candle Wolf. Aokiji looked at the person who emitted the space wave, and said in a dignified tone, "I didn't expect the Admiral of the Navy to know me. It really surprised me." Candle Wolf's voice was distorted by the mask, but his tone was extremely calm. The three major commanders of CP0 have all been dispatched. It seems, this time they want to wipe out all of us traitors before the war comes. Lieutenant General, he patted the non-existent dust on his body, his tone changed. Gotta calm down. Among CP0, there is not only one team. Every celestial dragon family has its own guards, which are CP0 externally. However, the total length of CP0 is only 3, and they are the CP0 captains under the banner of the three powerful Wolaoxing. Dark Owl, Candle Wolf, Evil Ghost. The former Dark Owl was also one of the three chiefs, but after being killed by the Quincy, he was replaced by Rob Lucci. The three major commanders of CP0, Kong and Chafa, these 5 are all general-level fighters, and the other CP0 members are also elite lieutenant generals and lieutenant generals. On the Navy side, there are only Sengoku, Garp, Lieutenant Admiral Crane, Aokiji, Momoto, and Kizaru. The number is already at a disadvantage. Lieutenant General He and Warring States are no longer at the peak of strength. Lieutenant General He is barely fighting against elite lieutenant generals. If Warring States breaks out completely regardless of everything, they may still be able to fight against one of the generals, but they will definitely not last long. There are only Garp, Aokiji, Momoto, and Kizaru with general-level combat power. There are 5 people on the opposite side, and the others are not weak. If they fight, they will definitely lose. Now they are blocked in another space, like catching a turtle in an urn. The world government has already calculated everything, just waiting for them to take the final action. Every move is under the surveillance of the world government. Faced with such a killing situation, they are powerless to recover. However, even in the current situation, they will not give up. Thus, the battle broke out. Boom boom boom. In this space, the battle between the two sides is imminent. At this time, Sora and several other CP0 members fought with Aokiji. The cold air was raging, the fist wind was blowing, and the 6-style physical skills exploded. At this time, Sora is a reformed person, and his body is more resistant to cold, so he is the most suitable to deal with Aokiji. The Aokiji devil fruit awakened, the cold air froze the surroundings, and the combat power exploded, barely resisting the attack. During the last battle of the Holy Land, Kong's machinery had been severely damaged, but after repairs, it was almost in good condition. Although there is no Vegapunk, it is impossible to achieve perfection, but what broke out at this time still has the combat power of a general. You know, being able to become the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies is not only because of his meritorious deeds, but also because of his extremely strong combat power. Being able to defeat the Peak Red Earl is enough to prove that his strength is not inferior to the top powerhouses of Roger's era. The 3 commanders of CP0 also have their own opponents. At this time, the strength of the three commanders is also extremely strong, not weaker than the general's combat power. At this time, the Warring States has also exerted its ability, transformed into a golden Buddha, and collided with Rob Lucci and other CP0 members. The current Warring States can only erupt for a short time and cannot last long, but the erupting combat power is also extremely terrifying. In a short period of time, it is not so easy to lose. As a naval hero, Carp is also a key target of the world government. Candle Wolf and several CP0s became the siege. Relying on his strong physique and top-notch use of armed colors, he barely resisted the offensive. Among the Navy, the combat power he displayed at this time is the strongest. The yellow ape fighting with the T-Dolphin and another CP0 is also at a disadvantage, and can only barely compete with the mobility of the shiny fruit. The evil ghost holds the demon sword Muramasa, one of the supreme sharp swords, and fights with Momoto. But judging from the scene, the evil ghost firmly suppressed Daoto, and in terms of swordsmanship, he was slightly better. Lieutenant General Crane can barely resist the attacking CP0 members, Gabra, Keiku, and others, but she has rich combat experience and extremely strong two-color domineering, but she will not be defeated soon. As long as one of the Navy is defeated, then, the battle will become even more one-sided. The people in the Navy also know that they can't last long, but there is no way, facing the attack and killing of the world government, they have nowhere to escape, they can only fight. But at this moment, the whole space suddenly vibrated, and then, the sound of caw-caw came, and the whole space shattered like a mirror, and pieces of it fell off like real space fragments. Naturally, this mutation cannot escape the perception of the people present. The space node was shattered and will be repelled. As the constructor of this space, Candle Wolf was the first to discover something was wrong. Someone broke the space node from the outside world. This space was built by him, and Bruno, who is the fruit of the door, opened a door above the space, trapping the people in the Navy in this space. Therefore, as long as there is the slightest abnormality in this space, he will notice it. Without waiting for the people in the space to clarify what is going on, with a violent roar shaking in the space, the next moment, the entire space is directly shattered, and the two parties who were originally in different spaces are excluded. Swipe. The people in the space suddenly appeared in the original meeting room as if teleported. Then, these people all reacted at the same time, that is, they rushed out of the meeting room. With the sound of a bang, the entire conference room was smashed, and the gravel was shot out. The two sides kept a certain distance, some stepped on moon steps, some stood on high places, and looked at each other's people vigilantly. Oh, it's finally out. Huang Yuan glanced around, his eyes narrowed slightly, he still couldn't figure out the current situation. According to what Candle Wolf said just now, someone broke the space node from the outside. Lieutenant General, he heard what Candle Wolf said just now. Damn it, Candle Wolf, what's going on? Kong said indifferently. Candle Wolf's face is also not good looking. Someone broke the space from the outside world, but how is this possible? How can it be so easy to find the location of the space node? Almost subconsciously, the knowledge of the people present radiated out, wanting to see who did it. With a glance of knowledge, everyone focused their eyes and looked in one direction. Over there, a person wearing a black and white haori with a slight smile on his face stood there. Nightblade. Is this guy here? Has the Nightblade been hiding in the Navy headquarters? Damn it. On the world government's side, except for Kong, who had no expression fluctuations, everyone else changed color at the same time. Damn it, did Uran shoot and break the space node? Candle Wolf's face became gloomy. Others may not have this strength. Even if the four emperors come over, they can't easily break his space node, but Uran is different, he is a monster. Nightblade. The Navy side was also extremely surprised. Unexpectedly, Uran came to the first half without a sound, and even came to the headquarters of the Navy, and rescued them from the unknown space. Yo, long time no see, everyone. Uran looked at the Navy side and said hello, then looked at the people on the world government side, with a chuckle at the corner of his mouth. The commander-in-chief of the three armies, Gang Gakong, and CP0's three chiefs? It's really a big deal. With Wang Xudian's current intelligence capabilities, several chief executives in CP0 have been investigated for a long time. After meeting An Xiao for the first time, Yunya has already figured out several chief executives in CP0, even if they are hidden by the world government. But after all, they made a move in the early years, so it is not difficult to find out the news. However, since we have met, then, let's all stay here. Yaren narrowed his eyes slightly, raised the silver fiber in his hand, and the golden flame condensed on the blade, and he cut it down with a sudden strike. The scorching golden 1,000-meter slash was hot enough to melt everything. Wherever it passed, the temperature rose suddenly, and the mighty sword rushed towards the people of the world government. We can't fight the Nightblade, we can't be his opponent. Bruno, open the space door and leave the headquarters. On the side of the world government, the moment they saw the Nightblade, they were ready to flee. Yaren's strength is too strong, they are not able to resist at all. And, the 5 old stars must be informed of this news? In CP0, Bruno was sweating profusely, and quickly opened a huge space door behind him. This is the space door connected to the Red Earth continent? Block the attack. Kong's mechanical eyes flashed red, and he said, the muzzle of the gun appeared in the palm of his hand, and a powerful laser pierced through it. Space confinement. Candle Wolf's space ability was activated, and the ability confines a piece of space in front of him, turning it into the hardest shield. 6 types of mysteries, 6 king spears. Lanjiao Joduan. Ghost sword profound truth Dao cutting. Finger gun explosion. The rest of the people also shot, and all kinds of attacks were blasted out, colliding with the golden slash, and the next moment, boom. The attacks collided together, a terrifying roar erupted, and shockwaves swept out, causing the naval headquarters buildings below to collapse and shatter. Those who stood in front of the Nightblade slash were all swept by this shockwave, with blood spurting from their mouths and flying backwards, crashing into Bruno's opened gate and disappearing. In a year, Yunya has not only been familiar with the Pio fruit, but also has not stopped in terms of physical fitness. He is now stronger than he was a year ago. Door fruit. Yurin was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, Bruno from CP9 was there, and opened a space door, allowing them to escape. But I don't care too much, the war has already begun, and sooner or later it will be settled. You are a bit embarrassed, but since the world government has taken action against you, it seems that you have already made a decision. Yurin looked at the Navy side, looked up and down several people, and finally focused on King Z. At this time, several high-ranking officers of the Navy were in a bit of a panic, and some of them were already injured. Especially Daoto, who had a hideous wound cut on her body by the evil ghost. Yurin touched her hand casually, and a white light fell on Daoto's body, healing her injuries. Thank you, Yurin. Daoto thanked Yurin. Aokiji said, well, the Navy is the Navy, and the world government is the world government. Hearing this, Yurin smiled and said, at first, I just wanted you not to intervene in my war with the world government. You can do whatever you want, as long as you don't become my enemy. Yunya just told the Navy not to intervene in this war, but he didn't care much about their attack on the world government. Even without a Navy, he is absolutely sure of facing the world government. Zhang Guo looked at Yuren, you are the only one coming? What about Zifa and the others? In the Neo Navy, although the combat power is not as good as the Navy headquarters, there are still a few strong ones. Yuren said, I don't want them to intervene in this battle. It's too dangerous, and it won't help me too much. Your war? Isn't it the Quincy and the world government? You really have cooperation with the Quincy. Lieutenant General he keenly understood the meaning of Yunya's words. Yuren glanced at Aokiji without any trace, and didn't say much, just nodded. Well, now we both have a common enemy. King Z knew the reason, but he didn't say much, but said, where is the Quincy now? Yuren smiled, we have arrived at the Holy Land. What? On the Red Clay Continent, the Holy Land of Mary Joya? Pango City. At this time, Pango City has also undergone a transformation. The whole body adopts Vegapunk's technological products, which can block domineering prying eyes, and added sea tower stones, which can also block the attacks of capable people. At this time, the 5 old stars stayed in Pango City. The conference room is full of monitoring screens, where all forces can be mobilized. It can be said that this is the gathering point of world power, where all the power of the world government can be mobilized. One of them said, the people below have already completed their deployment, and if they want to use the Pio fruit to come over, it is impossible to escape the perception of the eyeliner. They have already arrived in the first half, and they were caught by the eyeliner on an empty island. Found. What about the specific situation? They have lost their whereabouts. After all, the speed of movement on the empty island cannot catch up. However, from being discovered to the Holy Land, even with the mobility of Pio fruit, it will take half a day to arrive. Half a day? Get everyone ready for battle. I want the people under my command to consume their combat power, and let Lord Im do the finishing touches. Half a day, it's enough to kill those people in the Navy, and it's too late to gather the strength of the Navy. Humph, you guys who don't know good and bad, since they plan to betray, then you can't blame us. If they succeed, it will be a trouble. The power of the Navy should not be underestimated. Fortunately, none of their actions escaped our control. During the conversation between several people, everything has been arranged properly. All that remains is to wait for Kong to take charge of the Navy again. Half a day is enough for Kong to complete the task and bring the people of the Navy to the Holy Land. After that, just wait for the arrival of the army of the Quincy Division. At this time, the Red Earth continent in this area has already deployed countless government troops. This is after Wangsu Palace started to act, the people of the world government began to gather troops. All the CP organizations of the world government appeared at the same time, and this force guarded Pango City, and on the left side of the periphery is the army team on the Red Earth continent. The army is also a very powerful army under the world government. Although it is not comparable to an elite group like the Navy, it has a large number of people, and the total number exceeds the Navy. However, the army is as strong as the Admiral of the Navy. At the forefront, there is a pacifist army with the appearance of a unified green bull. The number is tens of thousands. This is the preparation of the world government in this year. Countless manpower and material resources, sacrificed countless civilians, and created the strongest army. After the pacifist corps, there are more than 100,000 members of the Allied powers who have been selected through selection. The vacant space on the left is reserved for the Navy. As long as Kong completes the task, his reputation as the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies is enough to bypass Aokiji's authority and mobilize the Navy. The overall strength of the Navy is still very strong. It can be seen from the original war on the top that the 100,000 elite naval soldiers all have certain strengths. The weak are not qualified to participate in the war on the top. One can imagine how strong the navy is. And in the front row, there are rounds of cannons, densely packed, almost arming the Red Earth continent in this area layer by layer. This is the combat readiness force of the world government, with more than hundreds of thousands of people. In this battle, the world government is bound to win, and at this moment, as a space door opened, more than a dozen people shot out like shells, flying backwards in all directions, smashing through buildings. What happened? Enemy attack. Is it Marshal Kong? Why are they in such a mess? Could it be that the people from the Quincy are coming from below? Master Wu Laoxing's judgment is wrong. The sudden change caused the faces of the government troops who were on alert to change drastically, but the knowledge spread, but it was discovered that they were empty. Kong also ignored these people. After getting up, he hurriedly rushed towards Wu Laoxing's meeting room, and must inform Lord Wu Laoxing of this information. That fellow Yablade has already touched the Navy headquarters below Mary Joya. This time, they may face both Nightblade and Quincy at the same time. But before he rushed into Pangu City to tell Wu Laoxing the news, a terrifying and domineering arrogance came from an unknown distance, and accompanied by a wild laughter. I kept you waiting for a long time. The world government, today, the Quincy, will completely destroy you. Boom. When the terrifying overlord's face was pressed down, it was like Mount Tai was pressing down on the top, and the entire sky and clouds rolled up crazily. The scene was like the end of the world. Come. The destroyer. Why so fast? No, it's overlord color. Get ready to resist. On the side of the government army, after hearing this voice, they saw dark clouds rolling in the sky. Their faces were full of inexplicable horror, and large drops of sweat dripped from their foreheads. The name of a person, the shadow of a tree. In the entire world right now, there is no one who is not afraid of Quincy. Especially under the premise of being an enemy with the Quincy division. A huge pressure hit everyone's hearts. In Pangu City, Wu Laoxing's complexion suddenly changed. Quincy, how could it be possible to arrive at this time, half a day earlier than they expected? Why did you come so fast? Wu Laoxing with the knife stood up abruptly, looking at a screen, where there were countless ships floating, approaching at an extremely fast speed. No, hurry up and activate the force field. You must block the domineering arrogance of the Quincy division, or you will be in trouble. Another 5 old stars also took action, mobilizing the command, the Pacifist Legion, activate the protective force field. Although this 5 old star does not have strong combat power, he is very proficient in command and dispatch. He is in command of all the overall planning and dispatch of the world government, and the overall deployment is also his handwriting. They've already made plans. The Overlord color of Quincy is undoubtedly a powerful weapon. His Overlord color can even compete with Lord Im's Overlord color. Facing this level of Overlord color, even the strong general level will be affected. If they don't make preparations in advance, their hundreds of thousands of government troops are likely to be wiped out by 90% in one face-to-face. Have to guard against. Following his command, the eyes of all the members of the Pacifist Legion in the front row lit up red, and a special force field extended from their bodies, connecting with each other, forming an incomparably huge. The protective force field blocks the front of the government army. Boom. The terrifying Overlord-colored arrogance collided with this force field, and there was a loud bang, and a terrifying impact radiated out. The impact radiated caused the entire holy land of Marijoa to vibrate violently, making people unsteady on their feet, and the government troops that were originally arranged in an orderly manner appeared to be staggering. The protective force field built by all the pacifists vibrated slightly, and even cracks appeared in some places. When the Overlord color hit, everyone in that area was stunned, and the ground cracked and shattered. But soon, these cracks were repaired, and the impact of the Overlord color continued, but it was no longer possible to break through the protective force field. The domineering look of the Quincy Master was resisted. It's a pacifist? It actually blocked the domineering arrogance of the Quincy Master. What level of domineering color is this? It can actually cause damage to matter. Facing such a monster, can we really win? Don't be discouraged. Although it barely withstood the impact of the Overlord's color from the Quincy division, but, is this level of Overlord's color really something that humans can have? Just a round of domineering shock, their side has already suffered a lot of losses, more than tens of thousands of people were stunned. Originally the government army was assembled, seeing such a powerful force, everyone in the government army still had great hope for victory, but the Quincy was just a domineering impact, which greatly affected their confidence hit. In the distance, the ships of the Palace of Wangsu are getting closer and closer, making everyone's minds tense. This is the army of the Palace of Wangsu? Oh, did it actually block my domineering look? Vegapunk's technology is really amazing. On the frontmost ship, Quincy sat on a throne with his legs crossed, looking down from a high position. All the government troops below. Beside him are the 10 blades of Wangsu Palace, all of them are fighting with high spirits at this moment. During the period when Vegapunk stayed on Moon Knight Island, Vegapunk also informed Yunyi of many of the technological achievements he had made by the world government. Yunyi knows that this is one of Vegapunk's technologies, which can generate a protective force field, which can block attacks to a certain extent, and can block the attacks of domineering and devil fruit abilities. Of course, there is only an upper limit. Moreover, if it is only a single protective cover, it is impossible to block this level of overlord color. When he was in the Holy Land of Marijoa, Vegapunk used this protective stance to block the impact of the overlord-colored conflict between Yunya and Im. However, even his technology cannot resist it for too long. This time, the reason why the Quincy was able to block the domineering look was more because there were too many pacifists. The protective force field built by tens of thousands of pacifists was so strong that even a great swordsman level of slash can be resisted. What's more, the world government specially built this protective stance. Its purpose is to block the overlord's color for the Quincy division. However, how do you block the ones below? On the throne, the Quincy's tone was joking, and he snapped his fingers with his right hand. Following his movements, above the sky, a huge island landed like a meteorite. The island rubbed against the air, emitting light and heat, dragging a long tail of flames, and smashed straight towards the Holy Land of Marijoa. Huh? What happened? What did the Quincy do? Look, heaven. What is that? An inexplicable oppressive atmosphere came from the sky, making everyone feel tightness in their chests. After discovering the abnormality with knowledge and feeling, he suddenly raised his head to look at the sky, and couldn't help but his face changed drastically. More people looked towards the sky. In their line of sight, above the sky, a star suddenly appeared, and then it became bigger and bigger. As it got closer, everyone could see clearly what it was. It's a meteorite with a long flame tail. No, it's an island, an extremely huge island. Island. It's the ability of Pio Guo. They moved an island to the sky. Quick, block it, or you will all die. Seeing this scene, everyone in the government army below changed their expressions drastically, showing a horrified expression. If an island of this size is smashed down, if it is not stopped, everyone here will be smashed to pieces. Not good. Quincy, someone among their people has developed Pio fruit to such an extent? Who is it? Why are you talking so much nonsense? You must stop it. The three powerful Wu Liaoxing left the conference room at this time and came to the top of Pango City. Looking at the falling island, their faces were extremely gloomy, and at the same time they were ready to smash the island. Before, they also knew that Quincy had the Pio fruit in his hands, but they didn't think that someone in Wangsu Palace could develop Pio fruit to a high level in such a short period of time. You must know that the development of devil fruit is very difficult, and it took a long time for Golden Lion to develop Pio fruit to the point of awakening. Among the 10 blades, those with sufficient strength, such as Tizalo, Hawkins, Yeki, Luo, Yuta, and others, are all devil fruit capable users. The other 10 blades who didn't eat the devil fruit, although Kibsun, Feld, and Geiji are not weak, but it is impossible to develop Pio fruit to such an extent so quickly, and Mr. Elian, the 10 blades, can be ignored. So, what's going on here? Who is the ability user of Pio fruit now? No matter how they think about it, they can't imagine that the fluttering fruit is not being used by other people, but the Quincy himself. It is also because of this that they miscalculated a bit. The reason why the army of Wangsu Palace arrived half a day earlier than they expected is because the user of the fluttering fruit is Quincy himself. Shadow Leopard, Evil Ghost, Candle Wolf, attack the island with all your might. Go and command the Pacifist Legion, while the Seraphim attack the island with all their might. The army, the allied forces, crush the falling pieces. Among them, the 5 old stars in charge of the command also saw sweat on their foreheads, and quickly mobilized the general's strength. Following the instructions one after another, the government troops quickly moved into action. Those responsible for smashing the island are all masters among masters. It is not so easy to crush an island of such a scale, unless Master Yumo makes a move. Otherwise, only the strong general level can make a move. Im is the last whole card. He must reserve all his strength to fight against Quincy and Nightblade. The whereabouts of the Nightblade has been informed by the sky, and the Navy headquarters just below, the Navy, has also completely rebelled, catching them by surprise. The Nightblade Quincy was already a problem for them, and now the Navy may become their enemy. All these situations made Wu Liaoxing feel extremely dignified. Yes, my lord. Sora responded, and quickly used his authority to mobilize all the pacifists. Some pacifists opened up their positions, and the palms of some pacifists lit up with golden light. Immediately afterwards, golden lasers shot towards the island. Landfoot Kaibird. Rob Lucci turned into a half-beast form and kicked a swipe into the sky. Evil Ghost slash. The evil ghost's body was full of cold air. Muramasa pulled out his sheath, and slashed out a ghostly slash. Confinement. Candle Wolf clasped his hands in the void, completely controlling and condensing the space in front of him, turning it into an indestructible shield. In the CP organization, several figures rushed out, and all kinds of moves bombarded the sky together. The 3 powerful 5 old stars also shot together. The rest of the government army members with long-range attack capabilities also shot at the next moment. All of a sudden, all kinds of attacks blasted towards the sky. The gorgeous attacks are densely packed, and the colorful impacts are intertwined, and the next moment they directly collide with the smashed island. Boom. After a terrifying roar, the oscillating shock wave repelled everything, impacting all directions, and even the space seemed to start to distort. Crack. Faced with such an attack, even a giant island couldn't bear it. The entire island was like broken tiles, with large cracks appearing, and the cracks became bigger and bigger, until finally, it shattered. Successful. There was excitement on someone's face, and they blocked it. Don't be careless. Wu Liaoxing in the meeting room yelled at the phone bug. He faintly felt that this attack was not over yet. Hearing this, the faces of the government soldiers froze. That's right, but, is it that easy? Quincy glanced at everyone who had shot, spread his 5 fingers, the ring on his right hand shone slightly, and used the fluttering fruit ability again. The large and small fragments left by those islands were all marked by his ability and gathered at one point. Boom boom boom. Countless fragments collided and squeezed together, and finally formed a huge spherical rock, suspended above everyone's heads. It brought enormous pressure to everyone. Countless people swallowed their saliva and showed horror on their faces. Such a large island was easily compressed into a sphere, and at this moment, someone also noticed that the one who used the Pio fruit was none other than the boss of Wangsu Palace, Quincy Master himself. How is this possible? Why does Quincy still have the fluttering fruit ability? 3 devil fruit abilities. How do you fight this? After knowing this, everyone present was shocked. Before, Quincy had already demonstrated 2 kinds of devil fruit abilities, and now, it's the 3rd. Even the 5 old stars also showed disbelief. How did Quincy do it? Moreover, how do you feel? More difficult to deal with than the golden lion. The reason for this, of course, is the existence of Yachi, the Momo fruit ability user. Whether it was the island that fell from the sky just now, or now, Momo fruit's ability has always been blessed on the island. Although with the strength of Yachi, it can only increase the number of islands of this size several times, but the combination of the 2 abilities is definitely an extremely powerful ability. Heavenly Earthquake. Quincy smiled coldly, pointing with his right hand. The huge rock ball suspended in midair was marked with his ability, like a toy in his hand. This huge ball suddenly rose a lot, tightly then, smash it down again. This time, Yachi shot with all his strength, and the power of the Momo fruit blessing was stronger. Compared with before, the speed and force of the impact were stronger and more terrifying. The sense of oppression caused by it is several times greater than before. The air seems to be oppressed and becomes more viscous, making it difficult for people to breathe and move. Shoot again and smash it into pieces. The 5 old stars in the meeting room roared quickly. He could see that if the entire sphere was not completely broken, the Quincy Master would rely on this tricky method to make them exhausted. In fact, Wu Liaoxing thought too much. This kind of attack consumes too much energy. If he wants to use an island as an attack method, unless he falls from a high altitude with the acceleration of gravity, otherwise, it will consume too much energy. Yunya is okay, he can hold on, but Yachi can't last too long. Under the command of Wu Liaoxing, the masters of the government army made another move. This time, no one dared to hold back their hands, because they had the idea of directly detonating the sphere. Boom. There were loud roars, and under the successive attacks of the strong, this hard sphere could no longer bear it, and was penetrated again, turning into countless pieces and falling down. This time, together with those fragments, they were also smashed into powder. Seeing the sphere that was bombarded into powder, many people present were relieved. Finally withstood a round of attack from the Quincy division. The 5 old stars with combat power looked at the countless ships floating in midair, and their eyes were on the head of the Quincy. Their faces were extremely gloomy. If they hadn't been fully prepared, this sudden attack would probably cost them more than half of their troops. The 5 old stars with a knife said indifferently, "Quincient, dare to attack the world government. This will be the most stupid move you make. The background of the world government is not something that mere pirates like you can contend with. Fire." Without too much nonsense, in the current situation, there is no need to spend more interviews. Following his order, the countless rounds of huge muzzles deployed at the forefront turned around, the light spots condensed, and laser beams blasted towards the army of Wangsu Palace. This time the Quincy Master didn't make a move. Several 10 blades acted one after another. Momo 100 times slash. Yachi's slender figure flitted out, the dagger in his hand was covered with armed colors, and he slashed out horizontally. A slash slashed out, suddenly inflated 100 times, and collided with the attacking attack. Room. Luo opened the special space, transferred the laser light that entered his space, and moved it directly to the dense fortress. Golden divine fire. The golden water in Tizalo's hand surged and turned into a cannon, and a thick hot ray shot out from the cannon hole. Straw handle 10,000 blades cut. Hawkins turned into a straw giant, unsheathed the big straw sword at his waist, and slashed out a slash to kill through the air. The 4 of them shot at the same time, each showing their means to resist the densely packed laser beams, and the powerful attack, in turn, directly destroyed countless forts. Boom! In the middle of the air, dense explosions sounded, and in the middle of the confrontation between the 2 sides, light spots like fireworks exploded. The 10 blades of Wangsu Palace have made a move. Black Rose Knight 7, Golden Emperor Tizalo, Scarecrow Hawkins, Death Surgeon Luo, the strongest 10 blades. Seeing the person who made the move, the government army all exclaimed. The 10 blades of Wangsu Palace is also a prestigious existence in the world. Now they've finally done it. Smash all the forts. Grab the foothold. Geiji, one of the 10 blades, opened his eyes and opened a round of muzzles on his snail ship. Thunder and lightning intertwined and turned into swift electric shocks. Bombard the past. Their Germa 66 technology is also extremely powerful. Boom boom boom. A round of volley came down, and countless forts were smashed to pieces. Attack with all members. Yunya was still sitting on the throne, and with a wave of his hand, under his control, all the ships in the Wangsu Hall pressed down on the Red Earth continent. During Yachi's attack, the forts in an area were almost emptied, which could be used as a foothold. They need a foothold, and it's not a problem to be suspended in midair all the time. It needs to consume energy. Kill me. Ha ha ha, Feld, this time, I will definitely kill more people than you. When the ship got closer, Kibsan, one of the 10 blades, laughed and jumped into the Red Earth continent above. Behind him, his forces also jumped out. Then let's try it out. The other 10 blade Feld also laughed, and rushed out unwillingly. Similarly, behind him were all his former powers. Other forces under 10 blades also rushed out. This time Wangsu Palace mobilized a lot of people. Although there is no detailed count, the number is more than 100,000. After years of development, there are also many fighters in Wangsu Palace. Here, the government army also began to press towards them under the mobilization of Wulaoxing. Pacifist Legion, all members are dispatched. Tens of thousands of pacifists with the appearance of green bulls all took action. Their steps are neat, and every time they move forward, the ground vibrates, but judging from their movements are not so smooth. This should not be the kind of refined product produced by Vegapunk. The action and strength are all inferior, these are at best some iron consumables. However, although the action and strength are a bit weak, but in terms of attack, it still uses the laser cannon that has the same ability as the ape devil fruit, and the threat is not small. It's a pacifist, this number, too many. Seeing this scene, the people in Wangsu Hall gasped, there were too many people? The pacifists are naturally clear, and this is not the first time they have appeared. But this amount makes their scalps tingle. These are just shoddy things, let us Germa 66 solve it. As a scientist, Gage saw the difference between these pacifists at a glance. The details are not perfect, it should be intentional. Otherwise, at the cost of a pacifist like Vegapunk, one needs the cost of a warship. Even with the background of the world government, it can't afford it. His snail ship has also landed, and countless clone soldiers have stepped down from the ship, at least tens of thousands. As the banner of 10 blades, their deployment is the most among all 10 blades. The current clone legion is not as strong as before, and its strength has increased a lot, and some even use domineering. At his order, he went straight to the front and fought with the pacifist army. Both sides are consumables without soul consciousness, and the battle is extremely powerful. It's Germa 60 SIXS troops, let's go together and kill them all. There was a Kibsun fighter with good combat power, mastered two-color domineering, and cut a pacifist in half with one knife, but he didn't wait for him. How long are you happy? In the pacifist army, a pacifist is different from other pacifists. He has the number PX9 on his body. This combatant is blasted down. Boom! The laser exploded suddenly, and a huge pothole appeared, and the shockwave killed everyone nearby. Be careful, they are numbered pacifists, they are different from others. Someone exclaimed when they saw this scene. This should be the first batch of pacifists, right? Interesting. Yizi, the eldest son of the Vinsmoke family, smashed a pacifist to pieces with a single punch. He also saw this scene, and without hesitation, he went straight to rush out over there and fight with it. The numbered pacifists are all written by Vegapunk. Unlike other pacifists who can only be used as consumables, they have extremely strong combat power, not even inferior to the strength of elite lieutenant generals. The two fought together, and it was impossible to tell the winner in a short time. People from the army and the allied army also joined the battle. Naturally, the forces under Wangsu Palace were not afraid. Under the leadership of Kibsun and Feld, they charged forward. Among them, the government army also has not weak masters, and some even reached the level of elite lieutenant generals. In the palace of Wangsu, Alan, Niji, Yuji, Reiju, and other strongest fighters under 10 blades also found their opponents and fought with each other. For a time, the battlefield became extremely fierce. All of a sudden, it entered the white-hot stage. Germa 60 SIXS clone army. The 5 old stars in charge frowned upon seeing this. He is no stranger to the people of Germa 66, and the world government once wanted to obtain their technology. But before it started to act, Germa 66 went to the New World and became a force under the Quincy Division. Those clone legions are actually no weaker than their own pacifist legion. Over there, the incoming 10 blades and their forces have all been mobilized to fight with the government army, but after all, the number cannot be compared with the government army, and nothing can be seen in a short time, but after a long time, the government army will definitely win. However, the 10 blades are extremely powerful, pushing all the way. With their combat power, even numbered pacifists cannot be their opponents, and several of them have been destroyed. We must kill a few 10 blades first. Seeing the explosive power of the 10 blades, Wu Laoxing, who was in charge of the battle, narrowed his eyes and immediately contacted Kong. Let Seraphim dispatch to kill Wangsu Palace 10 blades. Yes. Kong received the order, turned his head to look at the 4 tall figures with different costumes, masks, and wings growing from the back, and ordered, you guys, go and kill 10 blades. Yes. All 4 of them nodded, and in a flash, they rushed towards the 10 blades. One of them suddenly disappeared in place, turned into an afterimage, and directly killed Yachi. During the battle, Yachi's knowledgeable color suddenly jumped, and she retreated suddenly after anticipating the danger, avoiding the attack of this tall figure. The man's attack didn't stop, he stopped abruptly in midair, stepped on the air, and there was a muffled bang. He twisted his body abruptly, and shot out again, covering the point of the weapon with one finger. Momo 50 times sword cut. Yachi snorted coldly, the dagger in his hand was like a butterfly wearing a flower, danced the sword flower and then cut it off. Boom! The two attacked and collided, and their domineering confronted each other. The next moment, both of them were shocked and flew out backwards. On the other side, Luo, Hawkins, and Tizalo also met an opponent. And the battle broke out in an instant, and shock waves rushed out, and the surrounding 100 meters became a restricted area, and the weak could not get close. Two masters of the government army also approached Kibsun and felled. One is a general of the army, and the other is a master from the allied countries. They are not weak. Difficulties? The Quincy sits on the throne, looking at everything beside him. It is Yuta. Yuta's ability is not suitable for use on the battlefield. Her singing is an indiscriminate attack, although her physical skills are not weak, but barely at the rank of lieutenant general. Her strength lies in her ability. The Quincy looked over there, narrowing his eyes slightly, the unique breath, and the kind of flames that are similar to the fire embers. This should be the last Seraph series produced by Vegapunk, right? The former Seraph Arpu, White 2, and Capone Becky have been defeated by him, but later, Vegapunk also improved the technology of Seraph. They are no longer made of strong bodies, but artificial humans cloned through blood factors, and he also integrated the genes of other races to make them stronger. What's more, Yunya knew that these people were transformed by someone's blood factor. The clones of Green Bull, Kong, and Rob Lucci, and Mariah who has been transformed as a whole. The Green Bull is the first machine of the pacifists, and Vegapunk knows him best, and the blood factor vitality of the Sensen fruit ability is extremely powerful, which can just be used as the basis for human cloning experiments. Green Bull is also the first new generation of Seraphs to be cloned. And Rob Lucci is a participant, and as the strongest person in the history of CP9, his qualifications are undoubtedly favored by Vegapunk and become the second clone. And Kong was injured after fighting Redfield and was transformed into an artificial human. Vegapunk also knows a lot about him, and he is the third clone. The fourth Moria is a transformation of Vegapunk on the basis of Moria's body, and, through Moria's blood factor, he discovered that Moria is also a special race. The appearance of Moria surprised Vegapunk and made him interested. He wanted to know whether this race could be transformed by mixing other blood factors. These four are the new generation of Seraphim series produced by Vegapunk, and they are also the last four, because, after that, he fled the world government with the people of the Revolutionary Army. And these news were all told by Vegapunk to Yunya. Is it a Seraph made by Vegapunk? Luo Yujian pushed a Seraph back, and cut off the mask on his face, revealing his appearance. The appearance of this Seraphim is like the Steel Bone Kong when he was a child, but his body is larger than the normal Steel Bone Kong, his skin is brown like that of the Lunalia family, and his hair is white. When fighting, there will be the flames rise up. This looks like Martial Kong. The people around the government army who saw this scene were all dumbfounded. As the commander-in-chief of the three armies, Kong was the commander-in-chief, and everyone here knew him. That face is very similar to Sora, even though he is younger, the color of his skin and hair is also different, and more importantly, behind him, there is a pair of wings. Blazing Angel Kong didn't speak, but rushed towards Luo again, punching out, which caused sound waves to vibrate the air, and circles of sound waves came out, turning into the most terrifying sharp blade to cut everything. Luo didn't dare to be careless, and disappeared in a flash, avoiding the attack. The sound waves hit the surroundings, and everything in the fan-shaped area in front was cut to pieces. Fighting against Yachi is Rob Lucci's clone Seraphim, and the battle between the two sides is also extremely fierce. At this time, Seraphim Rob Lucci also used his unique ability. His 5 fingers spread out and turned into beast claws. His nails were long and sharp, and he grabbed Yachi like a dragon claw. Yachi's speed soared suddenly, avoiding the attack. The next moment he avoided it, 5 long cut marks spread along the ground all over his body. Tizalo and Seraph Mariah are also fighting together here. Mariah is still a shadow fruit, but in terms of physique, he has gained the advantage of other races, and the power he erupts is also extremely strong, not even weaker than Tizalo. Both sides come and go, all kinds of attacks and collisions set off waves. The Seraphim Green Bull was also extremely powerful. At his feet, countless bushes and jungles stretched out, blocking the area, and sharp vines pierced towards Luo, blocking his escape route, but it was blocked by the scarecrow in the form of Hawkins was cut off with a sword, and the two sides also fought. On the other side, Uran looked at the Red Earth continent, his eyes flickered, and after a brief conversation with Kingsley and the others, his figure soared into the sky and disappeared. He was going to find the trace of Uranus, the King of Heaven. The last time, Yunya saw that there seemed to be something hidden in the Red Earth continent. If the guess is correct, Uranus, the Heavenly King, should be hidden somewhere in the Red Earth continent. After all, this battle is closely related to the future, and the Navy can't just sit idly by. Since it is already hostile to the world government, it's time to make a final decision. After Yaren left, Aokiji looked at the red clay continent. The eyes became deep. Sengoku also took a deep breath and said, "Well, give an order, Aokiji. The Navy has already assembled, but we still have to inform everyone of the situation." "Yes, I know." Aokiji nodded. Several high-ranking officers of the Navy also discussed it, and informed all members of the Navy of the general situation. Inevitably, there was a commotion in the Navy. Aokiji did not force these navies to perform this mission. After all, the world government has always been the immediate boss of their navies. Some people still have a sense of belonging to the world government. However, because of the world government's purge of the first half of the period, let their navy rush to the forefront. During this period of time, the reputation of the Navy among the common people has plummeted. Many people in the Navy have long been very dissatisfied with the world government. It's just not easy to explode. So much so that after the high-level Navy said that the enemy was the world government, except for a few extreme navies who opposed it and strongly protested, others did not express much. Such a situation also made several high-level officials breathe a sigh of relief. Then let's go, attack the world government. Aokiji ordered with cold eyes, their navy, after this battle, no matter whether they win or lose, they are no longer the lackeys of the world government. Going from the headquarters of the Navy to the Holy Land of Marijoa requires a special passage to enter, and some kind of technology is used. If the Navy people want to go up, they need to do it in batches. Naturally, the high-level members of the Navy were the first to go there. After arriving at Marijo, the Holy Land of the Red Earth continent, the war here has entered a fierce stage. The battlefield between Ten Blades and Seraph, the battlefield between pacifists and clones, the battlefield between the government army and the forces under Wangsu Palace, the scene is extremely chaotic. Huang Yuan put his hands in his pockets, scanned the battlefield, and his eyes were fixed. It's really fierce. Has the Quincy not made a move yet? Is it waiting for that person to appear? Didn't Yuren come up too? Why didn't you see him? Zhang Guo also glanced around, but there was no trace of Yuren here. He should have his own purpose. Aokiji's eyes flashed, but he guessed the reason in his heart. Uranus, the king of heaven. Aokiji narrowed his eyes, but he didn't think too much about it. Attack with all members. Aokiji gave the order, and the navy also started to act and entered the battlefield. Their target was not other government troops, but the army belonging to the world government and the tens of thousands of pacifist legions. The sudden appearance of the navy naturally couldn't escape the perception of everyone in the field. The government army's heart was shocked, and joy filled their hearts. On the other hand, Wang Xudian's face changed drastically, even the faces of the 10 blades were solemn, and the people from the navy also came. This is troublesome. However, after seeing the navy attacking the pacifist army from the other side, both the enemy and the enemy in the field were stunned. The people of the navy are actually attacking the people of the world government? What's the matter? Countless people in the arena were puzzled. This situation greatly exceeded their expectations. Damn it, the people in the navy really dare. The 5 old stars in charge of the command's face was extremely gloomy, and the guys in the navy actually turned against them? He shouted angrily at the phone bug, and the radio broadcast, Aokiji, Sengoku, are you really determined to be an enemy of the world government? You traitors. King Z heard the voice spreading throughout the battlefield, and his voice also raised a little, and said coldly, the navy is not a lackey of the world government. We have had enough of your dictatorial thinking. From now on, the navy it's the navy, the world government is the world government. Your actions during this period have already caused the first half of the people to suffer unspeakably. You are the biggest evil in this world. After King Z finished speaking, he ignored the 5 old stars, but stepped forward, using his ability, and directly frozen a large number of pacifists. The rest of the high-level navy also shot at the same time, and their targets were also the pacifist corps and the army. The army of the Allied powers, after all, was selected from civilians with strength, and they were forced to join the battlefield. However, on the battlefield, is it so easy to distinguish? Casualties are inevitable. This point, the navy cannot completely avoid. However, with the addition of the navy, the pressure on Wangsu Palace has suddenly decreased, but in terms of numbers, the government army still has the upper hand. The war is not over yet, but it has become more intense. On the throne of Wangsu's palace ship, Quincy looked at Kingzi, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but hang an arc. Aokiji, you really have courage. Yunya naturally didn't care much about the direction of the world after the war. It is enough to establish order again, but naturally he will not show up to do these things. This kind of thing will only fall on the navy and the revolutionary army. The navy's appearance at this time to express their position can increase their prestige among the civilians in the first half. It seems that Aokiji is also considering matters after the war. Do you have confidence in me? The Quincy smiled. After knowing that Yuren and Quincy are the same person, Aokiji already has great hopes for the world government's victory. Facing such a monster, it will be very difficult for the world government to win. Even if there is I'm on the world government side, what he has to face is Yuren and Quincy. Damn it, I would have killed them when I knew they had these signs. Wu Laoxing, who was in charge of the overall situation in the conference room, couldn't help but hammered the table, feeling extremely angry. These damned navies actually turned their backs at this critical moment. Damn it. The rest of the 5 old stars also had a very bad face. If they had known about it, they would have executed those dissident high-level officers of the Navy as soon as possible. They are still too arrogant, thinking that every move of the Navy is under their control, and they can't make waves. It's just that at the last moment, Yuren stepped in and disrupted their plan. Now the Night Blade has not appeared yet, and I don't know what it is doing. The Night Blade is also a huge threat. The current situation is becoming more and more unfavorable to their world government. The 5 old stars who were in charge of the command saw that several high-ranking officers of the Navy had taken action, so they quickly picked up the phone. Kong, T-Dolphin, Candle Wolf, Shadow Leopard, Evil Ghost, you go and block Aokiji and the others, and don't let them go too far. Presumptuous. Yes. After being repelled from the Navy headquarters, these people stayed around Pangu City, guarding against the Night Blade. Here in Pangu City, it is the gathering place of the 5 old stars, and it is also the place where the orders are issued. Nothing can be lost. Almost all the people from the CP organization are here, firmly protecting Pangu City. There is no need for them to take action on the battlefield, and they are also the last line of defense. At this moment, upon hearing Wu Laoxing's order, these people also rushed out, each choosing an opponent to fight out. The 5 old star then picked up another phone bug and shouted, "All members of the government army, the Navy has betrayed, treat them as enemies, and kill them all. Peach Rabbit, since you have chosen to be the enemy of the world government, then you can't blame me. I will not kill you, but will imprison you and torture you." The T-Dolphin approached Tao Rabbit, with a stern look on his face. The color, stepping on the moon step, rushed out, the muscles in his right hand swelled, and he punched out with a powerful punch. Humph. Daotu didn't talk nonsense, there was no need for it. She raised her hand and slashed down with a sword, colliding with the T-Dolphin's fist. "Zhanguo, you will pay the price for your stupid behavior." Sora charged towards Zhanguo with an indifferent expression, and smashed down with a ferocious punch. "Marshal Sora, I didn't expect that you and I would become enemies one day. Anyway, you once told me that people with different ideas, in the end, only one battle can decide who is right and who is wrong. The same is true for Aokiji Chiken and you and I." Sengoku facing the former boss, he also shook his head slightly. The difference in philosophy has led to the current hostile situation. With a loud shout, the golden light on his body flourished, turning into a giant Buddha and launching a shockwave with his palm, which collided with Kong's fist. "Yellow monkey, let's see if my space can confine your light." Candle Wolf let out a grinning grin, and punched out. Ripples in the space appeared, rushing out like ripples. Oh, the ability of space is really terrifying. Huang Yuan stretched out a golden sword from his hand, stabbed it out, collided with the ripples in space, and made a bang sound. "You kid once seemed to beat my grandson very badly. Let me learn your tricks and watch punches." Garp grinned and found trouble with Rob Lucci. "No, I was the one who lost that time, but next time I meet him, I will let him die in my hands." Rob Lucci turned into a half-orc, and rushed towards Garp with a terrifying haze. "Haha, then I can't let you leave even more. Although that bastard is very restless, he is my grandson after all." Garp smashed Ian's foot with a punch, and the foot kicked out. The evil ghost waved Muramasa repeatedly in his hand, slashing and shattering the incoming ice, and a strange voice came from behind the mask. "It's a pity you don't use a sword, Marshal Aokiji." Aokiji didn't speak, just drove the ice to spread over, the air temperature plummeted, and the attack was extremely powerful. Boom, boom, boom. Several masters fought together in an instant, shaking the area. On the throne, Quincy glanced at the battlefield, then looked at the 3-5 old stars above Pangu City and said indifferently, "Then, let's kill you all before I'm appears." He snapped his fingers with a snap, and 3 figures suddenly appeared behind him. A burning golden blazing sun on one body, thunder surges on one body, and ice crystals on one body congeals cold air. "Go, my homies," Quincy said without getting up. With a sound of swipe, 3 figures rushed out suddenly, with great speed. "Be careful, the Quincy master has made a move, this is the product of the soul fruit. Boss, have you finally acted?" Same as Charlotte Lingling's advanced homies. The movement here naturally cannot escape the perception of other people. Seeing the Quincy attack, everyone present was silent, with unstoppable horror on their faces. That man finally made his move? Have you finally made a move? Seeing the 3 figures attacking, Wu Laoxing snorted coldly, but his face showed a serious expression. Homies, who used to be a Quincy division, is extremely powerful, and can even block him's attack. They dare not be careless. Here, the 3 homies have already reached the frontier and launched an attack at the same time. The flames danced on Flame Homi's body, and a fireball hundreds of meters fell in the air. The thunder on Homi's body exploded, the thunder surged in the palm of his hand, and a thick pillar of thunder rushed out. An ice knife appeared in Hanbing Homi's hand, the cold air condensed a little, and a cold 1,000-meter slash pierced through the air. Is this the slash of a great swordsman? A mere homies can make such a powerful slash? Quincy is still a great swordsman. The expression of the 5 old stars with the sword suddenly changed. Could it be that Quincy is still the same? Great swordsman? They do have records of Quincy masters using swords, and they used swords to kill ghost spiders. But after that, Quincy never used swordsmanship, so they didn't take it too seriously. But now, even his homies can make such a powerful slash. What this means is self-evident. Quincy is still a great swordsman. Although the mind was shaken, the 5 old stars with the sword still reacted extremely quickly. The first generation ghost at the waist came out of the sheath, and slashed a 1,000-meter slash. The slash was magnificent and mighty. 3. Is the target the 3 of us? What an arrogance. Air Wu Laoxing shouted, the air was compressed in his palm, and then he punched out a powerful air cannon, which collided with Leizu. Gravity rebuke. The gravitational 5-old star also had a gloomy face. The powerful gravitational force converged a little, and then bounced out, colliding with the fireball that fell in the air. Boom! 3 explosions exploded suddenly, and the terrifying shock wave hit all directions, causing countless people in the field to watch the show, and they all gasped. It's really a great swordsman? How is this possible? And, this kind of swordsmanship, why is it so similar to the Night Blade? Wu Liaoxing with the sword and Hanbing Homais fought together, and the sword moves of the two sides exchanged each other attacking. Sword energy is raging in the field. The more he fights with a knife, the more shocked the 5 old stars are. The strength of this Homais is beyond his imagination. Strong, strong? But this wasn't what shocked him, but he saw an extremely familiar shadow in the opponent's attack. That is the shadow of the ice death god among the 3 forms of the Night Blade. The same extreme cold, the same ability. Frost Homai slashed down with a sword, and an ice dragon shot out from the edge of the sword, and the lifelike ice dragon roared to kill. Damn it, what's going on here? Wu Liaoxing with a saber stepped on the moon step, turning around and chopping the ice dragon with a sword, but the raging cold air hit him, and he couldn't help shivering. The battles between sword lords are all changing rapidly. Wu Liaoxing with the knife froze for a moment, but Hanbing Homai seized the opportunity to come to his head and cut him off with a sword. Although the Wu Liaoxing with the knife reacted instantly come here, and greet him with a backhand sword. With a boom, the two retreated separately. Ice Homai stepped on the air and slashed out again. The sword brought down endless cold air. The face of Wu Liaoxing with the knife changed drastically, and his body was filled with ghostly aura. The first generation of ghosts collided with him from an extremely tricky angle. With a sound of clang, although he blocked the attack, a bloodstain still appeared on his body, and the terrifying cold air invaded, making his body stiff. This time, the cold air surged from Hanbing Homai's body, and a stronger cold air burst out, reaching the foot of Wu Liaoxing with the knife. The ice froze to hinder his movement, and Hanbing Homai's high-raised sword cut it down. Boom! This sword was blocked by Wu Liaoxing with the sword, but he was still sent flying by the force of the sword. He crashed into the ground from a high altitude like a meteor, smashing the ground into a huge hole. This kind of flame, the fire of the sun? This is impossible. On the other side, the gravitational 5 old stars who fought with flame Homais also discovered the clues. Even his armed color can't resist. He has only seen this kind of flame in Uran's flame death. Moreover, the colors of the two flames are almost exactly the same. What exactly is going on? The flames on Flame Homai's body boiled, and the surrounding temperature suddenly rose. Even the ground under his feet began to melt and gasify. Flame Homais punched out punch after punch, and the terrifying flames carried the fist wind, making the gravitational 5 old stars only able to barely parry. Repulse. The gravitational 5 old star roared. Using the ability, the whole body repulsion burst out suddenly, with one point as the center. All the flames that swept over the body were repelled. He roared again, and an inexplicable gravitational force pulled Flame Homai's body, pulling towards him. Flaming Homais didn't speak. A long flaming sword appeared in his hand, and a sword swept out a scorching golden slash, colliding with the attacking repulsive force. With a bang, 2 different forces collided with each other and cancelled each other out. Flame Homais shot out again, and the flame-wreathed long sword stabbed out, forcing the gravitational 5 old stars to use repulsion again to bounce the flame away. However, Flame Homai seized the momentary gap and punched out again. The terrifying force vibrated the air to form ripples, turning into the most powerful attack and directly blasting the gravitational 5 old stars out. On the other side, the thunder on Thunder Homai's body exploded, and every punch he punched made the air condense into air, attacking each other with the abilities of the 5 old stars of the air. Air cage. The 5 elders of the air shouted loudly, the surrounding air vibrated, and a vacuum appeared around Thunder Homais, hindering Thunder Homai's movements. Burn. He yelled again. The oxygen content in the air suddenly increased, and the thunder on Lei Ting Homais ignited the high content of oxygen in the air. The booming explosion suddenly exploded all over Lei Ting Homais, and the shock wave blasted out in circles. It's not over yet. Air cannon. The ability of the air 5 old stars makes the air thicker, the fist rolls the air and oscillates, and a punch blasts out, and the more powerful air shock wave strikes out. The electromagnetic force of Thunder Homais pulls the iron sand into a shield, blocking the killing move of the 5 old stars of the air. The iron sand turns into tentacles and rolls towards the 5 old stars of the air. The lightning on his body explodes with high energy, melting part of the iron sand to form a huge iron ball suspended in front of him. Knowledge locks on the 5 old stars in the air, predicts the future, and predicts his trajectory in advance. Circles of high-energy currents jump from his arms, and the electromagnetic force pushes the iron ball out. Super electromagnetic gun. A terrifying shock erupted suddenly, breaking through all the obstacles in front of him, and rushing straight towards the 5 old stars in the air. Feeling the impact, the 5 old stars of the air could not help but change their complexion. Their scalp became numb, dangerous, extremely dangerous. Air cannon. The ability made the air thicker, and finally the high-pressure air condensed a little and exploded suddenly, but he underestimated the horror of this blow. Thunder Homai's attack broke through everything, hit him directly, and sent him flying. Boom boom boom. Almost one after another, the 3 Wulaoxing were blasted out, and fell to the ground like ordinary meteorites. 3 large craters appeared in different positions, and the cracks spread and connected together. There was silence in the field, and countless people gasped. He even easily suppressed the 3 powerful Wu Liaoxing, Ice Slash, Extreme Flame Slash, Extreme Lightning Slash. In midair, the 3 Homai's attacks continued unabated, sword blades of their respective attributes appeared in their hands, and the sword power of the great swordsman erupted on his body at the same time. 3 figures, thunder raging, flames roaring, cold air raging, the terrifying aura made everyone swallow their saliva. And, why is this kind of slash so familiar? The next moment, the 3 figures slashed towards their respective targets at the same time. After cutting off the sword, it seemed that the energy on their bodies was exhausted, and the 3 Homais suddenly turned into light spots and dissipated. Thunder, flames, and ice, the 3 terrifying 1,000-meter slashes with the power of different attributes are like cutting through layers of space, and they are as powerful as a bamboo, as if they are powerful enough to destroy the island? That kind of slash is Yaren's move, right? Why can Quincy use it? Get out of the way. It's too late. Damn it. In the pothole, the faces of the 3 5-old stars changed drastically. When they looked up, their scalps were numb, and the premonition of danger struck. If they were hit, they would die. However, facing the oncoming slash, they sank deep into the ground, and they were hit by Homais just now, and they were all wounded at this time, so they couldn't slow down for a while, and couldn't avoid it. The slash was swift and powerful, and it was about to kill the 3 5-old stars here. But at this moment, a high-ranking cold snort came, and then, a terrifying armed force turned into the most powerful attack, colliding with 3 slashes in midair. Boom. After a loud bang, waves of shock waves radiated across the battlefield, causing everyone to stop and resist the terrifying shock waves. The shock wave raged, and the unlucky ones who were closer were carried by the shock and flew out backwards, smashing out huge potholes one after another. This impact is so strong that even if it is on the periphery of the battlefield, it will be affected, so it can only stop and resist the impact. And this cold snort seemed to explode in everyone's minds. Countless people felt their heads were stunned and stopped their movements to look around. They also guessed the identity of the person who snorted coldly. The legendary master of the world, and only he has this strength, saved Wu Liaoxing at the last moment. However, many people were also shocked by the strength of the Quincy. Just 3 Homais forced the 3 5-old stars to be so embarrassed. If it wasn't for Im's shot, they might have died in the attack just now. Middle, is that person finally going to appear? The Lord of the World. Have you been forced out by the Quincy master? There was silence in the arena, there was not a single sound coming from Yoda battlefield, the arena was terribly quiet. Even the familiar slash that Homais of the Quincy used just now seems to have forgotten. Has it finally appeared? On the throne, Quincy stood up, stood at the bow, and looked at the position of Pango City. Since it has appeared, don't hide, and hide, Lord of the World. The Quincy grinned, a dark light flickered between his fingers, and a deep black ray blasted straight towards the position of Pango City from here. Out, Wang Su's flash. Quinciant, last time I let you run away, this time, you can't run away. With the indifferent voice, the whole world changed. The sky was overcast with clouds, lightning, and thunder, and all kinds of visions appeared around. With a sound of click, a thick thunderbolt over 100 meters fell from the sky, and directly collided with the attack of the Quincy division in midair. Boom. With the collision point of the 2 attacks as the center, the terrifying impact scattered, and the space over there seemed to be unable to withstand the impact, and black cracks appeared. The collision is still going on, and the impact is endless. The red soil continent in this area has started to crack due to the impact, and the cracks are spreading more and more, and then there is a tendency to collapse. Large chunks of red rock protruded and sank, and then were swept by the impact, and suddenly shattered into powder. On the battlefield, people turned their backs on their backs again, and countless people were carried away by the impact and flew out. No, get away from there. What kind of attack is this? Even the shockwave has such a powerful force. Block the impact. Damn it. Together with those strong people, they couldn't maintain stability in such an impact, and began to use their abilities to resist the impact. The 2 attacks were entangled with each other, the terrifying energy impact collided, and circles of energy fields suddenly expanded, and the ground, buildings, everything was reduced to dust under the impact of this energy field. Boom. Finally, after reaching a threshold, the originally diffused energy field suddenly shrank, and the next moment, a more powerful impact struck, and the originally shrunk energy field shook out again. When the energy field passed, everything was destroyed. Explosions, endless explosions resounded throughout the entire battlefield. Everything within a kilometer disappeared invisible under the terrifying impact. A huge dark mushroom cloud suddenly lifted into the sky, and around the mushroom cloud, there was this jet black electric current raging. Thousands of meters of potholes appeared, and dense and thick cracks spread out. The blow of the 2 directly changed the entire battlefield. You are stronger than a year ago, Quincy Master. Above the hard Pango City, a figure slowly floated high in the sky, wearing a black cloak, a white mask on his face, and a 4-fingered crown on his head. In the direction of the Quincy. Behind this person, there are endless visions flashing, and the thick thunder from the sky strikes down, making him look like a god. The Quincy also slowly floated up into the sky. You too, Lord of the World. Get ready, the Overlord-like conflict is coming. Wu Liaoxing, who was in charge of the command, changed his face drastically, as if he saw something. He picked up the phone and roared. At this moment, the eyes of all the pacifists are glowing red, and the special force fields are built together to form a huge translucent shield, covering all the people in the government army. On the other side, Yechi also yelled at his own people, "Get out of here quickly! The farther you back, the better." At this time, the expressions of those who possess high-level knowledge and knowledge enough to meet the future all changed drastically. They saw an extremely terrifying scene. On the battlefield, the army began to retreat like a tide, not daring to stay where it was. Although due to the attack collision just now, an open space has been cleared in the field, but it is not enough. Here, Quincy and I'm looked at each other, their pupils suddenly twitched, and a turbulent overlord's color gushed out from their bodies, and then they collided fiercely. Boom, boom, two equally powerful domineering colors collided together, as if two auras visible to the naked eye collided with each other. Above the sky, purple-black thunderstorms raged, and the powerful impact radiated out. The chaotic and intertwined overlord's color cover is more terrifying than the release of a single overlord's color. In just a split second, the protective force field built by the Pacifist Legion was broken, and those pacifists were also scrapped due to overloaded use. Everyone below was swept away by the domineering look, and a large number of government troops rolled their eyes and fell into a coma. The same is true for the people in Wangsu Palace over there. A large number of people are like reaping wheat to the end. The same goes for people on the naval side. Even if everyone is as far away as possible, but the domineering look of the Quincy is enough to cover the entire battlefield. The two intertwined overlords' color caps pressed down, almost making everyone on the battlefield fall into a coma. Those who can stay awake under such domineering oppression are only those who have the strength of a lieutenant general or above, or those who also have the domineering look. However, even if they can stay awake, under the oppression of such a domineering look, they still feel that their movements have become slow, and some even can't move at all. Only the strength of the general level will not completely lose the ability to act. But this is already very scary. Those who have never seen such a scene are all dumbfounded at this moment, with their mouths opened wide. This is a domineering look. Are you kidding me? This level of overlord color, no matter how many people there are, they can't affect them. God, they are gods. Only those who have seen this kind of scene once did not show an overly shocked expression. But at this time, they were also terrified. The two of them seemed to have become stronger. Hey, they have become stronger than before. Huang Yuan pouted, his brows twitched. He had experienced it once before. It was not enough for the feeling now. These two domineering looks, compared to stronger than before. If there is no Yunyi, overthrowing the world government would be an ambition. King Zi pondered in his heart, with a serious expression on his face. Seeing his strength, he couldn't imagine who else could defeat him besides Yunyi. I am afraid that everyone in the whole world needs to be united to have a chance. Damn it, even the protective force field can't resist. The complexion of Wu Laoxing, who was in charge of the command, completely changed. He had already made sufficient preparations to deal with the domineering look of the Quincy master. However, he still underestimated the conflict between these two domineering colors. He didn't expect those force fields to be useless at all. Even those pacifists are scrapped. To the two of them, the number of people is just a bunch of numbers, which is of no use at all. In the end, I still can only hope for Lord Im. This battle will determine the ownership of the world. Are you ready? I'm the Lord of the world. The Quincy's voice spread throughout the Red Earth continent, and the thunder beat behind him, and he shot out directly under his feet. With a boom, the figure of the Quincy appeared not far in front of him as if passing through layers of space, and Yao Yao punched out, bombarding the void, and the powerful force made the air condense into a pillar. Shi Xiang 9 speeds. After a year of training, his physique has now reached the pinnacle of this world. Although it is impossible to compare with physical monsters like Kaido and Big Mom, it is also close to that of ordinary people like Garp and Roger. Peak. For him now, it is not so difficult to start the fourth stage of instant coaxing, and he can maintain it for a long time. However, at this time, he didn't directly explode the fourth stage as soon as he came up, but just used the Thunder God battle form. However, it is only a single Thunder God battle form now, and its strength is close to the time when the fourth stage was opened a year ago. Determine the ownership of the world? You are too arrogant, Quincy Master. There is only one master in this world, and that is me. The huge amount of armed color on him's body boiled, covering his fist, and also met it. Boom! The two attacked and collided in the air, erupting with terrifying power. With their attack point as the center, the ground 100 meters below was directly sunken, and dense cracks spread out. Thunder punishment. Im's eyes were cold, and he pointed at Quincy. Above the clouds in the sky, thunder rolled, and several thick thunderbolts suddenly shot down, covering Quincy. Thunder spear. The Quincy laughed loudly. Behind him Taiguguyu and thunder intertwined, and several thunder spears appeared, and with the movement of his thoughts, they collided with the thunder that fell from the sky. Boom! Thunder raged in the sky, and the thunder light illuminated everything around. The two attacks collided and impacted, and finally annihilated each other. This time you are completely awake, compared to the previous half awake, but much better. Quincy charged out, and this time came to Im, his fists covered with weapons, and he looked like a king, pulling the plasma to bombard Im's chest. Whether it's Niu or Urine, if you face me, you will lose. Im said coldly, stretching out his right hand quickly, covering it with armed colors, and bursting with force with a boom. Heavy waves of air swept across. However, he actually relied on a momentary burst of armed color to remove the strength from the Quincy's fist. Clasped the Quincy's fist with his backhand, moved forward, clenched his left hand and blasted out. Humph. The Quincy snorted coldly, without dodging or dodging, raised his left leg and threw it towards Im's head. There were two muffled thunderous sounds, and the attacks of the two hit each other at the same time. The powerful force was transmitted, and the air was stirred up. The two flew backwards in different directions, like a sharp blade cutting through the air. But the next moment, the two of them lost all their strength, stepped on the ground and rushed towards each other again. Boom! Like two meteors colliding together, there was a deafening explosion. The two elbows collided in the air, and they were deadlocked with each other. The clouds rolled in the sky, and the purple-black thunder exploded. Centered on the two of them, waves of air radiated out, causing the ground below to collapse again. Although I don't know why your domineering color is so powerful, but, in terms of armed color, it is much weaker. Im's face was calm, and the sky was full of thunder, and a 100-meter thunderbolt was like a spear. Kushi's Jr. raised his left fist at the same time, and the black and bright color covered it. This huge armed color actually made the space faintly distort. With a quick punch, the armed color was so intense that it even overflowed from the fist, like flames beating, bringing a strong sense of threat to the Quincy. After all, no one has hundreds of years of accumulation like yours. Armed color is not the key to determining the outcome. Perhaps in the eyes of others, they cannot break through this level of armed color, but I am the Quincy master. Quincy didn't intend to resist, and with a movement of his fingers, 6 beams of light bided Im's left fist, causing him to pause for a moment. But just this instant of effort is enough for Quincy to launch an attack. Spread the 5 fingers of the right hand, the power of thunder gathers in the palm, and press it with one palm. Thunder roar pow. There was a boom, although Im reacted in advance, but the terrifying explosion also shook him out. Duan Kong. Quincy didn't look back. Behind him, a wall of air suddenly appeared, blocking the thunder's bombardment. With a boom, the thunder exploded, but it only blasted Duan Kong into cracks. Black Coffin. A skill with a proficiency of 100 can already exert its greatest power without chanting. As soon as the Quincy pointed it out, a black cube suddenly formed, enveloping Im. 5 dragons turned to extinction. The Quincy knew that although the Black Coffin was a high-level breakthrough, it was not enough to trap Im for too long. The next moment his figure had already rushed out, and at the same time, the 5 thunderbolts behind him the dragon roared and rushed out. 5 heads and 10 eyes locked on the Black Coffin, and swooped down. Humph, you have quite a lot of moves, but they are still useless. Im's cold snort came from inside the Black Coffin. The part swelled suddenly, and then, it exploded. A powerful shockwave swept out. However, the Thunder Dragon with its teeth and claws is coming head-on. Aurora Slash. As if predicting the arrival of the Thunder Dragon in advance, an Aurora sword blade appeared in Im's hand, which was more than 10 meters tall. With one sword slash, the 1,000-meter large multicolored slash pierced through the air. Collide with the Brontosaurus? Boom! A terrifying storm raged in the arena again. This sword completely wiped out the Thunder Flame Dragon and cut the clouds in the sky in half. At this time, the Quincy had already reached the front of the border, and the thunder behind him dissipated for a moment, then turned into 2 colors of light colliding and annihilated. The 4th stage was instantly coaxed. At this time, the Quincy Master's aura surged again, and he punched fiercely with various abilities. I don't know what to say. Im remained motionless, and also punched him. The 2 fists collided in the air, but the next moment his face changed slightly, and an inexplicable sense of threat came to his heart. Fly over there for me. The Quincy grinned coldly, and the 4th stage of instant coaxing was activated, making his physique stronger again. This punch directly broke Im's armor, and he staggered a step. The ground under his feet collapsed, and the empty door in his chest was wide open. He was punched in the chest by the Quincy Master. There was the sound of cracking bones, and the next moment, Im's body flew upside down like a rocket launcher, smashing everything behind him to pieces. The Quincy division didn't attack again, but locked on Im with knowledge and knowledge. Over there, Im slowly flew up from the pothole and stood in midair with an extremely gloomy expression. A wave of life emanated from his body, and the chest that had collapsed recovered at an extremely fast speed, and his cold eyes stared at the Quincy Master. It actually hurt me again. The Quincy just smiled and didn't reply. Instead, he used his sense of knowledge to the extreme, exploring the life fluctuations in Im's body. Sure enough, there are some traces over there. Quincy looked at a location in the Red Earth continent, narrowing his eyes slightly. Charlotte Lingling once saw the strangeness of her own soul, and now she also has the soul fruit, and she also saw some clues about Im's body. When there were a lot of life fluctuations on Im's body last time, Yunya had a premonition that his vitality might be related to some kind of creature. However, he didn't observe carefully at that time. Now, relying on the perception of the soul, he found that Im's soul is connected with other things like his 2 clones. In this world, the soul is linked to vitality? There is no doubt about this. Soul fruit is the best proof. Here. At this moment, Yeren, who had arrived in the Red Earth continent early, looked at a place in front of him and smiled slightly. The silver fiber in his hand was unsheathed. Crescent Sky Rushes. The half-moon slash that was more than a kilometer burst out from the edge of the sword and slashed towards that area. With a sound of boom, the slash slashed straight down, turning over the red ground, but after slashing a distance of 100 meters, his slash was shattered as if he had hit some hard object. Chi. Scattered slashes rushed out from the ground, plowed the area, countless gully incisions appeared, and the red earth boulders buried everything. Tisk, it's so hard. Then, try this. Everything is ashes, and the blade is like fire. A golden flame spread from Uran's body, and the surrounding temperature suddenly increased, adding red the ground was directly melted, and some even directly gasified. Fiery hell. Uran inserted the tip of the silver sword into the ground, and with a bang, endless flames poured into it. Immediately afterwards, from the ground, pillars of fire shot up into the sky, burning this area directly. Terrible high temperature shrouded the surrounding area, everything was burning under the high temperature. Roar just as the flames invaded the ground, an angry beast roared from the ground. Immediately afterwards, the ground began to rumble, like an earth dragon turning over. This piece of red soil continent far away from the holy land of Marijoa began to disintegrate bit by bit, and large chunks of rocks fell out. Get out of here. Extreme flame slash. A golden light flashed in Yaren's eyes, and the surrounding flames gathered towards the silver fiber sword body. The terrifying high temperature made the air around the silver fiber make a chi-chi sound, and the space was full. It seems to be twisted. A sword slashed downwards, the scorching slash broke through everything, and penetrated fiercely. Ho ho ho, a more horrific beast roar came, turning into waves of sound waves and impacting all directions. Immediately afterwards, the ground began to collapse and shatter, and the entire red earth continent began to vibrate. The next moment, the red earth continental strata in this area began to bulge, and then, a huge head emerged from the rock stratum, with blood-red eyes. Boom boom boom, the vibration continued, and a beast claw protruded from the ground, and it slapped on the ground with a boom, and the monster slowly crawled out of the ground. Uran also saw clearly what it was. This is a western giant dragon-like creature. Its body is blue-gray, its surface is like a rock block, and even its scales have irregular textures like rocks. The exposed half of its body looks as huge as a kilometer. This is a giant dragon made of blue-gray rocks, but behind it, it is not a gray color, but a colorful color with endless visions emerging. At the same time, a powerful wave of life gushed out from its body. The moment it appeared, the red soil continent in this area became lifeless, and there was a sense of sight that the power of the dense fruit was activated. At this moment, the people who were still awake on the battlefield were all looking at this side. According to their perception, something seemed to have revived. Is that Nightblade guy aiming at Uranus? Im's always indifferent face suddenly changed, and he moved his feet and shot towards that side. Where are you going? The Quincy grinned coldly, raised his hand and shot a false flash. However, didn't dodge or dodge, he took the attack hard, ignored the flesh and blood that exploded on his body, and rushed out without turning his head after a muffled grunt. During the flying, his injuries were recovering very quickly. TCH. It seems that Uranus is very important to you. The Quincy sneered and rushed over. What's going on? What happened over there? Aokiji squinted, but without hesitation, he rushed out with his feet. Oh, what a terrifying aura. It seems that something terrible has happened again. Besides, that aura, is it Yeblade? Huang Yuan also turned into a golden light and rushed out. The rest of the high-ranking navy also looked at each other, and rushed over there at the same time. Follow. I really want to feel the night blade and another powerful breath. The 10 blades of Wangsu Palace looked at each other, and also rushed towards that side. The night blade really came here, and the target is Uranus? How could he know where Uranus is hiding? Damn it, let's go together. The 3 powerful Wu Liaoxing didn't die because of Im's shot, but were injured, but they still have fighting power. The chief of CP0, Kong, Seraph, and other masters who were still awake also made the same movements and rushed towards that side. Here, Yaren looked at the exposed half and even gathering, his eyes narrowed slightly. This is, the dragon's eyes also saw the night blade, and the scarlet eyes stared at the night blade. A terrifying coercion came down from the body of this western dragon, like a domineering, but it was a little different. This is the coercion of a top predator, Heavenly King, Dragon. Did the slash just now hit it? Uran grinned, looking at a white mark on the dragon's head, which should be the place he just slashed. Moreover, there are many burns on this giant dragon at this time, but it is recovering visibly with the naked eye, and, this oppression, is it the power of the dragon? Yaren looked at it, his pupils froze, and the same powerful domineering color collided with the pressure of the dragon. Rumble. When the 2 momentums collided, purple-black lightning burst out like a domineering collision. The giant dragon crawled out of the ground completely. Its body was at least several thousand meters in size. Its wings fluttered, the wind howled, and it was suspended in midair after a few beatings. The huge size brings a strong sense of oppression. The giant dragon glanced around, and finally landed on Uran's body, opening and closing his mouth. This kind of oppression is what they call the Overlord's color. Huh? My lights are revived? No, I'm not reincarnated. What's going on? And, this life force? The disgusting breath. Like a creature that just woke up, this giant headlong was still a little confused about the situation. But the giant dragon didn't think much about it, because at this moment he was extremely angry. Looking at the Yeblade whose body was beating with golden flames, the pain in his body made him realize that the tiny human in front of him attacked it just now. In the past, human beings were just its food. When it was injured by the food, it was extremely angry, and it opened its mouth to spit out a thunderous bombardment. Although I don't know who you are, and I don't know what the situation is now, but you dare to hurt me. Then let me die. The thunder pierced through the space and bombarded the Nightblade. The attack is not weak, it's about the same power as I'm, and, thunder, it seems that Im's natural disaster abilities should come from you. Yuren watched the attack, his eyes flickered, and he raised his sword sweeping the scorching flames, shattered the thunder, and bombarded the dragon, causing its huge body to shake. It's so hot. What kind of flame are you? The same evil ability as those moon people? Ants, you damn it. There were scorched black marks on the dragon's chest, but it quickly recovered under the blessing of a huge amount of vitality. The coercion on his body exploded, and he stared at Yuren, but the next moment, it seemed to see something frightening. The pupils shrank suddenly. Your soul, who are you? No. Impossible, how can there be a monster like you in this world? The dragon seemed to see through the essence of the Nightblade. In its eyes, the guy in front of him was no longer a human being, but a god? A real god? It was a man wearing a jet black coat, and his face could not be seen clearly. The black coat on his body seemed to be able to contain everything in the world. Countless galaxies and stars like light spots were rotating on the coat, as if it contained a universe, a world. His eyes are so cold and ruthless, high above, as if he can see through everything. Just a random look, it is like a sea of vicissitudes. Time turns. In front of him, I was as insignificant as an ant. Impossible, this must be an illusion, you are deceiving me? I am the first creature born in this world, the first creature born from mother. Even if you have those powers, it is impossible to bring me this feeling. I am the most powerful god in this world? Human, you are just an insignificant human. I am the only god, damn it, you all damn it. Joyboy like this, I'm like this, human beings damn it, you are just food. The giant dragon started to roar loudly as if it was crazy, his eyes seemed to lose his mind, and the sound waves oscillated into shock waves and radiated out. It was extremely angry, and rationally told him that the person in front of him should not be provoked, and would die. But the anger and fear in his heart drove it to attack the Nightblade. Under its roar, countless visions appeared, gusts of wind rolled, thunder exploded, aurora emerged, cold air radiated, and the visions turned into the most terrifying attack, attacking the Nightblade indiscriminately. Mother? First creature? Yuren narrowed his eyes slightly and was puzzled in his heart, but he opened his mouth and said, the evil power of the moon people refers to the ability of the devil fruit. Devil fruit? That is indeed the ability of the devil. The evil power that draws the origin of the mother is the power that only Poseidon and I have. They should all be damned. Ho 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 ho, go to hell. The dragon roared like crazy, and all kinds of attacks bombarded the Nightblade. I lost my mind? But, why only the king of the sky, the king of the sea, and those giant sea kings can see the abnormality of my soul? Yaren murmured, and through the words of the dragon, the Nightblade also judged that this giant dragons, like Pluto, and those giant sea kings in Murloc Island, can see abnormalities in their own souls. And what is the mother in the dragon's mouth, the origin, the source of devil fruits? Yuren was puzzled, but looking at the attack, Yuren raised his hand and swept out the scorching fire pillar with a sword, the scorching hell. Boom boom boom, from the ground, pillars of flame pierced out and surrounded Yuren. The scorching flame pillar is like a wall, resisting all attacks. Song Ming. With another wave of the sword, the flame roared and rushed out to attack the giant dragon. The flame tornado swirled and danced, directly surrounding the dragon in the middle. Ho ho ho, it hurts me to death. The terrifying high temperature burned the dragon's skin, and the severe pain caused the dragon to roar. With a flap of its wings, it rushed out of the vortex of flames, creating a gust of wind. After rushing out of the flames, part of the dragon's body was scorched black, like a scorched rock, but soon, with the surge of life in the body, the scorched flesh and blood began to fall off, and it became intact as before. With a strong physique and vitality, it can resist the blazing temperature. Yuren was slightly surprised. The physique of this giant dragon is really terrifying, even stronger than Kaido. At least Kaido didn't say that he could fight with his body directly when facing Ruohuo, and he needed to cover his armed color to barely resist. Moreover, compared to before, the current self is much stronger, and the temperature of the blade is even stronger than before. Although there is no solution at this time, the temperature of the flame is still stronger than before. However, it's just a little more resistant. Yuren smiled slightly, the scorching flames condensed on the edge of the sword, and the sword slashed out 1,000 meters of scorching slash, and everything that slashed was burned to death. Low temperature cold current. The dragon's perception is very keen, like the intuition of a beast. When the Nightblade slashed out to attack, it twisted its huge head, opened its bloody mouth, and spit out a blue low-temperature torrent. Boom! The two attacks collided in the air. Ice and fire are mutually restraining. The moment the two attacks collided, they collided violently. The center of the collision was rumbled and vibrated continuously, and shock waves radiated out one after another. Facing Yaren's slash, the low-temperature torrent couldn't resist at all. After a brief stalemate, the scorching slash broke through the low-temperature torrent, and rushed over with lightning speed. How is it possible? The giant dragon was taken aback and wanted to dodge, but its size was too huge. How could it be so easy to dodge? Boom! After a roar, the slash hit its body, and an extremely high temperature suddenly erupted, burning its scales and making a chi-chi sound. Fortunately, its physique is really strong, stronger than Kaido, and it can barely resist the attack of this flame. Immediately afterwards, there was an even more terrifying explosion. The condensed slash hit the hard object, and the scorching flames contained in it exploded suddenly. The flame roared and boiled, and the next moment it directly swallowed its huge body. Ho ho ho! In the flames, a heart-piercing scream came from its mouth. The sound waves shook the flames, but they couldn't dispel the attachment of the flames. The next moment, its huge body fell from the sky and hit the ground hard. With a bang, a huge pothole appeared. At the bottom of the pit, the flames burned violently, melting the rock, and Uranus' screams never stopped. At the bottom of the pit, the giant dragon rushed out again. The burning of his body made him extremely painful, and he slammed left and right like a headless chicken, plowing that area all over again. It wanted to shake off the flames on its body, but it was useless. The flames were like tarsal maggots. No matter how much it struggled and twisted, the flames were still attached to its body surface. Even with the passage of time, some parts of its body began to carbonize, as if it was about to be completely burned. If it weren't for the powerful vitality in its body that was continuously repairing its injuries, it would probably be even worse at this time. Is Uranus the source of Im's natural disaster-like ability? But, is this the ability of a devil fruit? Yaren didn't rush to make a move, but locked on the giant dragon with knowledge and knowledge. After careful perception, he found that there are some strange places. The ability displayed by this guy in front of him is exactly the same as the natural disaster ability displayed by Im. Although the use of it is very rough, it is just released and used indiscriminately, but the power is not weaker than that of Im's display. Moreover, judging from the perception, this should be a kind of devil fruit ability. Im and Uranus definitely have a very close relationship, even allowing Im to use Uranus abilities. Im and Uranus. It's like a symbiotic relationship, similar to me and the Quincy. Uran thought to himself, but the next moment he did look in the other direction. Over there, Im has also rushed to this side, and the Quincy is right behind. Im and the Quincy were the fastest, and they had already arrived here after hearing the movement. After that, came the high-level navy, the world government's masters, the 10 blades from Wangsu Palace, and others. However, their speed is not as fast as Quincy and Im, and there is still a distance from here. Roar? What kind of flame is this? Why can't you break free? The giant dragon roared in pain, and various visions appeared around it. An extremely cold air spread from its body, trying to extinguish the flame, but found that it didn't work at all. The low-temperature cold air couldn't do anything to this burning golden flame. Yeblade. Im had arrived at this time, stopped his figure, and glanced at Yeblade with red pupils. This temperature, the fire of the sun, even Uranus' body will be burned? Huh. Then he looked in the direction of the dragon and snorted coldly. The armed color on his body fluctuated violently. The armed color was shot in the air, directly dispelling the flames on the dragon's body. Huh. Uranus breathed a sigh of relief humanly. At this time, it was extremely embarrassed. On its huge body, there were countless scorched marks, and even some parts, including bones, were exposed. The most serious part is the wings, which have been partially burned by the flames. The reason why it fell from the sky just now is because a small part of its wings were burned, making it lose its ability to fly. But at this time, Uranus, under the blessing of that huge vitality, soon began to recover from his injuries, and it didn't take long for the injuries on his body to recover. Uranus looked at Im, his pupils contracted violently, hatred flashed in his eyes, and he roared loudly, "You are Nefertali Im? You thief who extracted the source of mother, you the damn guy is still alive." At this time, Uranus was extremely angry. After seeing Imma, his eyes turned red instantly, and he stared at Imma. The anger drove it to attack Imma, and he opened his mouth and spat out a thunderbolt, thunder and lightning. Nefertari Im, this guy, relying on Joyboy's evil technology, extracted the origin of mother, and forcibly enslaved himself, making him, a noble god, a weapon in the hands of others. Humph. Uranus, do you want to attack your former master just after waking up? Im also seemed to have expected that Uranus would launch an attack, raising his palm to gather thunder. The same powerful thunder bombarded out. Boom, click. 2 terrifying thunderbolts collided in the air, and they shattered each other during the collision. Countless electric arcs exploded in all directions, and every falling electric arc caused a loud explosion. Master? Roar? No one can enslave a god? You and Joyboy deserve to die. No, humans deserve to die. They are only worthy of being my food. Uranus's vicious aura became even stronger when he heard Im's words. Shang, as if he saw the murder of his father and enemy, the 5-color brilliance reflected on his body, and the terrifying pressure shook out. Like the awakening of the devil fruit ability, there are frequent visions all around. Earth fires are surging, thunder is rolling, cold air is raging, storms are sweeping, aurora radiation. Then these visions turned into countless attacks, killing Im? A beast is a beast. I still can't see the reality clearly. Im snorted coldly, and raised his hand to caress. Under the fluctuation of a certain ability, the attack that came towards him dissipated invisible in the next moment, as if it had never appeared before. How is this possible? Why do you have my ability? Also, what did you do to me? Why does my body have your disgusting aura? Uranus attacked. I'm easily dissolved. A look of astonishment flashed across his face, and then roared loudly at I'm again. Since you've woken up, then, become my strength again. Im's red circled eyes suddenly flashed red, and a wave of strange art radiated out. This kind of light is not the fluctuation of knowledge color, but another special kind of fluctuation. Damn it, you still want to enslave me? Impossible, I won't let you succeed. Roar. Damn Joey boy, damn I want, eat, you. Just when a strange red light flashed in Im's eyes, Uranus over there seemed to have sensed something, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Then he began to struggle frantically, and his huge figure moved around, causing the area to vibrate. But it didn't take long before Uranus's scarlet eyes became dull, and finally flapped his wings a few times, and landed beside I'm. Neferutari I'm? If I remember correctly, this should be the surname of the royal family of Alabasta. Was I'm the first king of the Neferutali kingdom? And, the relationship between Uranus and I'm is not as harmonious as I imagined. There are conflicts between the two sides. What happened in the past 100 years? Neither Nightblade nor Quincy made a move. Hearing the conversation between Uranus and I'm, he guessed. Here, after I'm used some means to control Uranus, he also looked at Nightblade and Quincy, and said indifferently, you even found the location of Uranus, Nightblade. I'm also heard the roar of Uranus just now, and it was because of this that he rushed towards this side recklessly. He didn't pay attention to what Uranus said just now. The power of the Nightblade is indeed a monster in a certain way. Uranus is not the opponent of the Nightblade, and it is normal. After all, although Uranus is very powerful, he didn't know how to use it. Even if he wasn't himself, he couldn't even beat Joey Boy. Yeah Blade, Quincy, you too, the life fluctuations on your body are exactly the same? Is it some kind of technology hidden by Joey Boy? Split the soul to control two bodies with different abilities. I'm looked at the two people in front of them frowned slightly. In his perception, the life fluctuations emanating from Yaren and Quincy were exactly the same. When he shot Yaren before, he had a faint sense of familiarity, but because of the distance, he couldn't judge it exactly. Now that I can sense it at close range, I can finally be sure that the life fluctuations of Yaren and Quincy are exactly the same. There is definitely a deep connection between these two people, even. Maybe they are the same person, but they were divided into two people by some ability, and the divided soul controls different bodies? Neferutari I'm, if you remember correctly, this should be the surname of the royal family of Alabasta, right? Are you the first king of the Neferutari royal family? One of the 20 kings. Yeah Blade ignored Im's question, but said lightly. Quincy grinned and said, I discovered it when I was in the Holy Land before. When you sensed the royal family of Alabasta, you once showed killing intent. Is this also the reason? I'm was silent for a moment, and slowly took off the mask and cloak on his face. Under the cloak, I'm was wearing a white and luxurious veil, revealing a face slightly similar to the current queen of Alabasta. I'm said lightly, you know that period of history in great detail. Sure enough, you are a remnant left over from the former kingdom of Joyboy. You seem to have known about my existence from the very beginning. During the period of becoming a navy, I have never been to the Holy Land before. That ability of ice and fire should come from your race, right? The bipolar race of the Joyboy kingdom. Bipolar? Uran narrowed his eyes slightly. What is this? Is I'm thinking too much? Yunya didn't know about this name, and he didn't even mention it in the original work of One Piece. I don't know much about the history that was buried by you, but you guessed right. I did know about your existence a long time ago. Yeblade didn't mean to explain, since I'm thought he was that what kind of bipolar race, then I am. I'm has known about this for a long time and is not surprised. Although his existence is hidden, if he has something to do with Joey Boy, he should be aware of it. The Quincy Master and the Night Blade have two bodies, but they share a soul. Have Joey Boy and the others researched the soul to this extent? The King of Heaven and the King of the Sea are the firstborn gods in this world. The soul will never dissipate. This is the continuation of the lights. Joey Boy once said to me before he died, his will never go out, and when he will return again, I know, Joey Boy, that guy, I have thoroughly studied the souls of Neptune and Uranus. In order to prevent him from returning again, I have tried to erase the traces of that kingdom as much as possible during these hundreds of years, but I still cannot completely cut off his influence. But, even if he returns again, it might be my opponent. Im's eyes were calm, as if he was talking to himself. Neptune and Uranus are the first and second creatures born in this world. They are the lives conceived by Eve, the tree of life. At the beginning of their birth, they possessed extremely strong strength. Because they are unique creatures conceived by Eve, their vitality is very strong and they have a long lifespan. And, most importantly, their souls are immortal. Even after death, one will wake up at a certain moment and retrieve the memories of the past. Then, the tree of life, Eve, gave birth to different lives again, and as time went by, all kinds of biological blowouts erupted. These species are strong and weak, but those who stand at the top of these creatures are still the original Poseidon and Uranus. They are the first life conceived by Eve, born with powerful abilities. One is born to control the movement of ocean currents and seasons, and can command thousands of Neptunes. The other is born to control the movement of continental plates and various natural disasters, and has the power to overwhelm all creatures. These two seem to be under certain rules, they check and balance each other, and jointly rule the world. With the passage of time, there are more and more species in this world, and even any area in the world has life. At that time, the whole world was wild and savage according to the law of the primitive jungle. The law of the jungle preyed on the strong, and the powerful races preyed on the weak ones. And around this time, an ambitious race called humans appeared. Although human beings are weak, they possess wisdom, have a strong learning ability, and have formed a civilization. Relying on the strength of the group, they have defeated countless races and ate their vitality-rich flesh and blood. Because of this, they learned to use the power in their bodies. Some humans even mastered the coercion of powerful beasts, and they were ambitious, as if they would never be satisfied, and finally set their sights on Eve, the tree of life. They wanted to know all the secrets. As Uranus in charge of the world, Poseidon, after knowing the ambitions of human beings, in order to punish those greedy humans, one used his ability to control the continent, causing the continent where humans are located to fall apart. The other set off a great flood, drowning countless humans and the King of Heaven used his own ability to make a wall surrounding the whole world stand up and divide the world. Neptune, on the other hand, used his own abilities to completely stop the flow of the two sea areas, turning them into windless belts and dividing 4 oceans. Later, in order to protect their common mother Eve, the tree of life, Uranus lived on the crown of Eve and called himself the King of Heaven, while Poseidon lived at the root of Eve and called himself the King of the Sea. And guard the tree of life Eve in the endless reincarnation? This is where the names Neptune and Uranus come from. Regarding the history of ancient times, actually doesn't know much. It was only after establishing a bridge of life with Uranus that he learned something from the memory of Uranus. But one thing is certain, that is, the two beings, Uranus and Neptune, even if they die, will return one day. As for the reason, he is not very clear. But it must be related to Eve's origin, and Joyboy has a close relationship with Neptune, and their technology is extremely powerful, and they may have researched a way to allow the soul to go through reincarnation and return again. Therefore, I'm worried that Joey Boy would make a comeback again, so that the people of the world government would hide the blank 100 years and destroy everything about Joey Boy. Here, the Quincy master looked him up and down, and said in a joking tone, "Your appearance is actually somewhat similar to the Queen Nefertari Vivi of the Kingdom of Alabasta. Could it be that Nefertari Vivi Wei is also one of the lights of recovery?" Seeing that Im's appearance was somewhat similar to Wei Wei's, Yunya guessed in his heart, could Wei Wei also be one of the lights that will recover? In the original book, among Im's flowers, there are photos of several people, Wei Wei, Bai Xing, Luffy, and Blackbeard, but the photo of Blackbeard and Luffy was chopped up by him. Obviously, these people are all his focus. Maybe, after all, she looks exactly like my daughter. I'm just glanced at Quincy and narrowed his eyes slightly. During that war, she betrayed my daughter. So that's it. It seems that the war was not as easy as I imagined. The Quincy laughed, and, I'm very curious, the mother in Uranus's mouth, the origin and what? You heard what Uranus said before, right? The mother they talk about is the Yangshu Eve who is now rooted above the Fishman Island. Yangshu Eve is not her real name, her name is, the Tree of Life. In a sense, she is the first life born in this world. Heavenly King and Neptune are just creatures bred by her. Uranus and Neptune, the reason why they have the power to destroy the world is because they were born with Eve's original power. The origin is the root of the devil fruit in this world. All devil fruits come from the mother tree of life, Eve. And the appearance of the devil fruit was caused by me alone. Using the technology and ability of the space pirate, I extracted the origin of the tree of life, Eve, and let the power called the devil fruit appear in this world. Perhaps I hadn't talked to anyone for too long, and it seemed that he was answering the words of the Quincy master. He told the world's biggest secret. In this world, the birth process of the devil fruit was actually facilitated by I'm alone. The devil fruit was created by you alone, using the technology and abilities of space pirates. Space pirates? That group of foreign forces that once fought against the moon people. Quincy narrowed his eyes slightly. When he was looking at One Piece, the birth of the devil fruit has not yet been written, but he did not expect that it was actually caused by I'm. However, space pirates, One Piece mentioned it in the original book, and Yunya himself has a little impression. I didn't expect you to know this. I'm looked at Quincy, and said indifferently, cosmic pirates are a group of plundering forces wandering in the universe. You can regard them as pirates. But what they plunder is not treasure something like that, but the origin of the planet of life. They can use their technology and ability to turn those origins into origin fruits. As long as they eat this kind of fruit, they can have powerful power. And in this world, that kind of fruit is called a devil fruit. Without me, the power of devil fruit would not be born in this world. Moreover, what I have is the most powerful fruit ability, which is the first devil fruit made with Eve's origin life fruit. I have the majestic vitality of Eve, the tree of life. In other words, I will not die due to injury, I will recover in an instant, and I will not die because my lifespan is exhausted. I have been cast as immortal surgery, my strength is beyond your imagination. Im's eyes suddenly became cold, and a majestic vitality erupted from his body, radiating out from him, and the originally barren red land turned green and became full of vitality. Uranus next to him also exuded powerful life fluctuations, as if they were connected by an inexplicable bridge, roared upwards, and a coercion erupted from his body, covering the entire area. And Im's words were also heard by the Navy, the 3-5 old stars, and the other 10 blades who were driven over. The appearance of the devil fruit. Space pirate. Also, that giant dragon, is it an ancient weapon, the heavenly king Uranus? What a horrible breath. These masters from all sides who arrived here are all looking at the 4 people in the field at this time, and their eyes are on Uranus. They are also very interested in the most mysterious ancient weapons. But what shocked them was that Im's words. The birth of the devil fruit is actually related to Im, the lord of the world. Moreover, what are space pirates? I don't know if it's a coincidence, but these words were also recorded by Morgans on an empty island in the distance with a video phone bug, and spread throughout the world. To say that Morgans was also unlucky, when he started to act in Wangsu Palace, he also received the news in advance and wanted to rush to the Holy Land one step earlier. However, they encountered a storm on the way, and the trajectory of Sky Island was shifted. It took them a lot of effort to break free from the storm, but when they came here, there was no battle scene. I only saw the conversation between Quincy, Nightblade, and Im. Morgans is also a chicken thief. When he saw him and Nightblade Quincy were there, he let Newsbird approach, transmitting the situation over there with a video phone bug. He has already missed the initial war, and now he can't miss anything? But what he didn't expect was that he heard such important news from the mouth of Im among the video phone bugs. This world, the birth of a devil fruit? His words almost spread Im's words throughout the whole world. As long as there is an island with a big screen, everyone heard what Im said before. All of a sudden, the whole world became a sensation. The birth of the devil fruit is not born, but man-made. Cosmic pirates? Was it a certain pirate force? How can this be? Yangshu Eve, isn't it the tree that took root on the Fishman Island? How come there is such a big background? Countless people started discussing in shock. For such a magical thing as a devil fruit, some people naturally want to know its source. However, many scientists have searched for a long time, but there is no clue at all. I don't even know why this magical fruit appears in this world, why devil fruit has so many strange abilities. It turns out that all of this is the origin of World Tree Eve, and in a sense, it is also the origin of this world. Now that they heard Im's words, they suddenly realized that the birth of the devil fruit was man-made. This is really shocking. Vegapunk, who was far away at the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, started to think, and whispered in his mouth, the Tree of Life, Eve? The source of all power? The origin of the World Tree. No wonder the devil fruit ability will follow people's wishes and expectations and become all kinds of abilities. Are they all given by the mother of this world? Life, evolution. Unlike other shocked people, Vegapunk, the most powerful scientist, could no longer suppress the thoughts in his mind after hearing Im's words. Once sorted out, Vegapunk also studied the origin of devil fruit, but only had a clue. Regarding the birth of the devil fruit, he actually has guesses. The birth of the devil fruit appears in people's wishes and expectations, and it is a possibility of evolution that people are looking forward to. Now he can finally confirm that the origin of the appearance of the devil fruit is the gift from the Mother Eve, the tree of life on this planet. Uranus, the king of heaven, Poseidon, the king of the sea, the source of the power that can destroy the world, is also the mother of the tree of life, Eve. The reason why capable people are afraid of the sea is because this kind of evolution is passively given by the mother. Violating the laws of nature, will it be subject to certain restrictions? The sea gave birth to the mother tree of life, Eve, which is the origin of all life. Any evolution that violates nature will be cursed by the sea. So, Vegapunk's eyes were shining, and he analyzed Im's words and his own guess one by one, and strung them into a thread. He also finally figured out the source of the world-destroying abilities of Uranus and Neptune, as well as the appearance of devil fruits, all of which are given by the Mother Eve, the tree of life. Uncapable people are afraid of sea water, because this kind of passive evolution is against nature, so they will be cursed by the source of everything, the sea that gave birth to the tree of life. The naturally bred Uranus and Neptune obviously have the same ability, but they are not afraid of seawater. The reason is that they are the lives conceived and born by the mother, which conforms to the laws of nature, so they will not be cursed, are not afraid of sea water, and are born with abilities. And evolution is not the privilege of one person, so devil fruits can be copied. The reason why only one type of devil fruit can be born is because there are a certain number of scattered origins, one radish and one whole, so two identical devil fruits cannot be born. The mystery that has troubled me for more than 10 years has been solved. Vegapunk's eyes were still shining, and he suddenly realized. In the kingdom of Alabasta, the former King Cobra and the current Queen Vivi stared at the screen dumbfounded. Although they knew that their country was once one of the 20 kings, but, unexpectedly, the Lord of the World turned out to be the first king of their country. And, they left the Holy Land of Marijoa for this reason. Were they not refusing to go to the Holy Land of Marijoa, but exiled? And Wai Wei pointed at herself, with a puzzled expression on her face. Lights? Recovery? What do you mean? Cobra and the guards looked at Vivi and shook their heads, but they couldn't understand. No wonder you've survived until now. It seems that the key to the success of the ageless surgery is the fruit of life. The Quincy grinned, but looked at Im and Uranus beside him. It's exactly 2 against 2, let me see the power of you and Uranus. As he said, the 2 colors flickered behind the Quincy, and the next moment he rushed directly towards Uranus, punching far away, and the air-condensed Chengzu, Zixiang 9 speeds. Even Joey Boy, who has transformed himself and possessed those space pirate abilities, can't do anything to me when he is here, let alone the remnants he left behind. Im's eyes flashed, and there was a red light in his pupils. Uranus beside him suddenly spread its wings, whipped up a gust of wind and raged, opened its bloody mouth wide, and a thunderbolt blasted out, colliding with the Quincy's attack, creating a terrifying blast. Joey Boy is Joey Boy, and I am me, so don't confuse me with him. Yaran also chuckled, cutting out an endless curtain of golden flames with his sword and bombarding Im, destiny, fate. These things are not worth mentioning in front of Yunyi. He never believes in such things as fate, even if there is, just smash it. Even Mrs. Xylee's prophecy was based on his thoughts, and there were 2 different results. It's all the same in front of me. You can't kill me, because I'm immortal. The armed domineering energy on Im's body boiled, and he swept it away with a palm, turning it into a torrent of terrifying power, and directly blew the golden flames. Scatter? Immortal? In this world, there is no truly immortal thing. You can't kill, just because you don't have enough strength. Uran slashed down with his sword again, and endless flames roared out, and the pillar of fire on the ground rose into the sky, and the terrifying temperature spread in this area. Compete with the life fluctuations on Im. One is the fire of the sun that destroys everything, and the other is the life wave that is full of vitality, destruction and vitality, which is stronger and weaker. According to the latest information, the birth of the devil fruit was actually born in the desire and expectation of human beings. It is a possibility of some kind of evolution. Boom boom boom. The final battle unfolded, and the 4 figures collided together like streams of light, causing the entire area to vibrate, and a torrent of energy hit the 4 directions. The Red Earth continent in this area began to collapse because it could not bear the aftermath. My lord has a battle for a lord, and our battle is not over yet. I believe my lord can win, but I won't allow other people to intervene in their battlefield. Yachi snorted coldly, and turned towards Seraphim next to him. Rob Luchigo? Ha ha ha, that guy, our battle just now is not over yet, let's continue. The other 10 blades also acted at this moment, killing their respective opponents. Our navy can't just watch. After all, the order of this world still needs our navy to maintain. The navy is also fighting with the chief of CP0. The battle is about to start. However, the battle here is far less intense than the battle of the 4 figures over there, but it is also a battle of the world's top powerhouses, and the battle fluctuations are also extremely powerful. It turns out that the key to the ageless surgery is actually the devil fruit ability on Mr. Im. No wonder our attempts have failed. The Quincy Master and Yaran, they actually teamed up. Don't worry, Lord Im and Uranus join forces, no one in this world will be his opponent. The 3-5 stars did not join the battle, but looked at the battlefield between Yunya and Im from a distance. Their faces were extremely gloomy, as if they were waiting for a shot. And this scene was also seen by Morgan's video phone bug, which projected it all over the world. The Revolutionary Army, the red-haired pirates, the white-beard pirates, all the forces in the world, big and small, are all paying attention to the outcome of this battle. Is it the victory of the world government, or the King Su Palace of the Quincy? This battle will determine the ownership of the future world. On the Fishman Island, the mermaid princess Shirahoshi watched the scene on the screen. Her eyes sparkled with soul fire, as if recalling everything. She murmured, Uranus, didn't you enter reincarnation that time? Firutali Im, the thief who stole the origin of Mother, the chief culprit who caused the collapse of the Joyboy Kingdom. But even if you two join forces like you did back then, it is impossible for you to be an opponent of the adults, because, my lord, he does not belong to this world. His rank far surpasses this world. Even if it only recovers the strength of the tip of the iceberg, it is not something you can resist. Mother. Shirahoshi looked at Yangshueve, who was shining above her head, with a slight sadness in her eyes. It was because Neferutari Im was making trouble in the dark that her mother, Eve, became it looks like this now. The former Eve was a gigantic tree whose crown could even cover half the world. Bai Xing's eyes showed the color of memory, and the scene from the past came to her mind. Before the lunar people went to the Blue Sea, they once had a battle with the space pirates Black Hole Star Bandit. Although the lunar people defeated the space pirates, and through technology, they copied the space pirates' abilities. However, due to technical reasons, they could only copy those abilities that could transform into animals and strengthen their bodies. That is to say, those with animal abilities. Among the moon people, most of them have the ability to transform into various animals. Also because of the perennial wars, the resources on the moon have been exhausted, and even the back of the moon, which was the site of the war, has been beaten to collapse, and because of the magical abilities of those space pirates, it can never be repaired. The ejected rubble turned into meteorites orbiting the Blue Sea planet. Afterwards, in order to allow the rest of the tribe to continue, the leader of the moon people at that time, Joey Boyai, led the rest of the moon people back to their former hometown, which is the Blue Sea planet. The moon people are the human beings who survived the Great Flood that destroyed human beings, and they did not participate in the war against the Tree of Life Eve. Instead, on the eve of the outbreak of the war, they used their technology to go to the moon and settle down there. As time passed, they also broke away from the humans on the Blue Sea, and they also grew wings because of the lower gravity of the moon behind them. After that, they called themselves moon people, although they are also a branch of human beings. For this beautiful and free planet, Joyboy originally had longings. But after traveling around the world, he found that the world is not as peaceful as he imagined, but full of war and discrimination. The human beings in this world are like barbarism, a collection of discrimination, hatred, killing, and war. Just because of different living environments, different looks, and different evolved civilizations, they discriminate and hate each other, and wars break out from time to time. For Joy Boy, who longs for peace, this is simply ridiculous. Obviously, they share a common ancestor. Joey Boy wanted change. So, he started to act, using the abilities he got from those space pirates, as well as his own personality charm. He quickly assembled the leaders of human beings with different looks. He wants to create a world where all races can live together under the sun, without borders, without discrimination, and war. His ideas have convinced countless people, and these people have formed a huge kingdom, exchanging what they have with each other, and conducting trade exchanges. This country has existed for many years, and peace has appeared in this world for the first time. However, due to the existence of the Red Earth continent that separates the two sea areas, Joy Boy's ideas have not spread throughout the world. So he approached the two gods who caused all this, the King of Heaven and the King of the Sea, and asked them to untie the barrier between the Red Earth continent and the Windless Belt, so that peace can spread throughout the world. At that time, Poseidon, the King of the Sea who advocated peace, recognized Joy Boy's ideas very much, and was even willing to untie the Windless Belt for this, so that humans could trade through the Windless Belt and contribute to peace. However, the King of Heaven does not agree with this. He believes that human beings are still the same human beings, and there will never be such a thing as peace. Moreover, in his eyes, human beings are food, and a bunch of food wants to trade with a god like him? Don't even think about it. Without the help of Uranus, the King of Heaven, it would be even more difficult to remove the wall that blocks all races from the Red Earth continent. For this reason, Joey Boy also had a huge headache. However, the leader of the evil space pirates, after his own Star Bandit group was destroyed, used his own ability to change his appearance and hide among the Moon People. He even became one of the top executives of the Moon People. He started his secret operation without telling Joey Boy. First, he deceived Joey Boy, saying that he could create a weapon to control the movement of the ground, which could bypass Uranus' ability, collapse a corner of the Red Earth continent, and allow the two seas to communicate with each other, realizing Joey Boy's dream. But in fact, what he made is a powerful weapon, which he used to avenge the Moon People. Because he is one of Joey Boy's trusted subordinates, and Joey Boy is not a suspicious character, so let him try to create. Thus, on the 7 islands of water, the weapon named Pluto began to be manufactured. Then, this space pirate also made a secret deal with a human careerist above the blue ocean, and this person is I'm. Using their hidden abilities, the two touched Eve, the Tree of Life, using the technology of the Moon People and the ability of the space pirate leader himself. They extracted the source of Eve, the Tree of Life, and created a fruit that contained some source of power. That's Devil Fruit. That space pirate leader, his ability is the ability to extract the origin of other worlds. That is, the predecessor of the Dark Fruit, the Black Hole Fruit. Therefore, I'm successfully obtained the first Devil Fruit, the Fruit of Life. The other scattered origins also broke away from the control of Eve, the Tree of Life, and flew to all parts of the world. In people's wishes and expectations, they were added with special properties and turned into different types of abilities. This is the origin of Devil Fruit. And World Tree Eve also lost its previous look because a lot of origins were extracted, and it became what Yangshu Eve is today. Afterwards, the space pirates joined hands with I'm to control Uranus, the King of Heaven, by using the technology of the Moonman, and a war broke out that swept the entire world. In order to stop I'm and Uranus, and to restore peace to the world, Poseidon, the King of the Sea at that time, also took action. But, they still lost. Facing Im's combined army, she teamed up with Joy Boy, but they were still defeated. The reason is that I'm bewitched an island creature that ate the elephant fruit. At the last moment, the island creature walking with the worst battleship pointed the muzzle of Hades at them. That shot extinguished their hopes. Although the island creature came to his senses later, it was too late. In the follow-up, I'm defeated Joy Boy, established a world government, and buried everything in the huge kingdom. Even the Tree of Life Eve was renamed Yangshu Eve. He buried everything. Poseidon, the King of the Sea, fell into reincarnation, and most of those moon people who had combat power were killed in that war. Only a few escaped the pursuit of the world government. Most of the dead moon people, their abilities have not dissipated, but under the laws of this world, they are constantly reborn everywhere in the world. Their fruits, like having their own consciousness, are engraved with hatred for the world government, and those who will subconsciously avoid the world government will not be easily obtained by the people of the world government. Boom boom boom. The battle between Yunya's twin body and I'm and Uranus is still going on. The battle here has turned this area into a restricted area. Shock waves hit the surroundings, and various visions erupted. The terrifying high temperature seemed to destroy everything. Burned, but there is a green vitality to compete with this high temperature. Because of the war, this area was roaring and vibrating, and the Red Earth continent began to collapse continuously, and the scene was like the end of the world. The Quincy punched Uranus out of the air, suspended in the air, and said indifferently, although you are controlling it, it is just a beast after all, and it is not as flexible as a human body. In front of me, it is just a living creature. It's just a target. Roar. Although Uranus was manipulated, he still had a little consciousness, and roared to the sky, and the sound waves rolled out. Shut up. A black and red light flickered between Quincy's fingers, and a flash of light pierced through the air and bombarded Uranus, blasting him away again, and a large scale fell off his body, revealing a huge wound with blood splash all around. It's useless, with the blessing of my vitality, as long as Uranus still has a trace of breath, it will not die, because my ability is their origin. Even if they die completely, they will return again. Just like a waking lamp normal. I'm shouted loudly, the bridge between the two sides was connected, and the vitality suddenly blazed. With the blessing of vitality, Uranus soon became alive again, and the huge trauma on his body disappeared. At the same time, countless visions flashed behind him, freezing low temperature, aurora emerging, ground fire surging, storm descending, and thunder raging, turning into attacks and blasting towards the night blade. Uran raised his sword, and the terrifying sword pressure swept all directions, and the pillar of fire shot up into the sky under his feet, destroying him's attack, and bombarded the past in turn. I'm stepped on the ground, a powerful wave of life suppressed the extremely destructive heat, raised his hand and punched out, the wave of life wrapped in the thick armor, and rushed forward. On the other side, Uranus roared, the light behind him flashed, and he opened his mouth to spit out 5 color rays, and charged towards the Quincy along a trajectory. Boom boom boom, everything the ray passes through is shattered. This is a powerful attack brought about by the fusion and conflict of energies of different attributes. Wang Su's flash. A jet of black light flickered between the Quincy masters, and a ray shot out from between his fingers. Boom. The two rays collided in the air, rolling out terrifying shock waves. The space seemed to be unable to withstand the aftermath, and cracks appeared. Everything has an upper limit, just crush it completely. The Quincy laughed loudly, 2 colors of light danced behind him, and entered the 4th stage of instant coaxing. Press down and collide with the coercion of Uranus. Boom! The ground cracked, and thunder flashed in the void. Roar! Uranus's huge beast claws suddenly shot towards the Quincy, and the Quincy punched straight out. With a bang, beast claws of vastly different sizes collided with their fists, and the Quincy, supported by Uranus' size, shook a tree like a mayfly. Ho ho ho! But at the next moment, Uranus roared and screamed, and the terrifying sound waves shook out. The huge body was directly blasted by the Quincy's punch like a cannonball and flew backwards in one direction. Plowed a gully out of the red earth continent, and it was still flying backwards. Its right claw, in the collision with the Quincy, was directly smashed to pieces by the terrifying force, and countless pieces of meat were scattered all over the ground with the splashed blood, like a rain of blood. A serious punch. The Quincy didn't stop. With a sneer on the corner of his mouth, he quickly caught up with Uranus, and threw another punch at Uranus who was flying upside down. With this punch, Quincy hit with all his strength. With a boom, Uranus howled again, and his huge body was directly smashed into the ground by this punch. There was a sound of caca, centered on the fallen body of Uranus. The hole sank hundreds of meters down, revealing a dark and deep pit. Wang Su's flash. The Quincy shot again, and the dark red rays blasted down like meteors. The next moment, a terrifying roar was set off, and a mushroom cloud rose into the sky, with dark red flashes beating inside, and the shock wave hit all directions. Ho ho ho! Uranus's miserable howling below turned into rolling sound waves and radiated around. Under the impact of the explosion, the original big pit sank and collapsed again, and the surrounding ground was directly shattered, and thick cracks spread out. The red earth continent seemed to have been blasted with a huge hole. On the other side, the battle between Nightblade and I'm was equally fierce. My flame is destruction and destruction, even the invisible and intangible life will be burned by me. The ultimate scorching golden flame is hidden above the blade, and the surrounding fire pillars burst from the ground, sweeping towards I'm. Extreme slash. Yaren shouted lightly, and a slash of thousands of meters pierced through the air. The surrounding fire pillars erupted, and the sea of fire swirled and raged, forcibly suppressing the life fluctuations around I'm, and the flames also surrounded I'm. He cannot escape. Can the fire of the sun burn even the invisible vitality? I'm stepped on the ground, green rays of light emerged all over his body, and pushed out the scorching flames. Ability gathered on the fist, mixed with armed, overlord-looking punch, collided with Uran's slash. With a bang, the attack collided in the air, and the impact shook everything around. You are indeed very strong, even surpassing the strength of Joey Boy. The scorching flame roared and boiled, and the slash swung away Im's fist, slashing at Im's body, pushing him back, and the ground under his feet was like paper. It was so mushy, it was broken every inch. The scorching slash pushed him to fly backwards, plowing a gully on the ground under his feet, slashing through the armed arrogance covering his whole body. A sword directly slashed on his chest, and the golden flame kept burning, as if he wanted to kill him. He was completely burned to ashes. However, there is a vitality that suppresses this destructive high temperature so that the raging flames do not completely burn him down. As an existence that has lived for hundreds of years, Im has a strong tolerance for pain. Even if the flames covering his body at this time are enough to make ordinary people die of pain, but Im did not make a sound. Im's eyes were cold, his feet stopped on the ground, and with a boom, the ground within a kilometer was directly shattered. Bridge of Life Fusion. He yelled loudly, his domineering aura and vitality erupted suddenly, the powerful life wave spread out, and quickly repelled the flames on his body. As he approached, his scorched body surface began to recover gradually. At the same time, Uranus, who was blasted into the ground by the Quincy punch, rushed out suddenly, covered in scars, and his body was a little mutilated. One claw was missing, and even one wing was broken. After jumping out for sure, Uranus squatted down with both legs, and suddenly exploded. The ground under his feet collapsed, and his figure was like a green streamer, rushing to Im's position at an extremely fast speed. The speed was so fast that not even the Quincy could intercept it. Uranus fell to Im's side, and there seemed to be an invisible bridge connecting one person and one dragon, and at the same time, there was a strong wave of life radiating from his body. The next moment, I saw green light blooming. This wave of life is so strong that it can even interfere with the perception of color. Visible to the naked eye, the original huge figure of Uranus began to melt like a liquid, and merged into Im's body. An incomparably powerful aura emanated from Im's body at this moment. Nightblade and Quincy stood together, narrowing their eyes slightly at the mutated Im and Uranus. Im looked at the two with a strange look in his eyes. I don't know what you have done to Uranus, but it is a little afraid of you, and even feels frightened. The subconscious fear actually overwhelmed the rejection of me, but it just saves me a little effort. Yaren looked at Im, raised his eyebrows slightly. What are you doing? Feeling this power, Im showed a smile. Do a great thing. The fruit of life comes from the origin of the world tree Eve, and Uranus is also one of the origins of Eve. The two are originally of the same origin. When I built a bridge of life with Uranus, it was not only for saving it, but also for another purpose, which is to make him completely my strength. Even, in this world, all the devil fruits bred by the origin of Eve, they will all be assimilated by me, and all the abilities will belong to me. That kind of ability is much stronger than you aliens. He looked at Quincy and Nightblade who were standing together and said, it's a pity that I ignored the price of saving Uranus, which made my plan postponed for hundreds of years. But it's not too late. My life is infinite, as long as I find the most critical devil fruit, the fruit of the rebirth of the leader of the space pirates in this world. Then, my plan will be successful, and then, I will become the true gods of this world, the supreme gods. The ability of the space pirate leader, being able to extract Eve's origin, could it be the dark fruit that Locke once ate? Quincy narrowed his eyes, as if thinking of something. He said lightly, that's right, you have been in contact with Locke before, and you know his ability. With your wisdom, you should not have missed this. Yes, the dark fruit is the ability of the leader of the space pirates. After his death, his ability it also started to reincarnate in this sea, but the original name of that fruit was not the dark fruit, but the black hole fruit. A black hole that can swallow everything. Im looked at Quincy, and didn't rush to make a move. The guy who escaped from the Whitebeard ship ate the fruit of the black hole. After his death, he should be in the rebirth stage, but there is no rush. As long as he kills you, wait until later and then slowly search for it. So that's how it is. Black hole fruit, your ambition is really not small? After controlling the heavenly king Uranus, you are still not satisfied? Do you want to be the only one in this world? Quincy grinned, in a trance remembering something. He narrowed his eyes and said, so, the Red Earth continent was also created by you later to rule the world. Yunya recalled a scene from Bai Xing's vague memory. A man wearing a four-fingered crown raised his hand, and the Red Earth continent rose from the ground. This should be what Im did after controlling the power of Uranus. Im seemed to feel that he had the chance to win, and answered the Quincy's questions one by one. That's right. The Red Earth continent originally created by Uranus has been shattered under the bombardment of Pluto, but later I will try to use Uranus' strength, making the Red Earth continent stand up again, is also swearing my strength to those people at the beginning. Only when I let those guys know my strength, they will settle down and dare not betray me again. Facts have proved that the actions at that time very effective. Even if I fell into a deep sleep, the world is still under my control. The Quincy grinned, because you have answered so many of my questions. Let me tell you one thing, the dark fruit is in my hands now. As long as you kill me, then, your ambition will come true. It can be achieved. Really? That fruit is actually in your hands. Im looked at Quincy, with a calm tone. After seeing me now, do you still think confidently that you can defeat me? Quincy, Nightblade? No, Patino Yunyi. Who knows? Although you look very strong now, but, have you seen my true strength? Quincy and Yaren spoke at the same time. Huh? Even if your two bodies attack at the same time, it's impossible to be my opponent. Im frowned, and for some reason, he felt uneasy in his heart. No one dared to approach the battlefield here, so they could only watch from a distance. Since Uranus has been integrated into the body of the Lord of the World, damn, what are they talking about? Can you get closer? Morgans also wanted to get closer, and wanted to hear the conversation between them. This Jedi, it's big news. No, boss, their battle fluctuations are too strong. We have already lost a lot of newsbirds, so we can't get close at all. A boy next to him wiped his sweat. Trash. Morgans cursed. Except that at first his newsbird got closer and heard what Im said. When the battle broke out later, his newsbird could only watch from a distance, and he couldn't get close at all. He had already lost a lot of newsbirds. Now I can only use the video phone bug to project the situation here to the whole world from a distance? Do you think that you are the only one who can fuse? Or do you think that one of my bodies can only use one ability? The two bodies spoke at the same time, showing a meaningful smile and looking at Im. The facial expressions are almost identical. Could it be that Im seems to have thought of something, and his pupils suddenly contracted? Yaren and Quincy are two people, and they are the same person, because they are both me. Yunya smiled, and stretched out his hand to paw in the direction of Quincy. With the sound of buzz, Quincy's body suddenly changed, and with the flash of brilliance, it turned into a pitch-black bead, just like that, floating in midair. The next moment, he was caught by Yunya. After putting on the Piao fruit ring that had been separated from the Yikwezu, Yunya looked at him and smiled. Immediately afterwards, there was a boom, and behind him, thunder outlined the taiko drum, and his black and white feathers also danced with the wind. Speaking of which, apart from using the two abilities together when I was still weak, there are very few enemies behind me who can let me use this mode. Pointing the sword at I'm, Yunya said with a smile, then, go on, Lord of the World, I'm. But at this time, everywhere in the world, people who saw this scene, no matter what they were doing, all stopped their movements and looked at the screen with astonishment in their eyes. What did they see? The Quincy turned into a bead and was caught in his hand? And, isn't that kind of move that outlines the Thunder Guyu behind the back the ability of the Quincy master? Are they dazzled? But soon they discovered that they were not dazzled. The scene in front of them was indeed happening in front of their eyes. Seeing this scene, an incredible thought came to their hearts, that is, Quincy is the clone of Yuren, and they are the same person from beginning to end. It exploded, the whole world exploded. After knowing this situation, no one can calm down. Quincy and Yuren, these two monsters, turned out to be the same person? I was also taken aback, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Although he has speculated that the Nightblade may be related to the Quincy, it is a product of some kind of technology that allows one soul to control two bodies with different abilities at the same time. However, he never thought that Yaren and Quincy were one person from beginning to end. And their separation is controllable, and they can become one person again? This unbelievable ability is simply unheard of. Even after living for so many years, has never heard of such ability? Ability similar to a clone? But how is this possible? How can you have so many abilities? Human fruit, phantom beast, death form, ability similar to elemental fruit, soul fruit, plus the previous Piao fruit, 4 kinds of fruit abilities? Could it be that I can be the carrier of the origin like me? Joey Boy discovered my ambition at the end, and you are what he used to stop me. Im's heart was shaken, and his eyes turned cold instantly, very cold. 4 abilities never seen before. If Patino Yunyi can really become the carrier of origin, how could such a thing happen to him? Kill you, I must kill you. Im's heart was suddenly in danger. He raised his hand and punched out, a huge amount of life force and armed domineering together, containing the ability of the King Uranus, several kinds of power fusion, burst into shock, and rushed towards Yunyi. With a boom sound, Yunyi stepped a little bit, and the terrifying force caused the ground under his feet to collapse into a pothole of hundreds of meters. The impact of the endless fire curtain, boom, the two extremely powerful attacks collided suddenly, and the next moment, the monstrous shock wave turned into a tsunami and rushed out. Centering on the collision between the two, the red Earth continent in this area collapsed suddenly, and a huge pit thousands of meters suddenly appeared. Shock waves swayed in all directions, and the red soil continent surrounding the entire world began to vibrate. What a strong impact, but the aftermath makes us unable to get close. Get out of here. After the shock wave passed, everything was destroyed. Those strong men who were fighting in the distance did not dare to stay here any longer, and hurriedly fled to the distance. Boom boom boom. Yunya slashed down with his sword again, and the scorching golden flames shot up into the sky. After the blessing of instant coaxing, Yunya's strength at this time need not be repeated. Every attack made the red Earth continent vibrate. However, is not weak either. Every time he makes a shot, the power born from the fusion of vitality, armed color, and Uranus ability turns into the most terrifying impact, repelling the incoming golden flames. The two fought farther and farther away, but the movement did not decrease at all, and even intensified. During their battle, the red Earth continent collapsed inch by inch, and the terrifying aftermath flooded the seas from all over the world. The aftermath swept away, and even the windless zone was full of strong winds. Mrs. Xiaoli, who was far away on Fishman Island, looked at this scene with lowered eyes. Is it the scene that was prophesied? With a sound of boom, Yunyi sent I'm flying with a sword, and hit the red soil continent below. Im's whole body sank directly, and the red soil continent in that area collapsed directly, and large chunks of rock fell to the surface of the sea. Set off a tsunami? But the next moment, Im's figure rushed out again, and the terrifying momentum caused the already messy red soil continent to collapse again, and he came to the midair like a teleportation. The sky was cloudy, the aurora and thunder intertwined, heading towards the cloudy night blast. Are you only at this level? Yunya swept out with a light sword, and the slash of thousands of meters directly chopped everything into pieces. The slash only paused for a moment, and then continued to kill I'm. When he didn't react, cut him in half. I have to admit that you are very strong, Patino Yunyi, but such an attack cannot kill me. Who was cut in half, folded into one body again under the blessing of some kind of power, as if he was not injured. He punched out, the wind howled, the thunder raged, and the terrifying punch was accompanied by various visions. But it was easily broken by Yunya. The impact passed from both sides of him, and the red Earth continent on both sides collapsed. My life force is endless. Although your sunfire is powerful, it still can't kill me completely. My life force can resist that kind of destructive sunfire? Earthquake. I'm shot one after another, and various visions appeared. On the Red Earth continent, a 1,000-meter-high hand protruded from the land. Under the cover of the armed color, the black hand slapped towards Yunyi from the front and back. False flash. At the tip of the sword, a black ray of light emerged, smashing the big rocky hand in front of it, and slashing back with the sword. The big hand split into two halves. Extreme slash. Yunyi raised his sword and slashed out, slashing through the afterimage in the air at such a fast speed. He slashed down with the sword with all his strength. The golden flames condensed a little, and the golden shattering slashed thousands of meters away, hitting him, pushed him into the sky, and then exploded like the sun. The sun illuminates everything around, and the high temperature directly evaporates the water vapor, and the temperature suddenly rises to an extreme. However, amidst the knowledge, Im's breath is not weak at all. Shattering false flash. The tip of the sword was on point, and a black and red light flashed, blasting into the little sun. Boom! The terrorist explosion destroyed everything, and a mushroom cloud slowly rose. Even people in the New World can clearly see it when they look up in this direction. The shock wave covered everything, the entire space was distorted and broken, and even the distorted space radiated out like ocean waves, and the whole world could see this phenomenon. It's useless. I'm immortal. I'm opened the green life shield, stepped on the air with his feet, and swooped down from a high altitude. The injuries left by Yunyi's attack on his body were recovering quickly. Even though half of his head is gone, he is still alive and well. Thunder penalty, wind haze, low temperature, aurora, earth fire. With Im's loud shout, visions appeared in the surroundings, and turned into attacks again to attack Yunyi from all sides. Yunyi felt as if he was being targeted by the whole world. Countless attacks came out of nowhere and bombarded him. Hot hell. Yunyi yelled, the flames all over his body boiled, and pillars of fire shot up to the sky centered on him. The scorching heat accompanied by boundless destructive power directly swung away the attacks that approached him, and he couldn't get close, and the pillar of fire enveloped him again, and the scorching heat began to burn his body, almost burning most of his body, but he recovered again the next moment. Yunyi didn't attack again, but became thoughtful. Are you desperate? Patino Yunyi, this is the fate of being an enemy of me. The power of the fruit of life is beyond your imagination. What's more, I have also fused Uranus to make my origin be stronger. If you burst out with such an attack from the beginning, I may not be able to resist your flame, and I will be completely burned out. But now, after my fusion with Uranus, the ability to revive the light on my body, I can show it to my heart's content. Moreover, the weakness of sea water is useless to me. Poseidon has the ability and is not afraid of sea water. The same is true for me who merged with Uranus. You are too arrogant, Patty no Yunyi. I'm grinned with a sneer. Before, his body had been cut off once, but through Uranus's ability to revive himself, as long as his soul is immortal, or there is still a drop of blood or a hair, he can be resurrected again. If he hadn't merged with Uranus before, then his vitality might not be able to withstand this kind of flame, but now it's different. His soul will not be destroyed, but will be revived again. This is the most unsolvable ability? Patino Yunyi, you are too arrogant. Give him the opportunity and time to integrate Uranus? Hehe, it's indeed a troublesome ability. You won't die if your soul is not extinguished? I can feel that my flame can burn your soul, but the speed is not fast enough. Yunyi pouted, who are you bluffing? It's not that you don't have perception. Has your soul been burned and you can't perceive it? It's just that the burning speed is not as fast as the recovery. Does the powerful perception come from the soul fruit's sensitivity to souls? Yes, your flame can indeed burn illusory souls. Im narrowed his eyes slightly, but he didn't expect to be discovered. But he didn't care. That kind of sunfire was indeed terrifying, but it wasn't enough to completely burn his soul in an instant, and he would be able to recover soon. You should be familiar with me, right? You should know that my ability can become stronger through liberation. Yunyi looked at Im, showing a meaningful smile. Then, the surface sunfire, have you seen it? The core sunfire, have you seen it? This move, I used it when I killed the red dog. As Yunyi's voice fell, Im's pupils suddenly shrank. The remnant fire Tadeo, is it the ability that Yaren used when he killed the red dog? Isn't this kind of flame his full power now? Impossible, you must be lying to me. The current flame is already stronger than the flame you released in the Navy headquarters, and it can't be stronger. M's eyes showed panic. Desperate, he blasted towards Yunyi to attack. This time, it was the remnant fire sword with a proficiency of 100, which was completely different from the ones he had used before. This is a power that can truly destroy the world. As long as it is used long enough, the sea water in this ocean world will probably be evaporated by the high temperature. This is also the first time Yunyi has used it in actual combat. It was only tested once on an uninhabited island before. After being liberated for a moment, that island disappeared from the world directly. Together with the sea water in the nearby sea area, it also fell out of thin air. Great cut. Yunyi held some scorched silver fibers. If he hadn't controlled them, the silver fibers would have been completely evaporated at this time, even if he was covered by his own armed color. Nothing in this world can survive at such a temperature. Can keep it? Im's attack, when it was close to Yunyi's body, was like butter meeting a flame, and it vaporized and disappeared instantly. The scorching temperature spread from Yunyi's body, the cloudy sky suddenly dissipated, and there was no water vapor left. The whole world began to dry up, and the sea water below 10,000 meters also began to boil, and the water level dropped a lot. This is the power that can destroy the world. As long as I think about it, the whole world will be destroyed by me, and there will be no life left. It's over. You are the first person who let me use this ability. You are enough so proud. Yunya looked indifferent, and slashed down with his sword lightly. No, I won't die. I'm the god of this world. I'm the only one. Seemed to have sensed something extremely terrifying, and various abilities on his body began to explode, trying to resist Xia Yunyi's attack. Silently, as Yunya slashed down with his sword, there was no fluctuation, just a light stroke of the sword. Everything in front of them disappeared without a sound. Anything that was material, even a space without material, would be wiped out and disappear with this sword. The dark void was exposed. Along a straight line, everything disappeared, dissipating all the strength in his body. Yunya looked indifferent, and as soon as the remaining fire sword was released, everything was wiped out. This scene made everyone who saw it lose their minds and could not speak for a long time. This is no longer a power that humans can possess, but a god. A real god. At the end of 1521 in the lunar calendar, the war between Petino Yunyi and the world government was completely declared over, and the winner, Petino Yunyi, the 5 old stars, CP0, and anyone closely related to the world government were wiped out. Facing Petino Yunyi, they could not resist at all and were easily killed. At this point, the war is completely over. This incident shocked countless people, but the most shocking thing is that since the Quincy and Urine are the same person, after the world government was destroyed, the entire first half was also in turmoil, but it was quickly restored under the order of the Navy. And in the new world, under Petino Yunyi's suppression, there were no excessive disturbances, and everything seemed like nothing happened. It's just that everyone knows that the sky in this world has changed. The world government that has ruled the world for hundreds of years has been destroyed. There is a person standing on the sky of this world. At the beginning of 1522 in the lunar calendar of the sea, Moon Knight Island, the headquarters of Wangsu Hall, Yunya sat on the tallest mountain, overlooking the sea in front of him, wondering what he was thinking about. After the destruction of the world government, Yunya ignored other things in the past few months, and returned to his own territory, back to his previous life on Moon Knight Island. He didn't want to talk about how the world situation would develop after the world government was destroyed, and let the people in the Navy and the Revolutionary Army figure it out by themselves. It is worth mentioning that during this year, the elephant owner of the mobile island appeared, and the historical text of the road sign on it was also discovered. In order to compete for this red historical text, a war broke out. In the end, it was obtained by Yandy Ace. In the same year, Yandy Ace and Straw Hat Luffy successively obtained 4 historical texts of road signs, found the location of the final island, arrived in Ralph Drew successively, and fulfilled their dreams. For more than a year, the development of Wangsu Palace has been getting better and better, and Yunyi hardly needs to do anything by himself. Anyway, he didn't care much about the development of Wangsu Palace before, and it was all managed by Mr. Ai Lin. Although he destroyed the world government, life is still the same as before. There is no big difference. Now there is no one who does not have good eyesight to provoke Wangsu Palace. Brother Yunyi, I'll give you something delicious. At this moment, Xiao ran over and hugged Yunyi's arm, happily handing him a piece of pastry. Yunya touched her hair with a smile, opened his mouth to eat the pastry, and commented, "It's not bad. Hee, this is a special cake made by the giants. It took me a lot of effort to get it from those giants. I even fought with their prince. Of course, I won in the end." Xiao is still the same as before, she likes to cling to him, and Yunyi doesn't hate this feeling either. "Okay, I still have something to do, you go back first." Yunya patted her little head and laughed. "Okay, I'm done eating, see you later, brother Yunyi." Xiao picked up a piece of pastry again and handed it to Yunyi's mouth. After watching Yunyi eat it, she left with a smile on her face. After Xiao left, Yunya sank into the system. Host, Yunya. Achievement points, 666. Cut, swordsmanship, proficiency 100. Zanpakuto, Zainyu, proficiency 100. Ice wheel pill, proficiency 100. Flowing blade if fire, 100. Fist, white fighting, proficiency 100. Elementary style of fighting, proficiency 100. Walk, shunpo, proficiency 100. Ghost, the 4th of the Broken Way Baile, proficiency 100. The 33 of the Broken Way Kanghuo Pendant, proficiency 100. The 63 of the Broken Way Thunder Roar, proficiency 100. The Broken Way 90 of the Way Black Coffin, proficiency 100. 99 of Breaking the Way 5 Dragons Turning Off, proficiency 100. 30 of the Way of Binding Mouth Flashing 3 times, proficiency 100. 60 of the Way of Binding 3. 6 sticks of light prison, proficiency 100, 81 of binding Tao, breaking the space, proficiency 100, returning way, rejuvenation of dead trees, proficiency 100. Special category, instant coaxing, proficiency 100, skeletal clone, 0/3, virtual flash, proficiency 100, virtual mask, 3/3, black cavity, 4/4, soul fruit. After killing Yunya got the title of Lord of the World. The title of Lord of the World allowed Yunya to fully utilize all existing skill proficiencies, as well as obtain the 2 items of Black Chamber and Skeleton Clone. Through the introduction, the Black Cavity is an item that can break through the boundaries of the world and lead to other unknown worlds. As for the clone of Yuku, under the use of Full Point, and the obtained clone of Yuku again, Yunyi has the right to use 2 more Y-skill beads. After using it, Yunyi now has a total of 3 skeletal avatars. Looking at his system panel, looking at the bead floating in his mind that seemed to contain a galaxy, Yunya touched his chin. What the hell are you? But, I will find out everything. With a thought, Yunya used the black cavity 3 times, and with a buzz sound, 3 dark and deep holes suddenly appeared in front of him, as if they could swallow everything, like cracks in the mouth of a demon. In order to be on the safe side, let Yihai's avatar explore the way first. After that, Yunya laughed, grabbed 3 beads, and threw them into the 3 dark cracks. Watching the dark cracks slowly close, Yunya showed a faint smile. Other worlds really make me curious. The anime world, the film and television world, or something else. Where can I go in the end? However, my footsteps will not stop. My goal is the Sea of Stars.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.